Well, good morning, race fans, and welcome to the Speed Addict New South Wales Track Championships, round number 7 here at Sydney Dragway. We have a beautiful day here at Sydney. It's looking very nice, so we're hoping to get a lot of racing through. We've got plenty of competitors, both part-time and full-time, down here in the stadium, and I am joined by the ever-present Les Big Horse. How are you, Les?
Very well, thanks, Pat, and a big welcome to you and a big hello as well. It's been a month since we've been through the same process, so we're set for a really big and good day, I'm sure. And we're starting off with Super Street, which brings out our first two combatants. In Rocket Lane, it's Corey Stutchbury, and in the Aeroflow lane, it's Brian Adder-Singh. So two Commodores there, Holden Commodore, 5.74 Stutchbury in the Rocket Lane, and a VY Commodore, also LS1, over there in the Aeroflow lane.
Certainly, Les. Corey Stutchbury's got a little bit of chemical supercharging happening in the VX. It's got the N2O on the back window, so
wow.
Have, mile per hour. He's Johnny on the spot with the reaction time there this morning.
Gee whiz, look at that. Straight off the, straight out of the trailer or onto the track, runs it through with an 8.930. No, 10.71 with a 9. I was reading the 1,000 foot and 125.
You got me doing a double take there, Les.
Oh dear, yeah, getting a bit rusty for a 78-year-old.
Ah, mate, it's the first one of the day. We'll let you get away with that.
No, I'm 73. I always add 5 years onto my life, so people say, gee, you don't look too bad for 78, and that's nice.
Under promise, over deliver, is it?
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah. Beautiful. All right, next pass, we've got David Matušević gets out in the little Cortina against Chris Samet, the VT Commodore. Matušević's going to lead the way home there. He's going to run through on for a 10.70 with a 7 to a 12.24 at 1:12. A little bit off the pace there, I think, for Buddha in the VT.
Yeah, he's. I saw it. He's got big Zamet and Borg sticker on the car, so
yes.
Must have hooked up with one of the Borgs there. There's plenty of them, and there's a heap of them down in Canberra as well. So only one of them's into racing, but. Oh, there we go. It was Adam Bowers and Brett Stutchbury. So the Stutchbury clan are here in force, and it looks like Adam Bowers, he's got to a bit of a lead there, runs a 10.03 at 126 and a 10.53 at 135 for Brett Stutchbury in the Rocket Lane. Just reminding folks out there that if you see a red light in qualifying, which this is, red lights don't count, so it's just whoever gets to the other end first. But in competition, it changes completely.
Absolutely, you get 3 free ones.
Yep.
In qualifying, and then then they do start to count. It looks like we're going to hold Dennis Matisic here. The Camaro looks like it's got a little bit of a drip from somewhere under the car. Good to see Sydney Dragway track crew on their game this morning.
Yep. Well, yeah, that's right, Pat. They're always looking for little bits of. It's just been pointed out to young Lee Davis that there's some moisture back here as well. So don't be surprised if that Camaro, sharp-looking car that it is, it looks like he's going to be allowed to compete unless he just stays there. And if it's a solo for Guy Greenland, love that car.
Yeah, the little LSA powered wagon.
Oh,
I shouldn't say little. It's not exactly a small car.
No.
But,
but yeah, well, see, doesn't it change the whole visual impact of a station wagon and a sedan? You know?
Certainly does. I'm a fan of a long roof.
Oh, look at that, Dennis Matisic.
Big wheels up from the Camaro there. An 041 on the light, so a little bit of drama on the start line hasn't affected Matisic on that one. 10.64 with a 6 at 125 for the Camaro. Greenland goes through for an 11.39 with a 9 at 125.
Oh well, we've got another little Audi down there.
Yeah, not familiar with that one. Is that an SQ2 possibly, or RSQ2? I can't quite see. I can see it's got the got a red badge on the
left-hand side.
But
which is where they usually put it, isn't it?
Exactly right.
A or whatever it is.
think it's a Q2 model, but I don't know if it's an RS or an S or something like that. So either way, it'll be a bit of a surprise package compared to what you might think about the size of the vehicle.
Yeah,
nonetheless, Peter Villaris, the Go Logistics Holden Tirana, is going to lead the way home and show the Audi how to do it. 11.13 with a 9 at 120 to a 13.08 at 104.
Gee, I tell you what, that's not a bad time, Pat.
No,
for that Audi.
That's a small little car. So yes.
Oh, let's carry a bit of weight. I see one of the others that's not here. Is over SA way is Satellite Giannis. He's over there as well.
Yes, Victor.
Victor. Yep. Okay, Mark Elborn in the Holden HQ Ute from Marimba, and entrant number 7668. They haven't had time to put some details in on the computer yet, but he's being spoken to.
Nice tidy little LC.
LJ, because it's got the sectioned lights.
The section lights rather than the
straight across ones with the whole. It's like difference between a HT and a sort of like a HG.
I'd get that wrong too, Les.
Would you? I should have said, by the way, Pat.
Yeah. No, it's all right. That's what I'm here for. I'm here to mispronounce or mislabel models. Mate, I'm usually pretty good at that.
Well, at Canberra, when we were going there, we had one of my compatriots and co-commentators. Mate, he had difficulties with people's name, even with Smith.
Yeah, okay. Do you call him Smythe?
yeah, or Smith or something like that. But he used to, when you got one of those Mediterranean heritage races came to the start line, he'd take, no joke, he'd take a good 30-35 seconds having a go at something that had more than words, that had no vowels in it.
A few syllables.
Yeah.
All right, Elborn's out. A nice leisurely 177 60 foot with a 254 reaction time for Mark. He will improve that throughout the day, no doubt. 12.54 with a 2 at 105 mile per hour for the HQ Ute.
Yeah, nice straight run. Reaction time probably sharpened it up, but for a first thing off on a Saturday morning, he's done pretty well. There's that little Audi. It's pretty sharp.
Yep.
Okay.
At the workshop this week that I work at, we actually service just a base Q2. So I'm familiar with that shape. Funnily enough, we just did a service on it. Good little car, but just couldn't quite pick whether that was a RSQ2 maybe. I don't know if that's a thing.
Well, I had there's a bloke that lives at the end of my street. I think it's might be a 5 or a 6, but it's a big coupe.
Yep.
And it might be 4-door. I don't know. He goes that fast going past my place. I can't see if it's 2 doors.
It doesn't give the opportunity, mate. Yeah. Keep him guessing.
But it's a beaut car.
Absolutely.
Rob Matesic from Shell Harbour in the Rocket Lane in the Chevy Camaro up against Zig Adam Zielkowski.
Zielkowski. Yeah, we're going to do that trick.
Yeah, well, I know you've been to the George Danikian School of Elocution.
Yeah.
So I'm working with the right bloke, but I see our other co-commentator, Steve Bush, just having a few little seconds off. Matesic goes in 086. That's the Camaro over in the Rocket Lane. And Zielkowski there, he's a 312 red light, but that doesn't count. But Matesic gets there 1069 at 124 and an 1189 at 117 for that VE comment. It just looked like, what's the bloke that used, not Rodney Penrose, the other bloke that raced VWs, he's older guy now.
Not Wayne Penrose.
I'll think of it
I know Wayne Penrose driving the
Spicak.
Oh yeah, Spicak.
Yep. I thought it was his ute.
Yeah,
Here we go, Greyhound.
Yes.
Oh, an 024 light.
Greyhound's on the money with that big Bel Air down there. It's very nice. Coniranios, very familiar competitor here at Sydney Dragway. Greyhound's gone through a 1085 with a 7 at 124. The big Bel Air. That is, he's got that 572 big block working.
Yeah, well, Bruce is a staunch He's had race cars all his life, well, as long as I've known him, since about 1970 or 1971.
Yep.
And yeah, he's come out here. I think this is his second year, so he's going to give it one more year, I think, next year, and then he'll sort of be put out to graze.
That's what they all say, Les.
Yeah, so it's
All
Mark
right.
Hopkins in the rocket lane, and
Braden Stewartson in the Aeroflow lane. It's last round's winner from Super Street in the little Audi. So
course.
been very consistent there. Just probably dialing in a few things at the moment. 225 is not a representative 60 foot for that car.
No.
They run sort of into the, I think they ran a PB last time out of an 11, mid-11.
Mid-11, yeah, it was pretty good.
It was very consistent, which was very important. So.
Ended up winning, and that was beautiful.
Absolutely. So Carmelo de Maria out here in the EJ sedan with 202 on board. We've got Blaine Bull there in the XD Falcon. It's got a 411 cubic inch Clevo. And it is a cranky 411 cubic inch Clevo.
Look at that Holden.
That 202 is not shy either.
No.
Is it? Yeah.
Look, as he's making... Whoa!
It's making big ground. That was very close. 11.026 at 112 to an 11.101 at 121 mile per hour. Dare I say that 202's got a little bit of extra atmospheres on board.
Yes, I'd say. And still for a 2-valve cylinder car, it still gets going, doesn't it?
Not many of those would reach 120 mile per hour in 400 metres.
No, even if they were towed behind a top fuel dragster, they probably still
Exactly.
the driver would jump out.
Sammy Joe Johnson down here in the Aeroflow lane, the VE Commodore. Back out again. She's got RVO Performance on board, Diff Technics, Russo Performance and GJ Drivelines involved with the program. Then we've got Mitchell Gregory in the big 66 Impala 496 cube, big block. Certainly got the torque off the line. Made a really nice pass. 0.20 reaction time for Sammy Joe on the tree.
Not bad.
That's locking in early down. Nice pass. Gregory goes through for 11.38 with a 5.118 to an 11.81 at 115 mile per hour for Sammy Joe in the Aeroflow.
Yes, that was very, very close racing there. I thought that the big Chevy there got off the line, wheels up action. That's like trying to lift the bow of a Queen Mary up.
Yeah.
You know, like all
quite a
that
bit of
weight
leverage
over
there.
the front end. That's a big car. Matt Zerny, or
Yeah, Zerny, yeah.
Zerny.
Yep, spot on.
from Campbellfield. Oh, another
from
racer
Victoria.
from Victoria. And he's up here for a bit of a test and tune and a bit of competition in Super Street. So
Absolutely.
we welcome our competitors from, I was going to say lands far away, but some people would consider that Victoria is a different land. David Morton from Balaclava in New South Wales. Oh, he runs it through and gets there first at 10.72 at 126. And for Matt Zerny, an 11.35 at 118 miles an hour.
Very nice. All right, we've got Shane McGregor out here in the, okay, I think we've got the WX Falcon. I think we're right, XW Falcon. X351, the big wagon, drives its way up here in the morning. It's got the race tyres in the back. It's exactly what a wagon should be for. Get on up here. He's out with a 1.9 60 foot, which is no small feat in a big old steel body car. He's going to cross through from 12.52 with a 9 at 107 mile per hour.
Yeah, probably lost a bit of. It didn't look. It seemed though the green light took him by surprise. So it was just that little hesitation with a 3.24 reaction time there. But I'm sure you'll see that time drop.
Yeah, I think
He's
he
not going
normally
to run a
runs.
10 or anything.
No.
12.52.
I think he normally runs in that sort of low to mid 12 section. But you know, you got to remember, you're driving the thing. He's driving the thing from St Helens Park, which is 40 odd kilometres.
Oh, is it?
He drives it up the highway, parks it up in the pits, jacks it up, swaps the tyres, yanks the tyres out of the back of the wagon, bolts it on, goes racing, and then drives home. So you can't really complain about that, can you?
And he's in the right category too.
Yeah.
In the right bracket, Super Street.
It is a super street car.
Well, Pat, that looks like a. That's it for it's.
Go Logistics.
Go Logistics Super Street. Go Logistics, as the name would suggest, that they move bits and pieces from one address to another address.
Genuinely the speediest and most consistent courier company in Sydney, without a doubt. I
Really?
can say that with
Well,
my hand on my heart. Because
there you go, coming straight from the horse's mouth.
we use them. We got a delivery from them yesterday.
Yep.
I got a delivery from them the day before. I got a delivery from them the week before. It's just consistent. They pick it up from, the most of the time I'm getting deliveries from Rocket Industries,
Yes.
just around the corner, another good track sponsor. It's great to see them utilising Go Logistics,
Yeah.
so supporting those who support us.
Yep.
And they can pick up from Rocket here at Eastern Creek at about 11 o'clock in the morning, and I'll get it at probably 1 or 2 o'clock in the afternoon in Caringbah. It's unheard of for courier companies in Sydney.
Especially in Sydney.
Exactly. In Sydney, it's ridiculous. So
well, Go Logistics,
unreal.
folks.
Yep.
Yeah, fantastic. Well, it's always good to hear someone that has an association with them. And no better than Pat here. He's one of the hard workers down in. Is it in the Shire that you work?
Yes, yep, the workshop MP Auto House. I'll just snick a quick shout out there to the workshop, MP Auto House in Caringbah. That's me, so all European specialist independent workshop. But,
there you go.
Yeah, so you're doing a lot of interesting things lately. We've actually got a 23 window combi. Split window combi down there at the moment, and we're just tidying up a few things. The current owner bought it out of Queensland less than a year ago. Drove it down. It's got a few leaks and bits and pieces that need a bit tidying up. So doing that, but as I mentioned, the little Audi with servicing regular new cars and all that sort of thing. Doing a bit of circuit racing and whatever else comes through.
No, he can sit down, Steve. Have your cup of tea. I thought that you'd want to reminisce. Being from Junior Dragster.
Absolutely, and that's a great segue into the Western weekend at Junior Dragster, Q1, kicking off, as we see Benjamin Adard and Tegan Smith pulling up to the line.
Actually, talking about the sponsor, I managed to grab hold of one when I was here at the last meeting, Western Weekender, from one of the service stations here. And, boy, it's crammed full of bits and pieces. Where's all this stuff coming from? But wouldn't you have a look, there's more than 1 million people now west of Parramatta.
Certainly, yep. It's not,
and that was in 1990 or something.
Yeah, and it's not far away. I remember the Peter Warren Automotive Group back in the day, the Ford dealers. They used to be called the Westerners, and that's Warwick Farm. Yeah, it's about 20 kilometres away from Sydney. Yeah. But it was like it was like you take a packed lunch to get there. Yeah. Back when they started. So, and Penrith and whatnot was you'd need a passport almost to get out there if you were in the eastern suburbs. So I think still most people that live in the eastern suburbs would suggest that you need a passport and a visa to get to Penrith. I don't go that far on my holiday. Yeah. But nonetheless, it's just chockers. If you go from Balmain and you jump onto the M4 heading west, there's no brakes. No. The whole way out.
Yeah. So Sydney's, it's good, isn't it?
Huge. It's great because that means that there's more people to come watch drag racing, Les.
Yes.
from the city to the west.
We've got Tegan Smith over in the Rocket Lane. She gets out with an 0.66, and Benjamin Adard in the Aeroflow lane there. And so Benjamin goes through for an 8.67 at 72 and a 7.81 at 82.22 for Tegan Smith. I think they were both junior dragsters. They can qualify as low as 8 flat, but in competition they're permitted to go 1/10 quicker at a 7.90. Can't go any quicker than that.
We've got Piper Bennett here. She's a competitor for the championship this year, and Chloe Ryko is obviously very well-known competitor here in junior dragsters, running the AA junior dragster this year.
It sounds like New Zealand because they've got a double A class, and it's a 125cc with a gearbox.
760. See, we should have let Bushy get in on this one.
Yeah,
because
he's
he knows all about
jumping out of his skin there.
Bushy, take over with the juniors, mate.
Chloe Ryko there, she'll get there first with a 7.79 at 82, and Piper Bennett there an 8.114 at 79.92. So we've got those two coming around again, a 7.79. I don't know what the deal is with that double A
It's a new category, Les, that IHRA have introduced into junior dragster for the older participants in A junior, allowing them to go a little bit quicker.
Oh, really?
IHRA recognising that a lot of these cars are tuned down, I guess, to run A junior dragster. The fact that they've now pretty much all run full billet blocks, the whole deal.
Yep.
So they actually restrict them to run the 790 index. So they decided, well, let's bring in a category that allows the older kids to go a little bit quicker as well.
Ah.
So that's what they've done. And I dare say some of the cars even throttle stopped or restricted at the 760 even.
Is that the lowest 7? Is that the quickest they can go?
I assume the scenario is the same as the 790.
Yeah.
You can go. They're looking. I don't know what ET they're looking for in qualifying.
Yep.
I'll have to find that out from the meeting director. But during eliminations, they're allowed to go to the 760.
760. Look at that. Look at that. That was Riley Ito that got down there first, an 826 over in the Rocket Lane. And for Alex Ruffalo, an 814 at 78 miles an hour in the Aeroflow lane. So they'll be, we've got 3 rounds of qualifying. Very interesting to see the double age. And it was probably not a bad idea. It's a bit more of an incentive.
Yeah, very much so, Les. I think it's a step in the right direction to allow these cars to run it to their potential. There is a speed cap as well, but I can't remember what that is off the top of my head.
Yeah.
So, that's the other safety factor, I guess. I think in reality, these cars are as safe as you're going to be. Like
yeah.
The construction of the roll cages, the safety equipment that the drivers have to wear. They're all wearing head and neck supports now. They've got fire suits, helmet, obviously, a 5-port harness, gloves, boots. They're as well protected in these cars as other races are in, say, a modified dragster or even a top fueler in scale, I guess you could say.
Well, you heard it straight from Steve Bush. He's the guy out of all of us here that has been the closest to junior dragster, having started off in junior dragster. Young Steve here, he knows all about it, and he keeps up to date with all their information, as you just saw there by his explanation when I asked. I thought that was pretty quick, but they can even go for. Well, when you look at it, it's the older guys. And gals, of course, step out of these, or if they're not already, they're on a learner's permit, or they're driving a car already.
Yeah, 89.9 miles an hour is the.
89. I thought about 86 or 87. 89.9.
Yeah.
Very good. Very good.
So we see some of the cars running 80s already nudging 85 mile an hour.
Yeah.
So that just goes to show. Thank you, Ben. Just goes to show that the gearing that they're actually capable of doing. Now, the fact that they're able to already run that 85 odd mile an hour tells you that they're making the horsepower.
Yeah.
I'd like to actually, I should do a little bit of research today if I can, and see if I can find out what an XYZ branded engine runs in the US. Because let's face it, most of these motors originate now in the US. I guess all of them ticking a few boxes and parting with quite a bit of money to get them to run that sort of speed. But it's I think a step in the right direction. Christian Canuli on a run now, 797 with a 180 mile an hour through the top end, and George Takalis in the rocket lane there, 12.15. So George, one of our C competitors, so one of the younger racers here in the field.
All right, we've got, is it Taylor?
Yep.
Taylor Canuli. Sponsored by PC Racing, and it's in a Butler Dragster with a Zilla 200, mate. It's just like going to, Jamboree or something with all these different. Well, we've got a McGee over here.
The Zilla engine was Boxzilla that name was around back when I was racing.
Oh, was it?
So the engine in Taylor's car, I'm guessing, is not a full billet block and whatnot. It would probably be a cast block with a billet cylinder head on it. Doesn't need to be that performance level. Tailwind restricted to a 12.0.
Yeah, 12.0.
So these cars don't need the horsepower or the RPM that we see in the full billet.
Yes, and we've got Charlotte lifting in the rocket lane, so we've got Taylor Canuli over in the Aeroflow lane. Bit of a red light for Charlotte lifting, but she's a seasoned competitor, so she'll grab a handle of it next time round. And as I say, red lights don't count in qualifying. An 8.420 at 77 for Charlotte, and for Taylor over there in the Aeroflow lane, a 12.72 at 48.61.
What a cracker of a day we have here, Les. Is it a little bit of cloud cover, but a very, very slight headwind at the moment, but predominantly blue skies here at Sydney Dragway. If you're at home at the live stream and want to head on out to Sydney Dragway, you're more than welcome to come out, have the opportunity to walk around the pits, have a chat to some of our drivers and riders, and come out and get involved. If you are at home, of course, it's fantastic to have you all on online, and we do as commentators enjoy the comments and banter that happens amongst our regular viewers on the City Dragway official YouTube live stream channel. On the start line now we have Daniel Boskovic and Daniel Karabala in the rocket lane. 0.89 on the tree for Boskovic.
Wow, this is close.
It is. I think Daniel's out in front though. 8.12 with a 7.79 mile an hour through the finish line to a 8.75 for Daniel in the Aeroflow lane.
Oh, okay. That was a case of Boskovic being the B junior dragster, and the Rocket Lane had an A junior dragster. So there's a bit of disparity there because the B junior dragsters are also limited.
860, I think their ET is. So we've had a Danielle, and then we're having a Daniela in Danielle Axiak in the rocket lane, running for John Ryan Freight Management. In the Aeroflow lane, we have Jake McNamara running for Fine Line Motorsports, Bank of Pop, and Princey Motorsports. Jake, another one of our racers, stepping into AA. JD here this weekend.
Yeah, that Jake McNamara, or Jake McNamara as I call him, he's about 17 foot tall. So he was destined for AA junior dragster from the start. Good racer too.
Yeah, very much so. He took home a trophy at the last round of the championship. I'm sure he would like to repeat that. Leaves the start line with an 0.10 reaction time. 0.36 in the other lane for Axiak. And Axiak gets there by around a tenth of a second. 7.57 with a 0. 85 mile an hour for Axiak to a 7.78 with a 1 at 82 mile an hour for McNamara there. Yeah,
she did a great little job off the start line. There wasn't much between the two, between the AA and the A junior dragster of Axiak, but she shot once she got going out of the off the start line, or out of the hole as they called it. It sort of really had the mumbo to get her first across the line down the other end. Robbie Risteski from Queanbeyan East, I know where that is. Pinnacle Dragster and C8 Motorsports in the Rocket Lane, a B junior dragster. So there's another B junior dragster up against Emma Leafting. There must be, I don't know, about...
was 5 or 6 Speedflow cars last time. Last time I saw they were all together, probably at the Junior Nationals down at Mildura a couple of weeks ago. Of course, the Mags have, I think, 2 cars. Possibly 3. And I know the Speedflow sponsor all the lifting kits. I think there's 3 of them, 3 or 4 perhaps. But one thing I did notice for the car of Robbie's in the Rocket Lane, it's actually got a double element wing on the back.
Has it?
It's actually got 2 elements in the wing, so something a little bit different. Probably a little bit, I'll say, not necessary in junior dragster, but looks pretty cool.
Yeah. Well, you know that. Yeah. Well, see, and that's the same as my car. One of my cars. It's supposed to be sort of a replica, but you know, like it's rebuilt it and everything, and it's got a couple of my little personal touches in it.
Yes.
You know? So, you know, everyone likes to do that sort of thing, but hey, if they've got on it, it's just another one to... they want to sort of be in front of somebody else that hasn't thought of it.
Well, I think that's the beauty of drag racing, Les, is that there's no two cars the same.
No.
Even if they're the same chassis, the owners generally, you know, paint things differently, or they make different brackets up, or they present the cars in different ways, and that's such a good way. A good thing of drag racing is that you can be a lot more individual than perhaps other forms of motorsport. So Liam O'Neill there ducking in under the 12-second ET, 11.98 with a 6 there.
And a something 69 at it was they were both the C junior drags there, so there wasn't much between those two, especially at the start line. All right, Jacob Longo from 5 Dock in New South Wales, AMJ Mechanical Repairs, Junior Dragster, sponsored for Jacob with the McGee 5 litre. It's got McGee 5.
I'm guessing it's probably a 500 maybe.
Yeah.
I know that they do produce an engine up to sort of 500.
500,
yeah. Which is pretty big for a single cylinder.
Yep.
Although a 193 60 foot there for Jacob on this run. And a 910, 71 miles an hour through the finish line.
Yeah, pretty good little effort there from Jacob Longo.
And I think a new racer down there in the aeroflow lane, Les.
Well, we had one of those sort of three... to get the 3-syllable races. First off,
it was in the Holden, wasn't it? The same surname.
Yeah.
So we got Cordell De Maria in the Hume Performance-backed junior dragster on the start line. Haven't seen this one here at Sydney Dragway before. That's why I say it's a new competitor. So we saw a relation to Cordell run through in the EJ with the 202.
That was the one. That was the one. I thought I'd seen it before.
So great to see.
Oh, I've never seen that before.
Wow, perhaps did well to correct that then. The car turned pretty violently to the right. So
yes.
Not sure if Cordell was ready for the way the car was going to leave the start line there.
Yeah, wakey.
Yeah.
Oh, here we go.
So rolls on through for a 14.63, only 24 mile an hour through the finish line.
Is that car still moving? Yes, it is. Yeah. Oh.
All right, so Cordell out the finish line. We're about to move into junior drag bike. Of course, if your preference is to ride motorcycles rather than being a dragster, we now have that opportunity for you to do that. We're on the start line now. We have Lincoln Delios in the aeroflow lane, taking on Joshua Burtonshaw over there in the rocket lane. Burtonshaw out in front will take the stripe, 9.36 with a 9, 71 miles an hour for him. And a 12.29 with a 3 at 52 mile an hour for Lincoln in the aeroflow lane.
Yeah.
I noticed that Josh has done quite a big burnout there and is starting to actually come out of the water and run forward up to the start line. Yeah. Getting a little bit more confident. On the start line now, we have Anastasia Lucky from Erskine Park running for 666 Race and Custom on the Kawasaki Ninja. Recently taking delivery of this motorcycle.
Oh, she's got the gear changes down, Pat. No pun intended for our esteemed co-commentator.
10.44 with an 8.68 mile an hour through the top end there for Anastasia.
Yeah. Yeah, good little. She's handled all those shifts very sweetly.
Yeah, so only a small field of junior drag bike here this weekend. There's a couple of competitors that are racing elsewhere around the country. So only the 3 junior drag bikes here today, but I'm sure they'll put on a good show as best they can. And in the meantime, we're just packing up the finish line, and we're probably getting underway with what's the next category? It should be a street bike. I can see them in the lanes getting their helmets on and bits and pieces. So in the meantime, we'll just throw to our big screen for a couple of quick words from some of our sponsors, and Les and I will be back with you very, very shortly.
Bank said no to your home loan? Talk to us.
Not a bank.
Talk to Australia's real-life non-bank for home loans, car loans, personal loans. Pepper Money, the home of loan options.
I've chosen to use VP Racing Fuel since I was a teenager racing motocross, which was 21 years ago now. I just have a really personal trust with VP Racing Fuels.
Running on the ragged edge of blowing up and not, a lot of it has to do with the race fuel, and that's what we rely on, VP Racing Fuels.
VP has been making racing fuel for 43 years. They're the official fuel of multiple top series globally. No matter where we are in the world, no matter what fuel we need, it's always consistent, it's always perfect and exactly what we're expecting and our tuners expecting. They support myself, my Drift Alliance bros, and for that, I'm extremely thankful. Keep making amazing fuels, and we'll keep out there having fun.
Okay, Andrew Riches from St Ives in that neat little Indian Scout. That's 1133 cc's. That's Andrew over in the Rocket Lane, and Ross Vanderhoek in on the Kawasaki 1900 cc's over in the Aeroflow lane. It's pretty close, this one. I don't know who's going to get there first. Oh, 13.158 for Riches and a 13.837 for Vanderhoek. Wow, good Dutch name there. Mick Withers up against Greg Horadam. So Greg from Wattle Flat, New South Wales. Minions Racing. And Kawasaki ZX12R. And Mick Withers on the Harley-Davidson Lowrider S. 122 cubic inches. Mick's been having a lot of success with this bike. It gets, whoa, he's got it way up in the air. Oh, he's not used to that on that bike. Oh, I tell you what, Horadam runs an 11.14 with a 6 at 134 and a 12.98 at 111.66 for Mick Withers over in the Rocket Lane. Well, that sort of caught him, his attention doing that mono just past the 60 foot there. Well,
it's all over it, mate. He's well accomplished.
Yes, yeah. Well, it's just not on that bike that he would expect to be doing a mono. But
I'm guessing there's a number of bikes. It's probably the riding position is easier to lift the front wheel than others to control. I say that as a very inexperienced motorcycle rider. Never done it in my life. All right, Joe Borg and Jesse Barnes for their first qualifying run now. Barnes out in front in the Rocket Lane will get there first. 10.15 with a 2 at 140 mile an hour through the finish line to an 11.77 at 123 there for Borg. So at the moment, Jesse Barnes is top of the pops in the qualifying list. Yeah,
Borg down there at around the 1,000 foot mark, Steve. May have missed a gear, but the bike, the machine faulted, and then it picked up speed towards the end. He was heading towards the centre of the centre line, but he didn't, and it was in the braking area anyway. So all good, nice run. But now we have Angela Phipps in the Rocket Lane and Adrian Watson over there in the Aeroflow lane. Both had red lights, but they don't count, of course. But Adrian Watson gets there first, a 10.77 at 129 and a 10.94 at 140 miles per hour.
Yeah, good run there for both competitors.
Yeah,
it wasn't much in it at all at the finish line. Angela was out here on Wednesday night testing an air shifter. So she did a couple of passes, but I don't think she got quite the results that she was looking for. Whether there was an issue with the shifter, I'm not sure. But looked to work fine there if she's still running it, but we'll see what happens with the second round of qualifying. On track now, we have Daniel Burtonshaw on his Suzuki Hayabusa running for D&J Haulage and Devil Designs. We saw Daniel's son in Junior Drag Bike a little bit earlier.
Wow. Jeez, I got to get my bike back at 10:22, 10 all with all twos at 135.93 miles per hour. To put him in number 2 position in the qualifying order, Jesse Barnes still number 1 with a 10.15 at 140.85.
I'm starting to wonder how long it'll be before Josh says, "Hey, Dad, give me the keys."
Yeah, move over.
Don't know how Daniel feels about that, but that's a discussion for them.
Yeah,
We're moving into a Street Fighter now. Of course, this is the category similar to Street Bike. It's the entry level into competition racing here at Sydney Dragway. We've got Glenn Featherston and Christopher Villaris on the start line. The Falcon driven by Villaris.
Yeah.
And runs on through first with a 15.03 at 94 mile an hour till 15.69 with a 1 for Featherston in the Commodore.
Yeah, but that's pretty close racing there. Now we've got Pietro Tellerico in the Rocket Lane in the Holden Commodore 3.6 litre, it says here. Yep. And Nicholas Varillis in the Ford Falcon XR6 with a Barra 4 litre. I'm just trying to see if it was, it's got a snail attached to it, but we don't know. We'll just see how it goes. Well, it's pretty close here. The Falcon's slightly out in front over in the Aeroflow lane. And we'll get there first. So a 14.92 at 94.74 and a 15.03 at 93 for Pietro Tellerico in the Rocket Lane. See, all that time I spent at Pat's speaking school there. I was
paying off all those after-hour tutorial lessons.
I just can't help breaking out into that sort of... Ashley Vincent from Marimbo in the Holden V Commodore, 3 litre V6, but Jack Matasevic from Bringelly, a Ford Falcon Barra 4 litre, gets there first, runs a 14.98. Gee, pretty close to the one run before, a 97.06 and a 16.059.
Yeah, that Falcon for Matasevic definitely gets down the racetrack well for a NA 6-cylinder.
Yeah, it does.
On track now we have Bill Hattie from San Susi and Bill's Mechanical Repairs HQ Utility. Traditional small block Chevy on board, taking on Michael Zara in the Rocket Lane. Looks like Hattie out in front. And we'll take the stripe on this one. 14.25 with a 0.93 mile an hour through the top end to a 16.0 for Zara at 86 miles an hour.
Okay, Grant Law in the he used to. That's the guy that used to have the RAV4 that raced here a lot, but now he's got.
Yes, it was too.
Yeah,
it was too.
So Grant Law from Windradine in New South Wales. I have absolutely no clue where that is, but over at Danny Stadelmeyer, everybody's favourite Street Fighter.
Yeah, AU Falcon.
AU Falcon, the awfully ugly they used to call it, 4 litre. But he'll stay with it. Danny goes through there for 14.95 with a 2 at 92 miles an hour, and for Grant Law there a 17.11 at 55.77.
You might have just upset about half of our YouTube viewers, Les, with that comment, but it's all good.
Oh, yeah.
They do amazing things, you know that.
Yeah, it's just one of these little bits and pieces you pick up, street talk in Street Fighter.
Yes, that's exactly right. Moving into our next pair, we have Sean Dartnell, one of our officials in the I-30 hatchback, taking on none other than Alan White.
Wow.
He's sponsored by Super Fund. I love it. I love it.
Steve can relate directly to that, ladies and gentlemen.
No, I can't, because I'm not old enough to access the
Well, you contribute to one.
Yeah, exactly right. So Alan White normally in a modified altered, but today running the D-Max, giving Sean Dartnell a run for his money. I tell you what, the Hyundai got there by about half a second, 16:77 with a 580 mile an hour. And Alan White there, unfortunately, the times clicked over before I got a chance to read it.
Yeah, well...
The solo in the aeroflow lane, Les, is going to be Megan White running for Fine Line Motorsport. She's in the Holden tracks. It's great to see Megan back on track, of course. Good to get behind the wheel rather than standing on the start line. Not sure if we're going to see her in Brett's funny car anytime soon, but that's a discussion for them to have.
Yeah.
A little bit of a step up from the track. So 18:04 with a 9, 76 miles an hour through the top end.
Well, I might hand over to young Pat here.
Yes.
Have a little, give the tonsils a bit of a break and see if I can zip the lip and get rid of a whole lot of rubbish.
You can enjoy your coffee there, Les, and Pat will join me. We're about to move into bikereview.com.au, a modified bike, and we've got Matthew Hunt on the start line taking on Michael Borg. Matthew Hunt on the Suzuki GSX-R 1000. Borg on the Kawasaki ZX-12R in the Rocket Lane. I was going to say they sounded like they were pretty even on the start line. They're identical.
Talk about call of the day, Bushy. That's a 1:12 reaction time for both riders out there, which is quite incredible.
And a 9.80 with a 141 mile an hour for Hunt to a 9.90 with an 8. So around a tenth in across the finish line, the difference, but with Matthew getting there first. Next up, we have Albie Davidson and Mark Davies. Davidson in the airflow lane, running for All Care Car Services, TD Motorsports, and thevinyltree.com.au. Welcome to the microphone, Pat Elliott. How are you this morning?
I'm very well, Bushy, mate.
Yeah.
Thank you for the welcome. I've been admiring your attire today.
Force
it's, the
t-shirt,
John Force t-shirt. I'm very jealous. It's very nice, but even better, Mark Davies crosses for a 9.69 with a 5 at 140 mile per hour on that GSX-R 1000. Very impressive first pass. Albie Davidson a 10.34 at 137 on the Hayabusa. The member of Team Digger Racing, Michael Riches, out here in the aeroflow lane. He's on the 750cc this week, and Bobby Joe Simmons in the Rocket Lane on the Hayabusa. Reed Carpentry on board.
Yes, Michael recently taking delivery of an extended swing arm Hayabusa with a turbo on it, but wanting to run out the championship with this bike, and will continue to test the other one. Leaves with an 0.14 light to an 0.27 for Simmons. Nothing in it across the finish line. Simmons will get there first. A 9.63 with a 3, 151 mile an hour to a 9.95 with a 7 at 137 for Riches in the airflow lane there.
With a performance like that, you can see why Michael wants to stick with a 750 for the rest of the season, right? I mean, you know, to take on a new combination, not just larger in CC, which is obviously a big impact on a motorbike, but also then to have some boost getting jammed into the thing.
It would just be a completely different riding style. Everything, the approach to the start line will be different. The leave would be different. Everything.
Absolutely everything.
So Jimmy Jock Stewart taking on Jeff Feigl. Feigl will get there first. Pat with a 10.09 at 141 to a 10.36, I think it was, for Jimmy.
Of, ZX14s down there, I think, on the last one. Robert Hill from Pensioner Racing.
He's probably also sponsored by his super fund, I'm guessing.
So, yeah. Out here on the GSX-R 1000, so good to see him. I don't have the data on the other one. Looks like Robert has had a bit of an issue off the start line there. Might have just, yeah, looks like it's popped out of gear, or maybe a clutch issue, because a bit of a hop and a jump as he got going there off the line. Nonetheless, it's only a qualifier this morning, so no problems there. 9.62 at 143 for the aeroflow lane. Going to move across to, we're of course in mod bike. We've got Gareth Wilcox on the ZX14R in the aeroflow lane. He's backed by the Gareth Wilcox YouTube channel on the Spook. Big shout out to Doctors with Borders. There's a nice little message he's got there in his in the race data. for Gareth. And we've got Rod Adams, Ron Cup Builder Supplies, with the Harley Destroyer. Just waiting to clear the big end of the track. Making sure that everything's all good down the end there. Okay, we'll get this next pairing into the staging beams. Right, both at full stage. Let's see. Whoa. Lifts a wheel for the Destroyer, which is no mean feat with the wheelie bars out the back of it. Wilcox is going to be chasing down that Harley, but I don't think he's going to have enough in the Kawasaki. 963 with a 5 at 136 for Adams to a 10.09 with a 1 at 143.
I think there was a couple of, I'll use the word pedals there for Adams.
Yeah.
He was trying to turn it over to the right-hand side, but the bike said, no, I'm going this way.
Yeah, it definitely wasn't cooperating on that one. Unless we get Robert Simmons out here on the Reed Plumbing Hayabusa in the Aeroflow lanes. The final pass for Mod Bike. Bit of a cough and a splutter on the 1-2 shift there for Simmons, so something to work on back in the pits, but still crosses for a 992 with an 8 at 147 mile per hour. Suzuki Power. All right, that is the end of the bikereview.com.au modified bike, and we're going to jump into Super Sedan here. We've got Andrew Little in the Bushrat, the 67 Camaro. We've got some great sponsors here on board with the drivers today. We've had Pensioner Racing, we've had the Super Fund, Andrew Little sponsored by his wife, which he's going to get some brownie points there because I can't see her on the starting line, so maybe that's just a shout out so that he can come racing with his daughter.
Perhaps that he mentions her allows him to go racing.
That's exactly
as
right.
Good as it being.
You've got to cover all your bases.
Yeah, correct.
Lewis Eunice, the ITF Hire Tirana down there with the 422 Cube big block. 422 Cube Chevy. Woo, with a big wiggle and a big wobble for the Bushrat in the rocket lane as well. That was a bit odd. Might have had a bit of a steering, bit of hysteresis with the steering as it's picked up the wheels there.
Normally a very, very well sorted car, that one. And there's no marks on the racetrack there that we can see, but
you know, sometimes I'm not sure if he's got a box or a rack in the front of that, a steering box or a steering rack in the front of that Camaro, but traditionally I believe they're a steering box, which
I would have thought so for
when
67 or whatever.
when it picks the wheels up, we see it quite a bit with earlier style cars. They'll pick the wheel up, and as they come back down, you see the wheels just go crazy. They're towing in and out left, right, and centre because of all of the linkages. Going through a whole bunch of different bump steer angles.
Yes.
So it could have been something to do with that, but it was interesting. The Bushrat shaking its head, and then the ITF Tirana shaking its bum.
Yes, that's pretty much it.
The Aeroflow lane. So.
Only a small tyre on the Tirana there, so maybe some changes needed to get a better launch. We've got Jason Mansueto in the Falcon Ute taking on Joe Zammit in the VL Commodore side by side at the moment, but I think Mansueto starting to pull away at a 9.79 with a 138 miles an hour to a 10.17 with a 6 at 130 for Zammit in the rocket lane there.
You're always assured of plenty of horsepower on board a Mansueto built Cleveland. I think that's pretty safe to say.
Yeah.
In the Aeroflow lane there, but definitely got to go rounds. So they'll be focusing on that pass and doing a little bit of tuning for the next one. Not that Jason was far off an 080 on the reaction time.
He's been coming to a few of our street meets of late, so he's having a bit of a go. He's added the roll cage to allow the car to satisfy safety requirements to go a little bit quicker.
Certainly. Speaking of going quick, Nathan Cowie there's just left a slight red on the tree, which is fine for a qualifier, but still a 127 60 foot for the little mighty boy, at 9.12 at 146 to Sean Sorbello's 10.27 at 134 in the Commodore.
Next up,
hey, Paul Spatino. Great to see him back out here. It's been quite a while for Paul. He's been rebuilding that Tirana for quite a long time. I know Paul from my time at Rocket Industries over there. So great to see him back out at the track making some passes. Had a little bit of a drama I think the first return that he had a few weeks ago.
Yes.
But it's all back together now. And Jim Denaro in, of course, the Cortina. Denaro Chassis's in the Rocket Lane. Clean launch. 014 on the tree for Jim Denaro. Looks like Paul is going to do some chasing in the Aeroflow lane. And he does get there first. 869 with a 1 at 155 mile per hour. Really nice pass from Spatino there in the 400 cube. Nitrous assisted, I believe, Tirana there.
Next up, we have a pair of Tiranas on the start line. And we've got Emma Adard in the Aeroflow lane. From
Michael Upton in the Rocket Lane as
and
well.
Michael Upton, yeah.
It's LC Tirana Day by the looks of it.
Yes.
We've had several of them.
And they're all 2-doors too.
Yeah.
If only they could predict the future when they chop them up to make them into track cars.
Okay, you wouldn't want to watch a Grey's auction or something like that, would you? When with these things, like original ones going through, and then knowing that you've got one that's just been hacked to pieces in the garage.
You've cut up an original GDR XU1. Yeah.
In saying that, though, Bushy, when these cars get up on the trans brake, or
all that goes out the window.
Yeah, as soon as that light goes green, forget about that. That standard one didn't stop, didn't go around corners either. So,
and it certainly didn't do this.
No, it didn't lift
Wheels
for wheels. Emirata crosses for an 890 with a 350 mile per hour. Really nice pass with the big block Tirana down there. I've missed the Rocket Lane pass, but nonetheless, both clean runs. David Gruber up in the LJ Tirana, so not much different to the LC. To be honest, LIT Consulting. And then we've got Jim Raptis, of course, from Go Logistics. Great to see him out here in the Dodge Dart.
I don't think I've seen Jim in this car. He must have a very nice car collection just quietly.
Absolutely.
This one looking really, really nice as it makes its way down the racetrack. Looks like Gruber's going to get there first, though, Pat. 937 with a 3, 142 to an 11.11 at 142 mile an hour for the Dart. Thank you very much.
There's some assistance happening there in that Dart, I dare say. But I think from memory, a couple of rounds ago, the Dart may have been here, but I don't know whether or not it raced.
Yeah, okay.
But I'm pretty sure I remember speaking to Benny when we were here one morning and we spotted it out the back. I think. Could have been a Sunday, maybe?
I think that just what I like about it is the colour is a little bit different. It's not a black, a red, or a white. You know, I'll say a more typically chosen colour.
Yes, it's very period
but
correct.
it suits that that car, definitely.
Yep.
I think. On track now we have Naomi Dyson in the Pontiac Firebird. 154 light for her on the red side. Looks like it'll be the last pass for Super Sedan here today. In qualifying, 924 with a 0, 147 miles an hour for her.
Pretty tidy pass. We're going to move straight into Super Gas by the looks of things. Nicholas Polito, Roy Romeo, fierce competitors here in Super Gas, of course.
Very much so. This category, of course, running on a 990 fixed index Pro Tree. The competitors are trying to run as close to that 990 as possible. They can go under it and still win, but the competitor has to go under by more. Sometimes we see these cars running well in excess of under that 990 index when they take the throttle stops off. But the whole idea is they'll leave the start line. They'll almost look like they stall or something goes wrong, and then all of a sudden they come back to life. That's the throttle stop. So what they do is they set the throttle stop to limit the ET to 990, but they'll mile an hour at something more representative, sometimes like an 8-second pass.
Yes.
Which makes it harder for the competitor that's flat out running a 9.9.
Exactly.
Because that's a
small margin for error.
Yes.
Not surprised.
Toledo away with a 000 light, Pat.
Yeah, something.
It looks like some issues on the start line for Roy Romeo.
Yeah, I didn't see that there. The lights just dropped then. There was a delay on the... big delay on the tree. Something not quite right with the tree, possibly. It's like there was a... dial your own sort of setup.
So did what? Because Nicholas has dropped.
Nicholas dropped.
And then there was a delay on the
000.
other side.
Yeah, he was right on the money, but the other side it didn't move. The lights didn't flash up, the ambers. And I think also there was some change or something new happening with the Romeo crew as well, because I saw that car at the start line earlier today before the drivers' briefing with our meeting director. Paco was checking out the car and
so like
giving a bit of a
checking
nod.
the staging beams.
Yeah,
or
the
something?
height and the beam,
Yeah,
the
okay.
beam level. So maybe they've moved something around on the front of that car.
Looks like they're.
There we go. We've got the all clear. We're going to try and send Roy again on a solo. So we can see he's staging. He's in full stage now. Yep, tree left okay there.
Works right there. There's the throttle stop.
Certainly a bit of tuning going on as well, because we're not normally seeing some wheelie bar marks left behind on that car either. So I think there's probably a couple of changes on that car recently.
I wonder if there's a little bit more horsey power under the right foot.
Yes, well, it ran at 970 then, so the Romeos are always very, I mean, of course, very familiar with the supergas category, so they know their dialing and their cars are very consistent. So
another man that's very familiar with supergas is Joe Catanzariti.
certainly, beautiful big Firebird down there. He's always at the pointy end of the category. One that I'm not familiar with down here, is that a Anglia or a Cortina?
It's a
Mark 1.
It's a Cortina.
Mark
That's
1 Cortina.
JB that was up here
of course.
last month, giving us a hand in commentary in the afternoon. That's little Mark 1 Cortina and John Summerage.
Shows how long I haven't been here for.
Well, he doesn't race it.
This car.
Doesn't race it that often anymore. 0.18 on the tree for Catanzariti to an 0.37 for Romeo. And Catanzariti takes it 9.96 with a 164 mile an hour to a 10.20 in the other lane at 150 mile an hour for Romeo.
A small little burnout for JB down there in the rocket lane. Smarach obviously getting back into the swing of things. Not that he's been out necessarily for that long, but
he's always around.
yes.
He's always around. The little 302 on board this little Cortina. The big difference in this car is it's manually shifted. So he doesn't have the luxury of being able to say, you know what, I'm going to put the throttle stop in and dial it back. He's got to run off the other car.
He likes doing things the hard way.
Yeah. How else do you want me to say it?
That's
He's doing it the most difficult way you possibly could in competition, where you have to run to a specific time. It's a little bit different when you're out the back door, but doesn't have that luxury here. But the car usually runs around that 10.0 anyway. So you can see
lost
there.
0.14 on the tree. 0.20 for Panetta. It's not far behind.
And a 10.27 with an 8, 131 mile an hour for Summerach there to a 10.01 for the Tirana.
I think one last pass in Supergas. We've got John Cabora. He's coming through in the Cavalier.
I think he's doing a little bit of practice.
So licensing or testing, maybe.
I'm pretty sure this car runs in Pro Stock, but
Yeah,
deciding to come out in Supergas and get a little bit of practice with the Pro Tree.
Fair enough. Of course, the PDRC is joining the track championships next month.
Next month,
say.
yeah.
November 15th and 16th. Round 8 of the Speed Addict Clothing New South Wales Track Championships will be joined by the PDRC, so Professional Drag Racing Championship, which is a recent addition to the NDRC calendar.
Yeah, so looking forward to that. Of course, seeing a lot more professional cars racing here at Sydney Dragway, always a good thing.
Absolutely. Pro Alcohol, I believe.
Yep. Pro
part
Mod.
of that. Pro Mod. Of course, Pro Stock.
Yes. Pro Bike.
Pro Bike. Yep. So quite a few serious national competitors will be involved in that, and basically the PDRC is sort of just trying to split up because our fields are getting quite large when it comes to national competition and the professional categories. So what it's doing is putting a lot of pressure on the sportsman races
Yes.
as well. It's shoving them, it's moving them maybe forward, like Winter Nationals, for example. They're starting proceedings on Wednesdays.
Yes.
But Winter Nationals
in
now,
order to fit the
to
category
get everyone
numbers.
through. That's
Yeah.
right. Bit of a wiggle for Kabura there through the first 60 foot and out towards the 100. He's going to go through for a 752 with a 4 at 156. Tells you that it's certainly not normally a super gas car.
Definitely not. The throttle stop didn't come on.
No, yeah, must have failed. They
Must have failed.
To put it on there.
No, as I said, I'm pretty sure looking to run Pro Stock here next month at Sydney Dragway.
Certainly. George Bukarushliev down there in the Race Max Direct front engine dragster. He's currently leading the modified championship. So he's out here for a few more consistent passes with that little NA LS motor in the dragster. We've got Mark Tanswell down in the front engine dragster with the 205 cubic inch Holden 6. Great to see the diversity in modified, although we've got the same style of race car on the track now. Two very different ways of going about making horsepower.
Very, very different ways. The car for Bukarushliev is extremely well sorted, and that's why we see him at the top of the tree in the point score for this season.
Certainly he's closely followed by Craig Davies, CJ.
Yes.
20 points behind. I had a quick chat to George this morning. I saw him down in the pits. So he's... there is a mathematical possibility that he could wrap up the championship, but
I've given him the curse. That's my...
must have.
That's me.
Maybe we both did. We were just talking up his stocks. But it could also be a bit of a... could also be some rhyme to the reason, or reason to the rhyme, whichever way that phrase goes. With that pass, nonetheless, it's pretty straightforward. The crew know what they're doing, so they'll be back around for the next round of qualifying.
9:46 at 140 mile an hour for Tanswell in the rocket lane there, though, so probably pretty happy with that, I dare say.
Certainly.
Next up, we have Chelsea Smith doing her burnout in the rear engine dragster, taking on CJ Davies in the rocket lane in the Fed Up car. Which I quite like that play on words, because obviously Fed is short for front engine dragster.
That's right. Yeah, I think there's a few meanings that can go behind that. Of course, the play on words is the front engine dragster, but if you're fed up, just go racing. It'll make everything better. It's a good deal. Chelsea Smith here in the aeroflow lane. She's got APM, Lucas Oil, slow traffic control and liquid clothing on board with the program. CJ Davies, sponsored by Shane's Race Engines. Down there, fierce competitor. As I said, CJ is number 2 in the championship standings at the moment, 20 points behind George. There is a mathematical possibility that that George could wrap it up, but CJ is not generally a statistic when it comes to racing out there. He's always right at the pointy end, so I don't believe that will happen this week. All right, Chelsea Smith out there for a 766 with a 1 at 178 mile per hour to an 837 at 158 for Craig Davies. Interestingly, both races leaving a cherry on the tree, so just getting things figured out in qualifying.
Well, I think modified actually qualifies on reaction time, so that's why the drivers are chasing that reaction time. But Chelsea with a fairly big red light there, so I don't know if there was an issue with her trans brake, or she just didn't see the light as well as she normally does, because she's usually very, very good on the Christmas tree. Next up, we're going to see Stephanie Heismans in the Great Western Auto Wreckers T-Bucket Altered, taking on Danielle McCaskill over there in the Mark 1 Welding rear engine dragster. Over 1,000 cubic inches sitting on the start line between those two.
You can almost feel it up here in the box. Nothing like the rumble of a couple of stout big blocks.
found you a nice rear engine dragster last night, Pat.
Oh, did you?
Yeah.
I'm glad, because I've been looking for one, Bushy.
Yeah, I'm sure you have been.
What,
Sure you have
what perhaps did you find for yourself? I mean, for me.
It's yours because you have to pay for it.
Ah,
right?
okay. Yeah, all right. Fair enough.
Yeah,
Yeah.
right.
Well, obviously, I don't have the time to drive it. So, Bushy, would you mind driving? my
No
rear
worries,
engine
mate. No
dragster?
worries. Not promising anything, but we'll see how we go. Heisman's over towards the wall on the hit, but McCaskill 002 on the tree. Out and gone. Runs through for 7:32 with a 182 mile an hour through the finish line to an 8:23 with a 2 at 161 for Heisman's in the airflow lane.
I tell you what, McCaskill's got that. The crew's got that car figured out. 002 on reaction time, which is great for Danielle. But a 1060 foot, and it was still hopping the tyres
Yes.
as well through the 60. So that car is going to be a tricky one to beat today.
Yeah, making some horsepower in that big block.
Good to see Courtney Allen back up here again. It's been quite consistent coming up
Yeah,
for track
it's good to
championships out of
see.
Victoria.
All the way from Croydon in Victoria. So good big toe up for the team here this weekend, taking on Alison Stewart in the Rocket Lane. Running for LA Lubricants at Jeff's Racing, Scorpion Racewear, Denaro Chassis, Crackling Pipes Photography. Of course, Alison switching back to a front engine, away from a front engine drag, so that she drove for Welch Family Racing. Now back under the guise of Jeff's Racing. He had a car, sold it, decided that he wasn't going to race anymore. Then an opportunity came up to purchase this one at the right price. Couldn't help himself.
It's funny how those things happen.
Yeah, the bug well and truly bitten.
Certainly.
Stewart just sitting in pre-stage, just waiting on Courtney to move up now. Big old set of tyres on the back of Courtney's car.
There's not a small chunk of rubber back there.
Stewart away with an 030 red light. Courtney with a 136. Stewart will get there first. 773 with a 5, 170 mile an hour to an 828 with a 0, 157 for Allen in the airflow lane.
Pretty representative of the potential of a long wheelbase rear engine dragster versus a T-bucket, effectively.
Strong burnout for Mark Bull in the Spitzer dragster in the Rocket Lane. Taking on Lou Capinato and the Platinum powder coating Bantam Altered. Now this machine, 648 cubes of big block Chev.
What's going to be interesting is the comparison, as I just alluded to with the last pairing. You've got a rear engine long wheelbase dragster, which generally has the advantage traction-wise due to the wheelbase and whatnot, and then the big old tyres and a lot of horsepower in the Altered. So it's always going to be interesting to see which one is going to come out on top, because we've only got 388 cubes to 648.
Yes, there's not much to compare, really, is there,
No,
between
there's
the
no.
two?
I mean, they've both got 8 cylinders, I guess, and
Yes.
4 tyres.
Yep, and slicks on the back.
Yeah, they're all in different spots. The engine's at the front in one, the engine's at the back in the other.
We've seen this altered into the 6-second zone regularly, 60 footing, sub 1 second.
Yeah, it's a well-sorted package.
All right, Bull into pre-stage, as is Capinato. Full stage now. Tree will count down. 056 to an 025 red for Bull. Capinato moving around a little bit over towards the centre line at the finish line. A 693 with a 5, 194 miles an hour at the top end to a 786 with a 9 at 168 for the dragster.
There you go, mate. As we always know, horsepower is the solution for everything.
Yes. You got problems? More horsepower.
More horsepower. That's
Some might argue that more horsepower is more problems, but
that's just, yeah. You don't need that kind of negativity in your life, mate. Don't worry about those people. All good. We're going to go up for our next pairing. Paul Linnett in the T-Bucket 434 Chev on board. And we've got Bob Sinclair. Craig's Automatics back, the front engine dragster with a little bit more Holden power. JZ Heads, APM, Advanced Performance Machining, and BHS Excavations contributing to that program. This is another big RPM screamer on board with Bob Sinclair down here, the Holden 6. Gets away with the wheels in the air for Sinclair. Paul Linnett's going to lead the way at 004 reaction time. Great effort there for the altered driver. It's going to cross at 757 at 173 mile per hour. Bob Sinclair 845 with a 4 at 154 miles per hour.
all right, Pat, I'm going to hand over to Les Binkhorst. Looks like we're changing categories. We're going to get into top sportsman.
Sportsman, yep.
And I'll be back with you a little bit later this morning on the mic. Enjoy.
Thank you very much, Bushy. Yes, we're into top sportsman here, and that is probably one of the most stout burnouts that I've seen in quite a while. Steve down there from Shift Right in his Maloo. It's got a big turbo LS combination on board. I dare say Steve's out here taking advantage of the track time before Grudge Kings, possibly next week. And we've got Tony Huysmans in the Camaro, who is, of course, a regular sportsman competitor down there in the Rocket Lane.
Well, action's been thick and fast. I see Bob Sinclair, haven't seen him around for yonks. He had a bit of a rest from drag racing, Bob Sinclair. Yeah, usually, and his crew used to come dressed up in tutus, you know, like ballet tutus. A crazy bunch of blokes, but geez, they love their racing. Good to see him back, and I see accompanying Dave Gruber in Super Sedan. Top Fuel Tony Galea was there as well, so good to see Toppy out here assisting. He never drove a car, but we call him Top Fuel Tony because that's all he ever used to talk about.
Yeah, fair enough.
Yeah. So
well, you got to be keen on something.
Yeah. Well, there's still, you know, he's got the drag racing blood in the veins, and he'll always be there. I was just going to say I haven't seen what's his name, Joe
Sorbello.
Sorbello, I haven't seen.
It wouldn't be Sydney Dragway without Joe Sorbello.
No, that's right. Gee, look at. There must be something coming out of that. No, I know.
Yeah, it was a bit of a delay. I think it might have been a bit of condensation or something like that underneath McAuliffe's Maloo down there. But looks like the track crew's not super worried about it. They might hold him.
No,
they're unhappy about it. So we'll get him back and make sure that no major issues are going to pop up, because we'd rather not have an accident, B, a component failure, or C, the following competitor be disadvantaged by some sort of leak. Doesn't really matter, you know, what it is. We're sure the crew's going to get it fixed up, and no one means to have a drama on the start line.
No.
But yeah, we certainly don't need to make anyone's life harder than it needs to be. So nonetheless, we'll bring Tony Huysmans in and send him on a solo pass. He's had enough time sitting there in the Camaro. Brings that up onto the two-step.
Whoa, gee, hoik that front wheel up. Gee, that's a nice straight run.
Yeah, pulled all sorts of shapes coming off the start line there, but crosses through for an 815 with a 7 at 171 mile per hour.
Yeah, that's really hauling the goods home. That's got out of the line. 027 reaction time, not too bad either, Pat.
Certainly, especially when you get a bit of interruption on the start line there. You know, there's nothing.
That's right.
You can sort of just get you out of your rhythm. You know, your start line procedure's been interrupted, and it can be an issue. But experience always shines through in adverse conditions.
You did. You know, that's probably why he came back and then restaged as if he was restaging for the first time.
Hit the reset button on the side of the helmet.
And then away.
That's it.
feels, yeah, well, he should be good, pretty happy with those times.
Yep.
That was a really good effort. All right, we're just cleaning up there. Gee, there's some noisy cars around there. Must be something under. Oh, yeah.
Noisy cars at a drag strip,
Yeah.
Liz?
Yes, that, is that,
ridiculous.
what do you call it, a redundant statement?
Yeah. All good. All right, we've got Joe Gattalari in the VL Commodore. No stranger to Sydney Dragway here, the Gattalari Racing crew.
No.
Cost Constructions on board, ASV Contractors, Motor Oil Shop, K Kumar Group. Out of Fiji, lending their help to the program for the Gattalaris. Joe Sorbello, as always, slingshot converters on board with Jenkins Performance Engines with the little Datsun Skyline supercharged LS.
Yeah, up out to 388 cubic inches, so it's a good good size, and he must know every bit of this track, and I mean every bit of it, because he's been here a lot, but he loves his drag race. He gets out with a 0.56 reaction time. Joe Gattalari there, just a little bit quicker, 0.006 on the red side, but he'll hold that lead and get there first. He runs at 8.59 at 158 and 9.10 at 150 for Joe Sorbello. He's an 0.56 for Joe. That's not. That's pretty good with
That's
your
not sleeping.
Yeah, halfway there. That was the car down there, that Corey Brothers.
Corey Brothers Tirana, yeah, getting very quite a bit of lock on for young Jaden down there in the Tirana in the burnout. We'll see how that translates to the launch on this car. Leo Georges, of course. The familiar panel van. Big purge of the nitrous for Curry in the rocket lane.
Yeah, huge. In the US, they hold the button there and just have a look around, and the sky fills with all this bloody nitrous.
I think a lot of it's got to do with, as you know, there's an ideal pressure for the bottle for it to deliver the metered amount of nitrous into the engine. As we just watch this pass, Leo George is moving around pretty wild off the line there, and Jaden Curry not. Seems like the car maybe didn't come up properly on the two-step. It's not been real happy on the launch. We'll see if it still has fire in the pipes. I'm not sure. He looks like he might be coming to a stop.
Yeah.
But the nitrous bottles, they have an ideal pressure. It's somewhere sort of around 900 to 1,000 psi in the bottle,
right?
Thereabouts, and you can buy, of course, bottle warmers that have a thermostat in them, and you get that hooked up, and it's all very high tech. But quite a few good old boys in the States, and probably not unfamiliar with it here as well, might just have a bit of a propane torch that heats that bottle up, and they'll have a gauge on the dash that says, "Oh, we've got 1,350 psi. That's too much." So they'll purge it to bring it back down, and that's the reason for the purge.
Ah, right, okay. Well, mate, where we are in Tennessee there, they're heating up the bottles, probably the little mini distillery in the back.
Yeah. That's right. Yep, just move the burner over from the still. All right, Josh Boshkovich, the well-known XA coupe down here. It is a clutch-shifted Lenco on board. Alan Vella in the Ford Capri, the 450 Cube Windsor. And that tidy little Capri down there.
Yeah, there was a guy racing a sedan here that was had a Windsor, it was 440, but 450.
That's out there for a Windsor block, for sure.
Yeah, I don't know if it's a genuine iron block, but see, on the other side, you've got Josh Boscovich with that Fontana 427. Beautiful looking engine.
Yes.
It's 427. It's an old school type engine, but he's looked after it pretty well.
It's a big theme, really, for the Boscovich, isn't it? Looks,
style,
a little bit old school.
The
manually shifted transmission, nitrous on board. There's a little dry hop there to set the clutch, which is pretty common. It's always a wild ride when Josh is throwing gears in that big hard top.
Yeah, well, he's got every meeting. He's got his hands full with his, with the kids in junior and stuff like that.
Yeah.
He's always running around.
There she goes.
There we go.
Big wheel stand for Boscovich in the XA. Very clean launch for Vela in the aeroflow lane. Looks like Josh might have buttoned off on that pass, but Vela goes through for an 8.54 at 1.55. Great pass for the
not bad, is it?
Pre down there, yeah.
Very good.
80 at 80 mile per hour means that something's not 100% for the Bosco. Josh is a pretty seasoned campaigner. He will just know that things aren't 100% right on that pass and button off towards the back half, because why burn the fuel, I guess?
Yeah, well, his opponent that had a reaction time of 1.6, so he probably saw Josh leave the line and thought, oh, he's going to come over here.
That's right.
Back off, yeah.
He was admiring
the
spectacle that is Josh Boscovich. All right, next pairing up, we've got Simon Bradbury in the Commodore Ute. It's got a 406 Chev on board with some chemical supercharging, thanks to a nitrous bottle in the back there. And Daniel Jones in the Rocket Lane in the little Chevy Cobalt. A 565 cubic inch of ex-Pro Stock goodness. I dare say is out here testing for Pro Stock.
Yeah, he's up against Simon Bradbury. Simon used to own the Flying Carrot, the car of Leo Georges. He used to own it and then sold it to Leo, and he's been working on this. Simon's a young fella. Actually, his wife is one of Leo's daughters.
Oh, there you go.
So it's a real intertwine. But his dad's down there.
Mm-hmm.
Paul Bradbury, standing over here to the left.
Yep.
And he's been into drag racing. I first met him in 1969, and he had a HR Ute at Castlereagh. Oh, look at Daniel Jones go. I tell you what, Simon's not doing too bad either.
No, not at all. Really straight pass for Simon Bradbury. A little bit slow on the reaction time, but that's okay.
Yeah.
First qualifier of the day.
Yep.
We have had something come off the Jones car in the Rocket Lane, so the track crew's just going to go down and grab that. Didn't look like anything too extreme because the car's gotten down there just fine. Could be maybe
wow.
heat shield or something. That's all good. Really nice pass. And we've got Chris Ferrugia down here in the Firebird, 632 cubic inch. Big block Chevy. You can hear the thunder.
Yeah, done it. They thump. Oh, there's Toppy there.
He is. Gone mowing on board with the Ferrugia effort here. Westfold Electrical and his dad. One of the most valuable sponsors that you'll ever have is the family. Bring Chris back into his stage. All right. Crew's got him where he needs to be. Got him lined up. You'll clear the throttle. All right, we'll bring Chris forward into stage. I believe that will be the last pairing for Top Sportsman, but we've got a couple more in the tunnel by the looks of things. Not a bad light for Chris, 074. The car definitely wanting to hunt the centre line there, so just getting out of it. And that will be the last pass of the Top Sportsman category. Before we get into Extreme Bike, we've got our competitors coming through into the burnout box. You can see Dan as a party down there in the aeroflow lane. It wouldn't be Sydney Track Championships or just really a drag meeting without an as a party involved motorcycle somewhere.
Yeah, it's been a little while. Probably about. I wasn't here for 3 meetings, but before that, I see Leonard down at the start line there.
Yep.
I haven't seen him on a bike for a little while, but
no.
he might. Well, he's obviously not racing here today.
No, I think he had. He might have had the leg over a couple of meetings ago.
Yeah.
But he certainly had his hands full doing a lot of tuning and building.
Yep.
Ryan Franks here in the Rocket Lanes also running under the As a Party banner.
Yep.
So yeah, Leonard's certainly got his hands full. It's also, I believe, for the representative in NDRC for the category. From an official point of view.
It's a very interesting but very quick class of motorcycle. Oh, Diane's just snuck out there in front for a short while, but Ryan Franks, their big top end, look at that, an 808 at 190.97, and for Diane, an 865 with a 5. Wow.
Tree buggy out here on the Hayabusa in
she's
in
got
the Aeroflow lane.
She had, she had a smaller bike before. Well, I think it was a little 600 Cherry, and she's from that lovely little town of Bungendore, just, I think it's about 30 kilometres out from Queanbeyan. Beautiful.
Yes, down your way?
Yeah. Yeah, down south in the southern tablelands.
Certainly, Brendan Miglianico is always at the pointy end of the field down here with plenty of horsepower on board. He's straddling the centre line there. An 0.95 reaction time, so Miglianico is on it. And just like his sponsorship, Full Send Racing, he has sent it 9.36, 124. So a big back off at the big end there. 13.99 at 59. So Cherie's combination not playing ball either, unfortunately.
Oh, might take a few tweaks, eh?
Yeah, that's, it is what it is.
Yeah, well, she may not be used to, she's gone up in bike size by double.
Yes.
And but anyway, they'll get the handle on it. Mike Lawson from Dragway, New South Wales in the Aeroflow lane in the Hayabusa, 1300 cc's, up against Brant Gilliver. In the Suzuki GSXR 1395. 061 reaction time for Gilliver and an 066 for Lawson. So this is just a side-by-side race. Look at that, an 834 for Lawson at 168 and an 8409 at 166.17 miles an hour.
Great pass there.
Wasn't that a good pass?
And a violent short track from Gilliver in the rocket lane as well. We've got backfires on the shift, lifting the front wheel, bit of wheel spin. It was all happening.
Gee whiz.
Down there, so good to see.
What have we got here, Rob Campese? This must be an old boys revival.
Yeah, Rob Campese, he'll be getting a bit of testing in for Grudge Kings.
Yes,
he's always been a
sure
supporter of that combination, but all of the horsepower involved with the Campese Mustang, and then of course we've got Anthony Bull with the supercharged. No mistaking the sound of a blown Ford engine down there in the BA Falcon.
Well, the Bulls there, the Bull stroke Ford family.
Yep.
They all drive Fords.
Yes.
And which is, like it shows it's their dedication to one particular mark. But both astounding looking cars. But I haven't seen this one of Campese. I may have seen it once or twice, probably at a meeting like this for testing.
Yep.
But I'm not really familiar with the shape. I expected to see a Cortina.
Yeah.
When he came out, but
it's a late model Mustang.
Is it?
Is the body style, but Pro Mod chassis sort of set up there. So
right.
So he'll run in Pro Mod. I don't think it qualifies for Factory Extreme. I think it's just Pro Mod normally on this one. But
it's got that nice shape, hasn't it?
Yeah.
It's, when you have a look at Anthony Bull's car, it looks just like a sedan with a parachute. And
Bull's cars, very much based off the original body style.
Yeah.
Campese's, for lack of a better term, it's basically a styled panel draped over a chassis.
Well, I spoke to him once in the pits very pleasant. It's not big-headed or anything. Anthony Bull's gone with an
017 reaction
017.
time. Ooh.
He comes. Look at Rob Campese. Oh, he's got the picks out, all the shoots out the laundry. A 6:58 at 157. A 6:58 at 157.
157 mile per hour.
So when he took it off there, gee whiz.
Gives you a good indication of the sort of horsepower that's involved. We're heading towards 4,000 horsepower, I believe, potential.
Yep.
With the combination that they're running in those cars. So, yeah, but I dare say Rob had a whole bunch of left-hand steering lock on, but the car just wanted to head towards the 1,000-foot marker.
Mm-hmm.
So, he's pulled the chutes early, which is always the smart option.
Yep.
Especially when we're in qualifying here and effectively testing for these guys.
Yep. For sure. He's a very good peddler. Every time I've seen him run, I've really enjoyed watching him race. And with this one here, yes, it's probably a bit awkward just off the line there. But boy, once got the head of steam, there's no stopping him except those parachutes he deployed.
Exactly right. We've got another one, another similar competitor here. We've got Greg Sakaridis coming up in another Pro Mod Mustang in Aeroflow Lane. We've got Greg Mauler, as is effectively known. The Ice Group CV Performance. You can see Con Elfies down there on the radio. Vic on the left-hand side of the track.
Yeah.
Brothers are no strangers to the 400-metre blacktop out here at Sydney Dragway.
Oh, doesn't that sound sweet? Oh, gee, I tell you,
Alan Johnson.
Chris Denny.
Yeah, Chris Denny's got that spicy little 305 small block in the front engine dragster.
Gee, I haven't seen this guy around much.
Yeah, certainly.
That's I guess the price you pay for living 300 kilometres away.
Yeah.
You're not up with the action all the time. I try and get up here on particularly on a Wednesday for the race for real. I like watching there was a little Mazda RX2, but it was a 4-door, RX3 with a 4-door.
Yep.
And it had Venetian blinds and then, ran 9s.
Yep.
For street.
Yeah, you can't.
Couldn't believe it.
Yeah, you can't make an assumption on anything that turns up at the Dragway. That's for sure. Unless you can physically see what's under the bonnet or sticking out of the bonnet.
Yeah.
In some cases.
Yeah.
You just can't assume, especially turbo technology these days.
Oh,
I mean, normally this car of Sakaridis here in the Aeroflow lane.
Yeah.
You wind the clock back 15 years ago, and that every day of the week would have a blower hanging out of the top of it.
Yeah.
There's no doubt about it. But now it's got two big old turbos sitting down in the back of what effectively would be the quarter panel.
Yeah.
To bring the weight back closer to the driver behind the front axle. And it's just going to make so much horsepower. I mean, of course, you know that this is a dedicated race car, so you know it's going to be fast.
Yeah.
But, previously you might think, it's like a pro stock or a naturally aspirated thing under the bonnet or something. There's nothing sticking out of it.
No, that's a good thing with turbos, isn't it? I mean, it gets rid of all that bulk.
Yep.
And, it's very slippery and boy, gee, do they go.
Oh, yeah.
There goes the dragster.
No shortage of horsepower.
Sakaridis just waiting there for a clear lane. Oh, look, nice lube. No, he's sort of, yes, that is a dead horse he's flogging.
Yeah.
It's the chutes come out, and I don't think he stuck it into it for too long. Anyway, Chris Denny runs 772 with the 3 at 175. And I didn't see the one for Sakaridis.
I only saw a 1.0 in the 60-foot for Sakaridis, which is probably about when the chute came out. So
yeah,
not a representative pass there. No. I don't think. I mean, that car, it just dropped one chute as well. That should have two chutes. I dare say. So that's probably just a bit of a mishap on that first one. But the guys will still get some data off that with the launch.
A
1.060 is not terrible for a pro mod, but certainly want that time to start with a 0 and then maybe a 9 when you're in competition.
Okay, we've got a couple of more supercharged outlaws here. Toby Austin in the Aeroflow lane from Walls End in New South Wales, just up Newcastle Way. And Brittany Olive. It's good to see Brittany. She'll have that neat dragster. Very, very nice. Green dragster there, rear engine. There's a lot of detail gone in. A lot of detail gone into that. They've spent a lot of time at with chrome and tizzy bits, but boy, she's a good pedal. Very, very capable. Toby Austin there with a really nice burnout. A BAE, Brad Anderson engineered. I think they're out of Texas. I think so. Brad Anderson, 521 cubic inch. Peter Lay Custom Imports, sponsored by. So Peter there up. I think I'll get him to bring my car back because everybody says, like he's no nonsense.
Yep.
All the paper. Well, you don't have to worry about a thing with Peter Lay up there on the Gold Coast.
Certainly.
Brittany Olive from Sylvania Waters here. Urahira dragster, Hemi 541, also sponsored by MJ Mobile Mechanics. Now, she's one to watch. Very, very capable, as I mentioned earlier.
A lot of knowledge on board with the team there as well, of course, the dad, Brett.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, Shane Olive.
Shane Olive, yeah.
Down there, he's standing at the front of the car. So plenty of experience. He's been steering a top fuel dragster lately. So he's no stranger to speed. Plenty of funny car experience there too. Interesting, I haven't seen Toby Austin out here in this one recently.
No, the name's familiar, but was he part of the touring? No, it's not a nitro car, so that answers that question.
No, but he may be out testing for the PRC as well. 157 reaction time with a 117.60 for Brittany Olive.
Wow, look at Toby Austin. Look at this thing go.
Toby Austin,
gee whiz,
certainly buttoning off around half
track.
Yeah,
look at that, a 695 with a 153 for Toby and a 673 at 210 for Brittany Olive. She got out of the line, held that, it slightly veered over towards the wall, but very graciously steered it back into the centre lane, and it went from there. It went as straight as an arrow. So good run by both those opponents there. Oh, look at that! Yeah, that is sleek.
Pretty nice looking car, isn't it? A Campese Mustang.
Yes.
And not shy on horsepower.
Good.
All right, very good. And I think that will be. Yeah, no, we should still have another one in supercharged.
Yeah.
Or boosted outlaws, I should say. NASA Matter coming up in the Chevy. It's a wild looking car, this one.
Chevrolet, yeah.
And then we've got...
Nido.
I'm not sure who's driving the ute down here in the rocket lane, but it used to be Jerry's car. I don't know if he still owns it.
Wow.
Yeah, that Chevy's a beautiful looking thing.
Oh, yeah.
From Matter down there. The A-Civil crew always turning up with brilliantly presented vehicles. And don't sleep on the potential of this ute here. It's been around for a very long time. CV guys have been looking after it. Jerry Sarafoglu used to own it. I think he may still. I haven't seen him. I didn't catch it. We don't have the name on our screen up here, but yeah, big turbo, sort of wild combination, really.
Yeah, if it was anything like the one I was thinking of, which was just all blue.
Yep.
It's probably the same one, is it?
Yeah, I think it was originally. I think this car was orange.
Oh, was it?
A long time ago.
A long time,
I'm talking probably 15 years ago.
Oh, wow.
It was orange with a bit of the tribal sort of style, and then it changed to blue, but I can't remember if it started as the way it's presented right now with the tribal graphics, but yeah, certainly always big combination. Was originally LS powered, I think, from memory.
Yep.
I'm not sure if the running gear is still the same, but yeah, it's definitely been through a few variations. And no doubt we'll be testing full Grudge Kings again.
No, it's that. I'm just trying to think of who I'm thinking of. It wasn't. Is it Craig Bennett? I don't know.
What you're talking about.
I'd have to get someone else, someone like Bushy or something like that. That's a resident of the area. Bloke nearly lost his shoe there. That shows you how much grip there. But that Chevy is beautiful.
It's fantastic.
He's off.
Big wiggle, and wanted to chalk the tyres in the short track, so just backing off there. NASA making the right choice for the first qualifier of the day.
Yes, look at this thing. A little pickup at about half track. Look at it go.
Yeah, it's going to run it out the back door for a pretty clean pass there for the Utes. 7:33 with a 1 at 191 mile per hour, which is heading in the right direction for the crew by the looks of things. Maybe a little bit, you don't want to cast any aspersions on it, but maybe a little bit lazy out of the hole for that one. But that could just be the tune-up for their first pass of the day.
Yep.
Let's just get a banker in and get some data off the car.
Wow.
So
that's the quickest. I think, that Extreme bike went 190 miles an hour, and this one went 191. So, quickest vehicle here today, quickest machine.
Oh, no, we had Brittany Olive.
Brittany Olive too, yeah. Yes, of course.
But
I missed that.
That's all right. Okay.
That was the guy that came in, was Top Fuel Tony. That was the guy that I was explaining you for, Tony Galea.
That's him. All right, we've got Sean Leafting out here, Supercharged Outlaw class, but running in the Boosted Outlaw category today. He's got the T-Bucket. Of course, we should be familiar with the Leafting name. We're always seeing them out here with a fleet of junior dragsters, but of course, here's Sean.
Gee, that's a sharp-looking machine too.
Great-looking car. Nice combination. Speedflow products, of course, on board with the Leafting family. The Noonan 465.
Oh, gee,
engine, so a beautiful bit of gear.
They've hit the big time in the US.
Yes, certainly have.
They got all the Noonan gear and things like that. But they cater, the Noonan, they cater for a lot for the turbo cars and
a lot of turbo
Pro
cars,
mods,
481X style sort of engines. They have a billet LS based block now as well. It's obviously allowing a few more cubes and Siamese bores and all that sort of thing. So.
Yeah, well that's it, isn't it? When you get these like a Noonan block, everything centres around the bore spacing.
Bore spacing, yep.
And then they increase it so you can get fatter material around the bores and things like that. Because when you're mucking around with turbos, I've seen them split in half. Only on a Nissan, but only on a Nissan. But gee whiz, that really woke me up.
Bit of a wiggle off the line, but an 067
Sean,
106 60 foot. He's run it down basically to just shy of the 1320 foot marker. I think a 677 with an 177 mile per hour. Put him into third as far as qualifying numbers are concerned for Boosted Outlaws today.
Gee, this is the biggest field I've ever seen.
There's definitely a few extras in there which slotting their cars in using the track time.
Here's another one. Look, Blaine Bull.
Yep. That'll bring us back around to... Yeah, that's right. Surprise, surprise.
Yeah, I was...
driven by a bull.
Yeah.
That is bringing us back around to Go Logistics Super Street.
Yeah.
So for second qualifier. But of course, as we mentioned, Blaine Bull in the XD Falcon down there, a tidy street car, and Chris Zammett in the VT Commodore.
Oh, yeah. Chris Zammett...
had a bit of a
Don
stumble.
Is it Don Zammett the father?
I believe
I
so,
think so,
but I don't want to speak incorrectly.
Mate, I live 300 kilometres there. I'll stick my end. 300 kilometres.
Not a worry.
But Blaine Bull from Bangor.
He had a nice pass last time.
Whiz, yeah.
Bit of a hop, skip, and a shuffle off the line, but 061 reaction time. Looks like Chris got back on the money, 026 with
he
on the
has
tree
too.
there. Blaine's going to cross through for an 11.07 at 120, at 12.21 at 111 mile per hour for Chris in the Rocket Lane. So a little bit of an improvement there compared to earlier in the day.
Yeah, well, Chris there, an 0.26 reaction time. That'll augur well for eliminations later on in the program.
Certainly. Next pairing, Corey Stutchbury in the VX Commodore. He's got PSC Racing, Power Plus New South Wales, Shorty's Engine and Dialed In Automotive on board with that nitrous-powered LS combination. He's got Dave Morton for company in the Rocket Lane. Will be close at the stripe. Looks like Stutchbury might just get there, and he does. 10.75 with a 6 at 125 to a 10.82 with an 8 at 127. Great pairing there. Nitrous-assisted 5.7 litre LS to a supercharged LSA 6.2 litre in the HSV.
Sammy Jo Johnson had got to the stripe first in her original, or a first flirt, but Guy Greenland in that supercharged. It'll come on about now. Or he might know. Sammy Jo might know. Guy Greenland gets there first. 11.41 at 124 and 11.81 at 114 over here in the Aeroflow lane.
Got the other Stutchbury back out here, Brett, who's been a regular competitor here in Super Street. And also, I believe, if I remember correctly, I saw he ran a PB on Wednesday night, actually, in this car in a 950 range.
Right.
I think. So it's a turbo LS combination.
Right.
So it definitely has the ability to turn the wick up if need be.
Yep.
But, running a PB and then coming and making consistent passes, in your bracket is two different things.
Yeah. Yes, certainly is. People say, all that you have to do in drag racing is point down there and hit the loud pedal. Well,
yeah, that's it.
Sorry, mate, I've got news for you, and it's all bad. It's a bit more complicated than that, as we see Brett Stutchbury. Look at that, 008.
Very nice reaction time. Brian Addising's no stranger to a good reaction time, but he's bit a little bit more off than you could chew on that one, but that's okay.
10.33 at 135. And
12.48.
12.48. There you go. This is a little Audi here from Varillas, from Strathford. Oh, it's got a Ford Falcon Clevo, but it ain't. It's not anything in disguise, or they've changed their the model branding. Up against Adam Bowers. Now, Adam's a pretty tough competitor. As you can see, an 063 light, and loves racing. His HQ there. It's a goer too.
Yeah, he's been really good on the tree with his HQ since he's brought it back out. He's campaigning, I think, a red Commodore there for a little while.
Now,
back to it.
Very, how often do you see, except for if you're in Europe or Germany, how often do you see two Audis here
at a track championship?
At a track championship,
pretty rare, but I've got a feeling maybe
we
a
welcome
bit more often.
It doesn't matter what you got. I don't care if it's a Honda Zot.
Exactly.
But it's good to see them, the participation here. You watch this EJ, folks. EJ.
Yep. You've got Braden Stewartson's out on the reaction time, 1.760 foot in the Audi, but...
the Audi, yes, it did get there first.
Oh, it didn't quite get there first, but definitely the lower ET. Braden Stewartson, 11.95 to a 10.90 for the EJ.
That 10.90.
Yeah, I dare say certainly probably some turbocharging action
sure.
happening there with the Holden 202. Yeah. So good to see Camilo De Maria. There's a bit of a family affair here today. We've got Camilo De Maria in the EJ.
Yeah.
We've got Sal De Maria in the LJ.
Oh, I wonder what's going on here.
I think it did a one-wheel peel. I can see it might have been turning the tyre pretty hard on the right-hand side there. It's run through for a 12.84 with a 5 at 121. Dennis Matisic, of course, 10.73, 125 in the Camaro, so clean pass from him. But the little LJ Tirana didn't get to run last time because it had a bit of a leak.
Oh, rightio.
So that's the first pass down the road for Sal De Maria. So we've got 3 De Marias here today. We've got the EJ, the Tirana, and then the Junior.
Oh, of course, the Junior.
Yep.
Oh, that
Matisic in the The other Matasik Camaro has got out an 065 reaction time, 1:5.60. He crossed for a 10:72, 1:24. And Mark Elborn in the drag ute, 12:56 with a 9 at 1:05.
Yeah, it's got here 4.2. It's 253.
That's correct.
Well, 253s when they first started supercars out, the 253s used to be in the next class down.
Yes.
That like the junior of the supercars, they were all running 253s, and I didn't realise till about like 5 years that I found out that they were a 253. But anyway, Bruce Ritchie, he's back out again. Oh, look at this, a big Chevy showdown.
Yes, absolutely. I was going to say some Chev on Chev crime out here, but
yeah, yeah. They started. I was. Bruce is out there with a 158. 168 and an 051 for his opponent there. Mitch Gregory. Greyhound will get there first. Bruce Ritchie, 1077 at 126 and an 1151 at 118 for Mitchell Gregory over there in the Rocket Lane.
What body would they call that? Would it be like a B body or
a
B body?
B body, yeah.
So they're looking for B body bragging rights.
Yeah.
The line on that's led to two red lights, but that's okay.
But they're B body. It's like Chrysler. They've got half. They own half the alphabet with theirs, but with some way out bodies that they only made about like 100 cars or something out of the like a G body.
Yep.
Or something like that, but
Chrysler sort of always has been and still continues to be. If you think about Dodge, let's just give it a go, sort of manufacturer, right?
Yeah,
it's like even now you can buy it. You've got the Ram TRX with a bloody 707 horsepower engine out of the factory, and then they're just looking for whatever they can jam that engine into. Like why not?
Yeah, exactly. I missed those.
Yeah,
but,
unfortunately we missed those passes, but that was the A-Civil. Sorry, that was the SLR 5000, and then the little rat style Zoop. But next pairing, Con Uranios in the VE Commodore, and we've got Zig Zielkowski, in the VE Commodore Ute. Back out here. Zeke actually, I remember, maybe not last track championships, but the one previously, actually made some really good passes in qualifying in a couple of rounds, and then got pipped, I think, before heading towards the pointy end of the round. So,
all right.
Yeah, we'll see what he can't do today. 12.13 with a 3 at 113 mile per hour to Uranios with a 12.84 with a 9 at 109.
Okay, well, they've got a sprinkling of different cars that I haven't seen before. Mark Hopkins now from Wattle Grove in the Aeroflow Lane LX Tirana. 312 cubic inch. David Matasevic from Bringelly. That's where they are. One of them's got to be the mayor of Bringelly. There's plenty of them out there. One's got to be the mayor.
Well, I mean, it's going to change very soon, but traditionally there was probably about 8 houses in Bringelly. I think they're all huge properties.
Yeah.
But it's definitely changed these days. We've got the airport just about to open up around the corner.
They've landed a plane there the other day.
Clean pass for both there. Matasevic getting there first with a low 10. Both cars running in the 10s.
10.99 for the little Tirana, the 312 Tirana over here. Oh, here's the...
is the XW Wagoon?
Yeah, there's one for sale. It's in Just Cars or something like that, but it's immaculate, and it doesn't have the original engine in it. It might have a Coyote or something in it, but it's beautiful.
Don't tell me that, Les. I'm a big fan of those cars. Well, don't tell my wife that, actually.
Oh, rightio. Oh, you too.
Yeah, I'll just have to keep driving home, mate. I'll meet you in Canberra.
Yeah, but
yeah, that's right, Bushy. If I buy that wagon, I'll have to sleep in it. That's right. So,
it'd be parked outside. Oh, who's that bloke that I see stepping out of the car every morning?
Oh, no, I'm just an early riser.
Yeah, that's just been for a run.
All right, I'm going to throw back over to Bushy for a bit more commentary.
Yeah.
And I will be back later on.
Oh, good on you, Patrick. Beauty. We see that pretty quick ute. Late model. It's good to see the late model stuff getting out and mixing it with, there's not too many cars anymore. Well, it's they're still around, but the traditional Chev 350 doesn't seem to be around. Everything's LS. So LS1, even though it is around 345 cubic inches, I think, it's just not, that looks completely different than a 350, and, you know, they had a lot of success, but they stopped making in the US, they stopped making LS motors in 2014. So, but in that time, there's probably about 10 million of them.
Yeah, there's quite ample supply.
Yes.
At present, there's ample supply. And, of course, you can buy the aftermarket billet stuff too if you want to run 400-pounder boost and make it survive.
Yes.
But, you know, definitely a factory engine that's open to so much punishment, really, you know, what we see in terms of, you know, drag racing and, of course, what happens on the burnout pad here at Sydney Dragway.
Yeah.
You know, and so adaptive, you know, whether you're running just the NA, whether you're running nitrous through it, whether you're running some form of boost, they just seem to
just respond, don't they?
Respond to whatever gets thrown at them.
They're very, case in point, Booker Resliev, George Booker's car there. I see that, you know, he's not here. I think he's over there.
No, he's here.
He's here?
Yeah, no, he's here.
Oh, beauty. Oh, I like watching that car go because it's a front engine dragster. That's what I like about it.
Exactly right. Looks like we're about to get underway with the Western Weekender Junior Dragster, their second qualifying run of this morning. They'll do 3 qualifying runs, all of our categories today, and then hopefully be able to get a dial in that is well suited to eliminations, and then they'll be handicapped from then on, moving into eliminations, Les.
Yeah, that was it. And we were just watching the Go Logistics Super Street class go down previously. So now it's the turn of the Western Weekender, that great little newspaper you get down here or out west. It's really neat. I grabbed one last time, as I was saying to young Patrick. And
all right, our first competitors, a pair of AA junior dragsters on the start line. Tegan Smith in the Aeroflow lane, running for APM and Power Cruise. In beside, Chloe Rako, racing for her mum and dad. Also in the AA junior dragster. If you missed what we said before, AA junior dragster, a new category introduced recently from IHRA, allowing the racers to run to a 760 index or restriction, as opposed to a 790 in qualifying. So what this will allow is the cars to run a little bit quicker. They are limited to 89, we'll call it 90 mile an hour.
90 mile
just
an hour.
under 90 mile an hour is what they're limited to.
Yeah.
Pat was doing a little bit of research on the Google when you and I were commentating before.
Yeah.
In the US, just out of interest, they have a, what was it called, Junior Dragster, Junior Comp. Over the 8th, they run 690 and are limited to 109 miles an hour. Wow. So just out of interest, that's 170 kilometres an hour. That little single cylinder, I reckon it'd be pretty tired by the time it got to the end of the 8th.
Wow.
And a 775 with an 882 mile an hour for Smith in the Aeroflow lane there, to a 778 with a 683 mile an hour for Rako in the Rocket lane. So both those races taking advantage of the quicker ET that's allowed.
Yep. Oh, wow, that's...
I'd love to know how many runs you get out of a 690 single cylinder side valve motor. Probably not that many.
Yeah. Well, when I raced in the US, I was a 64 Chevy with a, what do you call it, 383 motor in it, because the guy that, he entered the car in my name. So he said, oh, I hope you're ready to drive. And, you know, I had never used a, what's his name before? Transbrake before. So I ran, the best I did was in the 7-second class, I ran a 752. And these things are...
Well, they're now able to run similar.
Yeah.
So you would have been running roughly 85 odd mile an hour in your...
that was a bit, but 87 mile an hour, I think I got it. But it's, well, that's really good. I think it's terrific. It just puts them just a little bit ahead.
About a tenth of a second between these two.
Yeah.
On the start line. Rafalo with the better light in the Rocket Lane, 8.09 with a 279 miles an hour to an 8.11 for Carabalot in the Aeroflow lane for Light Stream Electrical.
Yeah, Alex Rafalo, an 0.82 and a 0.183 for Carabalot in the Aeroflow lane. So you can see Alex Rafalo there, pretty switched on for the task at hand here at Sydney Dragway, round 7. And it's hard to imagine that we're here at round 7 and the next one will be the last one. So hasn't the year gone pushing?
It has gone very, very quick, Les. So, just seem to, we're already halfway through October.
Yeah.
Christmas before you know it. The world will end for 7 days and then we'll start back up again.
Hold back. Yeah. Stop. Switch the world off.
Taylor Cannulli from Luddenham for PC Racing in the Aeroflow lane now, taking on a Georgia Leafting. Taylor in the C Junior Dragster, so limited to an 11.90 in eliminations. Georgia Leafting in the Rocket lane in the B Junior. She's limited to an 8.60 in eliminations. Away with a 1-2-3 light, running for Speedflow Products. The B Junior Dragster will cross the finish line first with a 9.07. 70 mile an hour, and Taylor in the Aeroflow lane runs a 12.50, 50 mile an hour.
Not bad. Seen 12 flats for qualifying and 11.90s for eliminations. It's pretty good. 12.5. Okay, Piper Bennett, one of the some quicker A junior dragsters from Wolford's Point. She's been going, she's always competitive here at Sydney Dragway. Jacob Longo, a junior dragster as well. So this will be, they'll be looking around that 8-second flat mark. And currently Piper Bennett over there in the Aeroflow lane is number 6 qualifier. Jacob Longo in the Rocket lane, is number 15th qualifier.
0.27 on the tree for Longo, 0.73 for Bennett. The Tequila Sunrise car will get there first, 8.06 with a 80.7 mile an hour to a 9.09 with an 8. So very consistent there for Longo. Went 9.10 in his first qualifying run. Only 2,000 across the finish line for him between the two passes. Our next pair will be a Charlotte Leafting for Speedflow Products in the Aeroflow lane, taking on Jake McNamara for Fine Line Motorsports in the Rocket lane.
Yeah, Jake stepping up to the AA class as well. I mean, I guess if it came in, look, just after we had our last round 6, it came in after that, obviously. But gee, there's a lot of kids put their hand up to go into the AA classification. Well,
as I said, there was probably little or no further investment required. It was just a matter of either removing weight or changing a throttle stop position just to allow the engine to open up a little bit more.
Yeah. Oh, right. Okay.
And an 0.40 light for Charlotte there in the Aeroflow lane. A 1.45 for Jake in the Rocket. Jake will get there first, a 7.78 with a 3.82 mile an hour through the finish line to an 8.40 at 77 for Leafting in the Aeroflow lane there.
It's good when you see that 770 come up without the red background to say that he's red lit or gone too fast.
Gone too quick, yes. Yeah. So I know that team down there tinkering with the car to try and get close to that 760.
Yeah.
We have seen one car already go quicker than that.
Yes.
So,
is that so? If it's 760, is that both in qualifying and elimination, or can it go 750?
No, I don't think it'll go 750, but that wasn't written in the the press release that I saw. So.
Oh, rightio. No, that's good.
You know what happens when you assume something less.
Oh, mate, look at the top of my head, and there's already a headstone made for me at the cemetery.
Okay, well, based on that, I'm just going to call what I call. And, and if the racer does something wrong, then that's for the meeting director to determine.
Yeah, well, we don't have too many of those coming upstairs, only for the pronunciation of names.
Yes. So Benjamin Adard leaving the start line with an 0.62 red light, taking on Robbie Rittes.
Risteski. Yep.
Sorry, it's a little bit of a tongue tie, that one.
Yeah.
893 with a 9, 71 mile an hour for Robbie in the Rocket Lane to an 866 for the Aeroflow.
They've wiped the board down the bottom. Sometimes you can catch the speed down the bottom lane, but it's very, very quick. You might want to pass that round next time you're working in there, young Stephen Bush.
I do every time.
Oh, okay. I can see it now. What the hell would he know?
Yeah, that's it. Emma Leifting in the Aeroflow lane. Another car running for Speedflow products. There's 4 here this weekend. Of course, the Leifting also in Boosted Outlaws as well. And in the Rocket Lane, we have George Takalis for Brick and Go Brick Lane. Huge performance, also lending a hand to George's racing efforts. George in both races in C Junior races, so this should be pretty even performance-wise.
Yeah.
Emma just out in front at the moment. I dare say will take the stripe. No, she doesn't.
No.
Takalis drives on around 12.08 with a 5, 53 mile an hour to a 12.34 and 51 for Leifting in
Well,
the
there you go, eh? Driven around.
It's hard with the 8th mile because you can't look at the
No,
1,000.
exactly. Exactly. You can't, we don't
We
have
do
the,
ch-
we
we
don't
do-
have the board they have in there.
Yeah, no, we do cheat a little bit in the quarter mile racing because we can look at the 1,000-foot and see who's in front.
Yeah, well, that's right. Liam O'Neill now in the Aeroflow lane in the C Junior Dragster, young Liam there. So he'll be, he's our number 3 qualifier at the moment. Now they're qualified in accordance with their relative classes up against Jordan Bonisif, is it?
Yes.
From Granville in the junior dragster as well, an 090 and an 080. O'Neill with the 080. He runs through for a 12.09 at 52 and a 12.97 at 47.26 mile an hour for Jaden Bonisif over there in the Rocket Lane. Oh, Riley Ito, I think he's got another solo. Oh, the other one was, his opponent was pushed back. So from Greystanes, yeah. Spent a lot of time around that Greystanes South Wentworthville area back in the 60s and 70s.
Your old stomping ground, was it?
Yep, yeah, when I used to come to Sydney and stay with the relatives. That was when I was young. I was about 10 then. I still remember it. And I drove past it today and through the area there. Wow, everything used to be paddocks there.
There's not much that would reflect what you would remember there if it's been that long.
Well, the only thing that's lasted is the Fox Hills golf course.
Yeah, that won't be too much longer until that's sold, I'm sure.
No. Oh, gee, Riley, in the double A there, he went a 799 at 80.15 miles an hour, double A JD from Greystanes at Riley Ito. So he's doing pretty well.
Yeah, it's a great looking car as well.
Yeah,
the paint scheme, fairly simple, but it's got a nice set of wheels on it and a little wing on the back. It looks really cool. All right, looks like we have a Boscovich challenge going on the start line. I'm not sure if there's any sort of wager going on here, a task that needs to be done, a chore. I don't know. Wait and see.
It'll be something to do with the when they get back home, who'll be sitting at the head of the table, because Josh won't be, that's for sure. He'll get well, good on them. That's the Boscovich clan, I guess, from Wandandian down Nowra way. So Bosco Motorsport, both of them sponsored by nearly identical. Oh, except Daniela has got the extra sponsor of Bosco Racing. There's Bosco Motorsport and then Bosco Racing. So we better mention them all just to be safe. So Brianna in the Rocket Lane and Danielle in the Aeroflow lane.
I was just going to say Brianna should take this because she's in the double A junior dragster, but she left the red light, so technically Daniela has taken it.
Yes.
And an 879 with a 974 miles an hour for the Aeroflow lane to a 780 84 mile an hour for the Rocket Lane there.
Well, just, like Daniela and Danielle, there's a lot of those names are very, very popular around in Sydney, in the Big Smoke, those sorts of names. They're not.
Well, that generation too, isn't
yeah,
it? You know?
yeah, it is. What's that TV show they
it's
used
funny
to
how
watch?
It's funny how names sort of follow, generations. You know, there's lots of certain age groups in males, for example. There's lots of Jacks and Jakes and Harrys and etc. etc. But anyway, it's all cool.
Yeah, in my day it was all John or biblical names.
Yes.
Except for it's all right if you're in Mexico, you can have Jesus. Danny Ellis from the pretty little town of Tamor. She gets out there with an 012 reaction time.
Yep.
That's pretty good for the young lady. Double A runs a 7.75 at 83.70.
Yeah, so she's dropped nearly 2/10 off the previous pass, went 7.57 before. So that's a much better pass for her inside that 7.60.
Yeah.
As another area of, I'll say, of Sydney that has changed substantially in recent times, the old Tamor.
Oh, yeah.
Urban sprawl.
Yeah, if you
the
pull
south.
in there now, nothing's recognisable from when I used to go there. Even Joe's, what was it called? There was a pub on the corner. It was a truck stop. All the trucks used to stop there. But, yeah, that was a long time ago. That was when trips from Canberra to Sydney were 5 hours.
Yes. 354 light on the start line for Cordell Demara. And out of the throttle early, still runs an 8.33 with a 6.64 miles an hour.
Was that...
Moving into a junior drag bike now. And we have Anastasia Lucky and Joshua Burtonshaw. Burtonshaw down in the rocket lane, running for D&J Haulage. Devils Designers of VP Race Fuels.
Yeah, look at that. So Anastasia Lucky there in the Aeroflow lane is our number 2 qualifier. And lo and behold, Josh Burtonshaw is our number 1 qualifier over there in the rocket lane.
076 on the tree for Burtonshaw. He's got that bike very, very well sorted. Pretty consistent on the lights as well. A 9.49 with a 0.70 mile an hour through the finish line to a 9.75 Les at 71 for Lucky there.
Well, isn't it? They seem to have gone. They're really competitive now. These riders on these, like junior drag bikes. The previous pair took off together, rattling through the gears, and Lincoln Delios now. 0.83. Reaction time 125cc. I don't know what the other 2 races had.
Well, Lincoln's on the Honda, so a little bit of a different engine note there for the Honda, but a 12.32 with a 51 mile an hour through the top end in the rocket lane.
Yeah, it would be good if there was. It was a great introduction, I guess. But who knows? We could see like junior dragsters when they were going through their development stage. But every time they came out further and further on in the year and things like the entry field was like doubling every time.
It was getting quite big. I mean, the advantage I've said before with junior drag bike is that you can just ride a factory motorcycle. They're fast enough. Out of the box, and there was one racer at Willowbank when we went up there. They were on their mum's daily transport.
Were they?
Racing, yeah. So,
really?
So come Monday, they pull the stickers off, and the rider's mum rides it to work. It was her daily ride. So there are some advantages in junior drag bike as opposed to having a dragster in that. You don't necessarily need a trailer if it's registered, all that sort of stuff. So there's pros and cons, but certainly a class that we'd love to see blossom into a few more competitors here in Sydney. We've got usually 4, but as I said, there's one racer that's away racing at Phillip Island in a development squad down there. So pretty good opportunity to be down there this weekend. Of course, the Australian Motorcycle GP happening down there this weekend.
Is it?
Yeah. So
I've got something to look forward to tomorrow.
Yeah, be on the box for sure.
Yeah. Okay. Andrew Riches. Now we're into street bike, which is usually a fairly hotly contested field, which has Andrew Riches from St Ives in the Indian Scout 1133 cc's up against Ross van der Hoek from St Mary's in the Kawasaki 1900 cc's. It's a bit like Benny's bike. Here they go, both of them. Riches gets out in the Aeroflow lane with a 237, streaking out in front. Van der Hoek's coming through. I don't think he'll catch him, no. Riches goes through for a 13.23 with an 8 at 101 and a 14.27 at 90.71 miles per hour. Angela Phipps, who's really got this, well, she's always been, even before when she started racing, she just came onto the scene as far as I can recall on a Hayabusa, so she's carried that through. Up against Greg Horridon from Wiley Flat in the Kawasaki Z14R. This should be a bit of a tussle, but it looks like Corridam over there in the rocket lane. Yeah, he got there first, a 10.38 at 142 and a 10.86 at 139 for Angela over in the Aeroflow lane.
Yeah, it was a pretty close race. There's only about 2 tenths across the finish line between the two.
Yep.
Next up, we're going to see Joe Borg and Adrian Watson. Borg in the Aeroflow lane.
Well, I see Adrian Watson on that. It's half the CC size of his opponent. So we've got a 1200 CC for Borg in the Aeroflow lane and 600 for Watson in the rocket lane. But that little engine...
It screams, doesn't it? Completely different engine note to the Kawasaki that's beside it. And I tell you what, it's keeping it very honest across the finish line and will actually take the win by 2 tenths. A 10.64 with a 3, 130 mile an hour to an 11.13 at 125 for the Aeroflow lane there.
Yeah, it's startling when you get something that's so small but so quick. But that's what the trend is these days with the departure of Ford and Holden. We're getting all the smaller cars. But I heard a big Merc outside yesterday, just coming out of Hungry Jack's down at Wentworthville there. Boy, the guy was given a plenty of stick. Jesse Barnes in the Aeroflow lane. Looks like he's streaked ahead, our number 1 qualifier. He runs a 10.16, ran a 10.15 previously at 140 and a 12.13 at 112 for Mick Withers.
Yeah, so Withers has picked up nearly 8 tenths of a second there, so that's going to make picking the dial in a little bit tricky if the third run is not close to. But I think he did a fairly big wheel stand in that first. He did in that first round of qualifying.
Well, he got past just near the 60 foot there, Steve, and then it went up. And it might have been when he hit second gear, but I think it startled him.
That's when the third stage of nitrous cut in.
Yeah.
He's not telling anybody about that.
No.
Daniel Birdshaw on his Hayabusa, less than ideal launch for him there. Had a couple of goes at the throttle. Unfortunately, not going to get the ET that the bike normally runs, a 10.94 with a 5 at 133 there.
Yeah, previous 10.22, so all those tenths down. And I mean, even tenths of a second in drag racing, when someone breaks a record and it's only by 1/10 of a second just to get them over the record there, people jump for joy. But you wouldn't bat an eyelid if someone sort of got somewhere before you in 1/10 of a second. You wouldn't bat an eyelid. But out here in drag racing, it's a long time. Nicholas Varillis in the Ford Falcon XR6. It's in the Aeroflow, up against Jack Matasevic from Bringelli in the Falcon. in the Rocket Lane. An 030 for Matasevic, runs it through for a 14.475 at 97 miles an hour, and a 14.87 at 95 miles an hour for Christopher Varillis over here in the Aeroflow lane.
Well, I think that's Chris Varillis in the Aeroflow lane on this pass. In the Falcon, Barra 4 leader on board, taking on Glenn Featherston.
Oh, that's the Varillis must be another
There's
Ford
two.
family.
There's two, yes.
Yeah.
So both races leaving on a red. 043 for the Aeroflow lane to an 027 for the Rocket. Looks like the Falcon's out in front. 14.98 with a 2.93 mile an hour. Gets there by nearly 0.6 of a second. 15.55, 88 mile an hour for Featherston in the Rocket lane.
Yeah, but those pretty good pass by both those. So under a red light, but you won't see the red light come on. And here's the Sydney Dragway Madman, Danny Stadelmeyer, a bit like that madman on the motorcycles in America.
How do you compare him
well,
to Stadelmeyer to racing, what's his name?
Yeah.
Michigan Madman.
Michigan Madman,
Can't think of his actual name now.
No,
running an injected 427 on a motorcycle that he'd launch off the start line at about $9,000 off a stand. Yeah, no, I'm sorry. I like Danny, but there's no comparison.
Did you see him after the burnout? He was like that Commodore Ute that just went down. He was snaking down towards the, what's his name? And I said, he's lost control of it just in the burnout. Good on him, Danny. Danny Stadelmeyer.
This is your name right here. Throw it out.
Pietro Tallarico.
Taking on Sean Dartnell in the Rocket lane. Dartnell away nicely with an 043 in the Hyundai. It looks like Tallarico's out in front and a 14.89 with a 0.93 miles an hour to a 16.85 at 82. Okay, so here we go. A little bit of family rivalry here. I don't know if Brett can hear me down on the start line. Is there any skin in this game?
Oh, they can hear you.
Oh, he's nodding, yes. So there is a little bit of skin. I'll have to find out what that is. We've got Alan White in the Rocket lane, taking on daughter-in-law Megan in the... Megan's in the Rocket lane. Alan's in the Aeroflow lane, sorry. Alan running in the D-Max with his Super Fund. And Megan over there in the Rocket running for Fine Line Motorsports. Okay, so Alan's going to play every game under the sun, I reckon.
Yep. I was going to say, you'll go in and full stage in the one movement.
No, he's holding her out.
Hanging her out to dry.
1,000, 1,000. This is probably good. Oh, no, he's in there now. He's probably up on the converter. Oh, he's thrown the red light, gone 084. Megan with an 081 green light. Nice reaction time in the tracks.
Yeah.
I think Alan would have been up on the foot brake, I reckon.
Oh, yeah, the car, I reckon that's where he's, I think he's put his foot down before he released the brake.
17.27 for Alan in the Aeroflow lane to a 17.69 there for Megan in the Rocket.
You watch, Benny, have you got the camera down at the bottom end? We want to see the... Okay, Bill Hatsey. Oh, it's the first time I've seen Bill Hatsey out. It's from San Souci, but it might have been called by either of the other two fine commentators here. 14.59 at 90 miles an hour, and Michael Azara, a 15.87 at 84 miles an hour. Ashley Vincent, the lone rider in the VE Commodore. 3-litre V6 over here in the Aeroflow lane. I've been watching the Wednesday nights.
Oh, yes.
On the YouTube channel. It's been good. There's been some quick cars out here.
There has been some very, very quick cars racing here at Sydney Dragway in street trim of late. 16.36 with a 486 miles an hour. And it looks like we're moving into bikereview.com.au, a modified bike, and we're kicking off with Michael Borg in the Aeroflow lane in his Kawasaki, taking on Matthew Hunt on the Suzuki.
Yeah, Matty Hunt on that GSX-R 1000, one of the I think it got a best of its performance figures from several motoring magazines, both in Australia and overseas, GSXRs. But look at Michael Borg. Oh, gee, I tell you what, Matty Hunt there is going to keep him honest. It's going to keep him honest.
He sure does. Gets there in the end. Les, a 9.69 with a 6, 141 mile an hour through the top end to a 9.82 with a 5 at 137 for Borg. I tell you what, Matt does such a good job of tucking down behind the fairing in that bike. For a big fellow on not a big bike, he makes himself as slender as possible.
Yeah, that's well said, because that would have been what I would have said exactly the same. He tucks in. And that's what you'll see all these bikers do. Okay, well, we've got Michael Riches now on the Suzuki 750 in the Rocket Lane, 036 red, but runs a 10.22 at 106 and a 10.16 at 144 for Jimmy Jock over in the Aeroflow lane. Wow. Good to see those two guys in competition later on in the program.
Next up, we'll see Bobby Jo Simmons for Reed Carpentry in the Aeroflow lane. On the Hayabusa, she's taking on Albie Davidson for the vinyltree.com.au. Albie also on the Hayabusa.
There was two big bikes there. Oh, I think Bobby Jo got the advantage there, 0.102 reaction time. Yep, that'll keep her out in front. Runs a 9.38 at 151 and a 10.24 at 136 for Albie Davidson over there in the Rocket Lane. The next two guys here, Jeff Weigel from Wallerawang. He's been up around there. Probably works at the power station there. And then he's on the Kawasaki 1352cc. Oh, ZX14. Oh, I shouldn't say that. ZX14. Up against Gareth. Yes, it's coming over. And Gareth Wilcox over there in the Rocket Lane. Well, it's dead even just about from here. Oh, squeeze a 9.788 for the Rocket Lane. I didn't see the other one. Oh, Rob Simmons is out now and Mark Davies.
Yeah, Simmons running for Reed Plumbing.
Oh, that now, gee, Reed Plumbing. I wonder if that's Jim Reed.
No, it's spelt differently.
Is it?
Yes, R-E-I-D.
Yeah, right, okay.
So Mark Davies in the Rocket Lane on the Suzuki GSXR. Simmons on the Hayabusa.
Yeah, these two. Oh, Rob Simmons is. He gets out with an uncharacteristic red light, Rob Simmons. An 0.73. Streaks ahead. Runs it through. 9.48 at 147, and for Davies, a 9.84 over there in the Rocket Lane.
Next up, we'll have a solo for Likas Nigo in the Rocket Lane.
We've got a few competitors up from Victoria at this meeting. I think there's 3 of them. And welcome to all our interstate competitors. But Likas Nigo from Stanhope, that's in Queensland. Well, that's another one. Whoa, close to that centre line. He straightens it up, runs a 9.64 at 142. Very good. Oh, here we go. Oh.
All right, moving into Super Sedan now. We have Jim Raptis in the Go Logistics Dodge Dart. 426 cubes of Dart. Big block in this Chrysler. Sure, this is a car that... let's stop dribbling, mate. Stop.
Oh, mate, I'll need a bucket for the dribble. Yeah. Oh, no.
Paul Spatino in the Tirana leaves first with an 0.67. I heard a little bit of a pop there on the shift. I don't know if that was Raptis' car or not. Spatino, an 8.71 with a 2, 138 miles an hour. Raptis a 10.02 with a 6, 139 miles an hour.
Yeah.
Next up,
very, very rare car that. It's a genuine Dart GTS, which came out with a 383. So that was one of the about one and only production sedans that were available from Chrysler that was an A body and had a big block in it. But
so
anyway.
they're not a. That's the wedge, isn't it?
There's 2 of them, yeah, 426W and a 426 Hemi.
Yes. Yeah. No. Yeah.
Yeah.
But it's not. That's not a Hemi.
No, I don't think it is.
Yeah.
I think it's a 426 because it's, well, everything's set up for, it comes from the same family as the 383, so there's not much difference between the two.
All right, Jimmy Denaro and Sean Sabello doing battle. The second qualifying hit, 0.67 on the tree for Denaro. That little Cortina out in front of the Commodore. And a 9.39 with a 145 mile an hour run for Jimmy to a 10.54 with a 2 at 132 for Sabello in the rocket lane there.
Louis Eunice from Smithfield in the Holden Tirana Chevy 422. That's that, oh, look at that sharp little LHLX Tirana there.
Yeah, very pretty car actually. Louis got a LC or LJ Tirana on Facebook for sale.
Yes.
If you in the market
righto.
for a little tough street machine. Not sure if it's got motor in it. I'm pretty sure it's looks like it was rolling from when I flicked flicked through. Really nice metallic blue it is.
Oh, right. No, nice.
Taking on Michael Upton from Silverdale in the LC Tirana. Upton in the aeroflow lane there, Les.
Yep. It's got that little LC out. Oh, gee, this is a real humdinger. I think Eunice might be just in front there, stretching the lead out. He'll get there first. Runs a 9.14 at 146 and a 9.98 at 133 for in the aeroflow lane.
Yeah, much better leave there for Eunice. Les didn't spin the wheel that time on the start line because only a fairly small tyre under it. So
yeah,
might have dropped a couple hundred RPM out of the launch chip. I'm not sure. Joe Zammit running for Zammit Borg Racing in the VL Commodore. Holden 383 on board for him. Taking on Andrew Little in the Chevy Camaro. Now we saw some issues on the hit for Andrew Little last time out. Let's see if the car does it again. Shimmied a little bit in the front end. No. Smooth as you like this time around.
It's going like
It's
that.
still doing that, is it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I'm wondering if a bush has gone away in this the steering, if it's still all the original steering. But a 10.18 with a 2, Les. 129 mile an hour for Joe Zammit there.
Okay, Naomi Dyson and Jason Mansueto. Jason in the rocket lane. That's a quick little ute. They've always had quick stuff, Trick and Mansueto, but it's this is just Jason now from Minchinbury, just up the road. Naomi Dyson, I think is she still from? Oh no, Catherine Field now. That used to be.
She was down in Victoria.
Victoria, yeah. So it's I don't know. Oh, chasing all these people around, and that's her in the aeroflow lane. That Pontiac Firebird, small block Chevy 371, and Jason Mansueto's got that Cleveland 427 in that Falcon Ute. That's a really quick car. So you'll see it go down here. Well, both of them. Naomi ain't too bad on the transmission either. I think she's going to streak ahead here. Jason's in high-speed pursuit. No, Naomi gets there 9.20 at 148.
And a 986 there, I think it was, for Mansueto in the utility. You've got to remember that it's pretty much a street registered, street-driven car, so it's no slouch to run sub 10 seconds there.
Yeah. Emma Adard now and Nathan Cowie. Cowie in the rocket lane in that, I don't know how this thing gets down the track with a very limited track and a very short wheelbase, but he's nailed it with this car.
It has been stretched a little bit in the wheelbase, but it's probably still under 100. A 005 on the tree for Cowie. It's probably still shorter than a 100-inch wheelbase, I do say. 913 with a 4. 147 mile an hour for Cowie through the finish line.
Oh, dashing Dave Gruber got a solo run here. Pity it wasn't in eliminations, but never mind. Tim, his nephew, owns Queanbeyan Engine Service, so doing all the mechanical work there. Dave Gruber from Gilmore, one of the fastest bus drivers in Canberra. He gets out with a 006 red. I'm glad he got rid of it. The got the red here, and he'll run a 9:48 with a 1 at 140 miles an hour, the LJ Tirana. Always a great supporter of the track here, and he's ably assisted by Tony Wadley and, of course, top fuel Tony Galea. And Joe Catanzariti moving into super gas now. Up against Vince Panetta. Vince, one of them, yes, look at that, is, it's either Vince or Anthony's on the board here. It's a Holden LX Tirana running a Chevy 400, so this is super gas. Fixed index, 990, pro tree, no deep staging. So if someone deep stages, it doesn't matter if they deep stage here, but the run will still be counted, but you know, no deep staging. So as soon as that light comes on, you're supposed to stop. You can't go into the second phase. It's only 150 mil, 15 centimetres or 6 inches difference between normal stage and deep stage. Oh, Joe Catanzariti out there with an 0.29. Vince left before the third amber. Oh, this is a tough race here, but I think Catanzariti will get there first. He does. He runs a 988 with a 5 at 164, and for Vince Panetta, a 996 with a 2. So 996. So that's 600ths over, and a 2. That's 2000ths. So I haven't quite got how one of our esteemed co-commentators who's retired now from the sport, well, as a commentator, I guess, but he still does a lot of work for the pro stock and the top fuel guys around the various racetracks. So we got here Roy Romeo and Nicholas Polito. Nick Polito there in that red Ford Pro over there in the Rocket Lane. Let's see if he can get over 990. No, a 984 at 147 and a 994 with a 1 for Roy Romeo. So Roy's got his car sorted out. Had a few issues in the first round, but he's got his act together, and it shows out there on the track.
Yeah, Roy's car stepped over to the right pretty hard on the hit there, Les. So Pat actually mentioned before that they're tuning a couple of things. We can see the pink marks on the start line there from the wheelie bars on Romeo's car. Definitely struck the left side harder than the right side, and that's the way the car steered.
Yep. Yeah, you can see that. Oh, look at that.
Looks like we're moving into modified eliminator now. We've got George Bukareshvili in the Aeroflow lane, taking on Stephanie Heismans in the Rocket lane. Heismans in the T-bucket. Now, Bukareshvili, he's leading the championship, as Pat mentioned earlier, but he had a couple of issues on the hit of the throttle. The lights came down and the car just rolled away. So I don't know if there was an issue there with the trans brake or...
Yeah, well, it's, as unaccustomed as I was with the use of the trans brake there, I couldn't get, the car went sideways just straight off the line type of thing, you know, so it took me a little while, at least 3 runs to sort it out, but anyway, that's 752 resulted. But George, this thing flies, doesn't it?
Sure does. Only 365 cubic inches of V8 power plant LS in front of George. Well, we've got 509 cubes of traditional big block for Heisman. Much better on the lead this time for Bukareshvili. 038 on the tree, goes 117 to the 60. Straight as an arrow, that front engine dragster. 798 with an 8, 168 miles an hour to an 815 with an 8 at 160 mile an hour for the altered of Heisman's.
Yes, she's Stephanie there in the Rocket lane, a .771 reaction time. Not quite sure what went, well, if there is anything wrong there, but pretty uncharacteristic.
I think it was just a commentator's curse there for Bukareshvili, to be honest.
Yeah, well,
we gave him a pretty good rap, and he...
Yeah, you did.
It dropped the ball.
And, yeah, he really took out of the hole. He got to the light before Stephanie even moved. He got to the start lights there. His car was... It just shot out of the hole. Danielle McCaskill, yeah, she's been pretty good at the helm of this rear-engine dragster. It's been going really quick. Chevy 555 cubes. Craig Davies from Brayton in New South Wales. The front-engine dragster, small block Chev 385. Not a bad effort for that little small block. If I was going to go racing, I'd think I'd take probably a 6-cylinder front end FED. I love those old FEDs.
It'd be 265 heavy powered for sure.
Do you think so? What makes you think that?
well, Chrysler don't do any other 6-cylinder, do they?
Oh, slant 6, a 225 slant 6.
Oh no, you go the big blocks.
Oh,
265.
without a doubt. Yeah, you're right on the money there, Steve.
You'd bore and stroke it out to about 5 litres and you'd be right.
Yeah, oh, no, you can get them out. A friend of mine's got one that's bored and stroked to 320 cubes. In a Centura.
Yeah, nice.
He's raced here before.
320 cubes. Wow.
320 cubes. Everything else is stock except the ignitions is sort of like it's got its own computer. Oh, Danielle McCaskill gets out of there. 004, hard to beat.
Yeah, nice. Goes 106 to the 60 and through the finish line, 7:32 with a 3, 182 mile an hour to an 8:38 there.
Oh, that was a pretty tough race, and we see Danielle McCaskill there. Well, it's good to see her for a start racing there. She was started out in junior dragsters, of course. I don't know what happened to Lockie McCaskill.
I think that was Lachlan backing the car up. He drove it. He drove it at a test and tune. I think it was not that long ago. So he had been racing a little VN utility in Street Fighter on occasion. So I dare say the fact that he's got his license in the modified car, or was attempting to obtain his license, I'm guessing there's plans in motion for something else in the pipeline.
Yeah, right. Oh, okay.
Just putting 2 and 2 together.
Yeah, right.
Not starting rumours, just putting 2 and 2 together.
Yeah, just secret squirrel stuff.
Oh, yeah, maybe so. Alison Stewart for Jeff's Racing in the Aeroflow lane, taking on Mark Tanswell in your future front engine dragster without the whole motor in it.
Alison Stewart out there with a 015. Look, he gets a slant 6 reaction time for Mark Tanswell.
225. See, meant to be.
Yeah.
777, 167 miles an hour there for Stewart.
Well, now, Bob Sinclair, I'm sure this used to have a V8 in it because he used to run in Supercharged Outlaws. Now,
are you sure?
This one here's got a Holden 210. The dragster looks very small for its have been running in Supercharged Outlaws for sure. He hasn't got the tyre width on this one here, but it's just a great, neat little car to drive, I'd say. Front engine dragster, Holden 210, up against Chelsea Smith from Albion Park over there in the Rocket Lane, modified dragster, big block Chev 540 cubes. So Chelsea Smith up against Bob Sinclair. Now, this is the generation gap that we see has been brought about. Bob Sinclair, I think he'd be he's probably not my age, but down just a little bit lower. But Chelsea Smith, I can remember still running in junior dragster, so she's really, really accustomed to being out there in front. An 0.23 reaction time, but Bob Sinclair in that little 6-cylinder FED, he runs a 840 with an 8 at 154 and a 764 and 179 miles an hour for Chelsea Smith in the Rocketto lane.
Yes, good pass there for both those races. Mark Bull in the Spitzer Dragster taking on Lou Capinato. I think these two raced each other the last time from memory.
Yeah,
Capinato for platinum powder coating, metal roofing, Race Max Direct, Arndell Park, Auto Electrical, Motorsport Connections, BK Race Engines, Dave Stevens Race Cars, and Advanced Product Design. Damn, there's a big list of sponsors there.
Oh, they've been busy canvassing all the sponsors, it looks like.
What's going on here? The Caponado car not wanting to move
Well, the car
back. There we go.
Here we go. So now, if the car broke down in that situation where the guy guiding it back there, anywhere back from there, he can stay in the car while this car takes off. He can't be any further than the end of that little inbuilt wall there. So if he'd have broke down, say, 5 metres on the other side, he could have stayed there and allowed young Mark Bull to go down in his Spitzer Dragster small block Chev 388 behind sitting behind him. That little altered Luke up. Carpenado, I think he went pretty quick last time.
Yeah, into the sixes. Didn't quite get 200 mile an hour, but we have seen this car sub at 1 second to the 60 foot.
Wow, really?
Pretty good for a carbureted big block. We're talking 648 cubic inches in front of Lou in the rocket lane.
Oh, Mark Bull there. James Bond, red light. Oh, look, a 007 red and a 009 clean green for Carpenado. But Mark Bull runs it through 790 at 166, so definitely some issues with the Carpenado car there.
Yeah, it looks to have slowed dramatically. I'm not even sure if it's still moving down there in the rocket lane. Very, very slowly. The car did not launch very nicely off the start line for what we're accustomed to seeing in that car. It went 117 to the 60. Did lift the wheel, but struck the tyres pretty hard.
I think it's still moving. Maybe, perhaps pub up there in Darwin. Got absolutely nothing to do with this. 009, he was pretty good on the tree. Lou, 009.
Yeah, certainly was. It looks like we're just
Well,
waiting for him to get to the finish line gate. As I say, he's moving very, very slowly. I can see that the quad is on its way to the finish line.
Yeah, it's just stopped rolling.
Just while we do have this break-in proceedings, of course, don't forget that Greg from Simpson Race Products is down in the pits today, right near the scrutineering shed, Les. He's got all the latest and greatest in all of your safety gear down there, helmets, driving suits, gloves, arm restraints, you name it, he's got it. And if he hasn't got it, he can certainly arrange to bring it to Sydney Dragway or arrange for a sale of any sort of safety or even some garage-style equipment. I saw some fire extinguishers down there as well. He's got tyre pressure gauges, parachutes, all that sort of stuff down there. So if you need any of that updating on your car or to protect yourself, go down and see Greg at Simpson Race Products.
Yep. And, he's got a great bunch of gear there. And I've just been pointed out by one of our subscribers that are listening online or watching online, talking of small block displacement. He says here that Bob Glidden dominated Pro Stock back in the day with a 331 cube D-stroke Ford 351. Well, Bob Glidden, I think, is the only Pro Stock driver that has won a national title in Ford, GM and Chrysler powered vehicles. So and it was a really, really sad day the day he passed away. I saw him at Brainerd Raceway there. It was, boy, did he pile on the crowd. Loved it because, they're really starved for drag racing in Minnesota, particularly in the winter time when it's, when I was there, it was minus 35 degrees.
It's good racing weather, mate.
Yeah. They had tracks on them, like a snowmobile. Yeah. They had snowmobile drags.
Meanwhile, the snow's as deep as the wall on the racetrack. But I remember just speaking of Bob Glidden, I used to get for Christmas every now and then the drag racing tapes for that year from the US that followed Funny Car, Top Fuel, and of course Pro Stock.
Yeah.
And there was also like Decade of Thrills, which they did every 10 years, obviously. So all of the major milestones, or most of it was crashes and incidences, of course. But I remember he received a plaque, I think it was, for 75 NHRA event wins.
Wins, yeah.
It was a diamond 75 diamonds in it, and the trophy would have been worth a
fortune. Yeah, wow. Oh, look, I just used to love watching him. You see, we have, you know, when we're at the lights in the car, the kids used to say, Dad, get FRG. And I used to say, what's that? If the lane was vacant, so front row of the grid.
Oh,
so I'd go in there and they'd say, Bob Clinton, this bloke, you know, like.
Yes, because he was very good at the lights.
He was good at the lights.
Yeah, my luck is you do that and there'd be someone who'd run a red light.
Yeah. And
coming the other way.
You'd get out fairly quick, but it was only ever to the other side of the line, you know, the line on the...
Yes.
When it stopped the other side. So, but yeah, Bob Glidden, what a great contribution he made. He's in the top 50 American NHRA top 50 races of all time.
All right, our next pair of racers on the start line and ready to complete their second round of qualifying. Here we have Paul Lynette in the aeroflow lane taking on Courtney Allen in the rocket lane. Allen in... the Elect Auto Sec T-Bucket, 406 cubes of Chev on board for Courtney. Lynette with 434 cubes.
Double red light there, a 126 and a 162 for Courtney Allen, but it looks like Paul Lynette, I haven't seen him for a while either, a 787 with an 8 at 172 and an 859 at 122 for Courtney Allen. Also from Victoria, in the rocket lane. Now we're moving into what it must be top sportsman now. Yeah, because I was going to say it still had AMA there, and it's modified. No, these cars look nothing like a modified. Very rare to see a sedan. The only sedan that you might see in modified is a Land Rover or something like a
pre-48
pre-48 vehicle.
So it can be a hot rod of some form, or
it's got to have the eligibility to be classed as a hot rod, which means you have to, I think, maintain the grille and
headlights.
Headlights,
etc., etc.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
Not that common in modified, but
no.
Moving into top sportsman, we have some very quick cars in top sportsman. We've got Jaden Curry over there in the rocket lane, running for Unrivaled Engineering from Prospect. Chevy 400, a little bit of nitrous on board, taking on Steve McAuliffe for shift right. I think McAuliffe has bumped through the beam, unfortunately, and that's his qualifying run done. I think he had some issues on the previous pass too, from memory.
Yeah.
No issues for Curry. He's going to run through for an 842 with a 7.
Yeah, I think McAuliffe there was staging on the rear, trying to stage on the rear wheel.
He went in. I think he just
he did go through. Yeah,
bumped through.
Yeah, you could see. Well, his back wheels hadn't gone through.
So what I'm referring to there, Les, is the transmission has a trans brake, but there's a button on the steering wheel that you can just tap with your whichever finger it's set up for, and what that does is it temporarily releases the trans brake to allow the car to jump forward. The car looks very unsteady in doing that, but if you've got to build boost before going up to the start line, which that car is turbocharged, if you've got to come into stage and try and build boost on the trans brake, but then move forward into full stage, that's the only way you're going to do it.
Yeah, and sometimes you see the car jump, and it's, the hub body moves forward, but the wheels stay firmly planted on the tarmac.
On the track now, Alan Vella in this very, very nice Ford Capri, 450 cubes of Windsor on board this car, lifting the wheels on the head, taking on Tony Heisman's in the Chevy Camaro. Heisman's out in front and runs an 808 with a 171 mile an hour. Vella an 839 with an 8 at 160 mile an hour.
Okay, next pairing out, we see a battle of the Joes. Joe Sorbello in the aeroflow lane in that is it supercharged or is it? Yeah, supercharged.
Got the
Pro Charger on
Pro Charger on it.
And Joe Gattalari from Cecil Hills in the VL Commodore, running a Chevy 555 Cuba in that very, very smart-looking VL Commodore, and the Nissan Skyline. It's got an LS2 in it, so to make it 6 litres. Down we go. Joe's uncharacteristic 022, but that's Joe Sorbello. Joe, oh, he might catch him here. No, he doesn't. Gattalari gets there first, 8.631 at 158 and a 9.08, and I didn't catch the mile per hour for Joe Sorbello. Josh Boscovich in Aeroflow Lane now up against Leo Georges. Leo in the Flying Carrot with sponsorship from the Lamatina family down there in Victoria. It's got a lot of history, this car, a lot of history. And I see young Leo's son in that Holden Ute that comes out here, the blue one. So Josh Boscovich gets his little efforts rewarded with driving this big Falcon after looking after both of his kids racing. So we see Leo, Josh Boscovich there, an 0.59 red. Not so for Leo Georges there. He's bolted. 0.34 reaction time. Runs it through for a 9 flat at 150.48 miles an hour and 11.45 for Josh Boscovich over here in the Aeroflow Lane.
I didn't see the nitrous purge there for Josh, so I don't know if that was armed there, perhaps, because the car launched, but it seemed to just almost die effectively. On this track now we have Simon Bradbury. For Willoughby Industrial Coatings. 406 Cube nitrous assisted Chevy on board. Oh, big pedal at just before the 60 foot. The flash of flame out the pipes. Back into the throttle, and an 864 with an 163 miles an hour.
Oh, that's a sharp, and many thanks also to Daniel Wilson online after that comment about the now deceased Bob Glidden, but a great contribution he did make. All right, Chris Ferrugia. Now, what's this got in it? 632.
I haven't seen this car before, all the way from Taylor's Hill in Victoria.
Yeah. See, more Victorians. You see, there's a heap of them on the highway as well, and they've got Victoria, the place to be. But that goes in hand with the comment that I hear from about people. They say they'll they'll fight for their state, they'll die for their state, but they won't live in it. They're always travelling around. Well, after this, I'll hand over to young Pat Elliott, and he can have a few words with the inimitable Stephen Bush. Gone Mowing, is that the name of his business, probably?
005 on the tree for Ferrugia. The car launches over towards the centre line on the hit, went 113 to the 60, and it wasn't in the throttle much after that. And now we'll just roll on through.
All right. I don't see any...
We've got Extreme Bike. Will be our next category.
IHRA. Well, I'll hand over. Thanks very much, Steve.
Thank you, Les.
And I'll hand over to young Pat.
And Les will be joining us a little bit later on this afternoon for either qualifying or eliminations. And we're about to move into Extreme Bike. Of course, we have Diana Zapati and Ryan Franks be the first pairing out in the second round of qualifying here. Diana on the Hayabusa definitely seems to be a motorcycle of choice for most of the riders within this category. I think that has something to do with the fact that they react so well to turbocharging. Would you go along with that, Pat?
You're pretty well spot on there, Bushy. The Hayabusa was sort of the first of its kind in its character, in its sort of style, I guess. So hyper sports is what they termed as opposed to a super sport bike, which is your GSXR 1000s and things like that. The Hayabusa was really the first to break the mold and get into that hyper sports. So big capacity for a Japanese manufactured bike. And yes, they do like a bit of turbocharging. So Ryan Frank 750 with an 8 at 199.8 mile per hour.
That thing's black tracked from the start line to the finish line there, Pat.
It was pretty wild.
Would you say the LS of the motorcycle world?
Yeah. That's actually, that's pretty...
Is that a good analogy?
Yeah, that's pretty spot on. You'd almost sort of jam a Hayabusa engine in whatever you could, similar to the mighty LS, our Lord and Saviour, as it were. But Hayabusa was the first one to hit the market, and then Kawasaki followed suit with the ZX14 and ZX14R after that. So they're really still the only bikes that sort of sit in the hyper sports category. They're big, long wheelbase, big horsepower. I've mentioned before I got a ZX14R, and I sort of nicknamed it like a bullet train.
Yes.
Like it's big, long, goes fast. Bit of a wild launch from Brendan Miglianico there. Not the first time today.
Still way over on the centre line.
Yeah, he's really living up to that sponsor name of Full Send Racing. He's not shy with it. And I think that's...
we can see that tyre mark, Pat. Like a 20-degree angle straight from where he let go.
That's right, and then just hugs the centre line, basically, about as far over on the prep as you can get. So really nice. Three buggy back out on I think, as we were talking about, possibly a new bike for her, or a variation, I think, on what she's been running recently. She's had it for a little while, but Mike Lawson in the Rocket Lane.
Love the colour of this motorcycle.
Great looking colour. Coca-Cola is my best guess.
Both races up on the two-step. 040 on the tree for Lawson.
Certainly something not happy about Cherie's bike.
No.
I don't know if it's a recent change that they've had, or maybe an air shifter or something going on there, but it was hard into the limiter after she left the line, so not sure if it's not wanting to change or moving around. I
guess that's the good thing about having a limiter, isn't it? It's the whole idea of it.
Try and preserve things.
Yes.
But also, interestingly, Cherie's got her bike listed as a 1441cc, which is actually the ZX14R capacity.
Yes.
So I don't know if maybe they've gone to a stroker kit or something like that, because the Hayabusas are normally 1300s.
Yes. But I think 1441 is a fairly common upgrade. I think we've seen that. Honest that I don't know a whole heap about motorcycles, but 1441 seems to be a fairly common size for the Hayabusas.
I'm also not super cluey on the Hayabusa version, but certainly most of the Hayabusas that we see, like the Azapatis and whatnot, are all in the 1300 range.
Yes.
So 1441 could be something that the buggy crew's testing out. That's right. All right. That is the sound of a boosted outlaw with Anthony Bull in the Rocket Lane in the BA Falcon. And Brittany Olive in the Uyahara Dragster with that 451 Cube Hemi.
Yeah, two very different ways to go. Boosted outlaw racing. Rear engine dragster for Olive.
Certainly a healthy boosted outlaws field.
This is actually their first round, Pat.
Oh, they've gone straight
Shootout. Notice the dial in there. 665 for Olive and a 735 for Bull in the Rocket Lane. Obviously, these cars take a little bit more time to turn around.
And we've got a few extras here as well.
Yeah, it's actually a really good field.
Grudge King testing, but I also can see Jeremy Boscovich down there.
Did he run before?
In the lane? No, he did not. Yeah, I was just thinking that when Josh ran, I was going to mention that I did see Jeremy's car down the pits earlier, but didn't see it run the first round. So they may be keeping some miles off it, perhaps for another event that could be entered in Grudge Kings or whatnot that's coming up here next week at Sydney Dragway.
Yeah, well, Stu mentioned some of the entries there for Grudge Kings. Awesome fields. 036 to a 155. Bull away and gone. I don't know if Olive's going to catch him at the finish line. Not much in it across the finish line. 56 10,000ths of a second. The margin to Bull's victory, a 753 with a 173 mile an hour to a 671 with a 7. A 210 mile an hour for Olive. She was coming home very strong. There's nearly 40 mile an hour difference there.
Big difference, but geez, that reaction time paid off big time for Anthony Bull in that round. So you got to use it when you need it.
He was lucky. He was 0.18 away from the dial in there in round figures.
Yes.
So chewed up nearly all of that advantage that he had on the start line.
That's right. Fantastic. I love boosted outlaws. We need more.
It's good.
More boosted outlaws, please.
Our next pair probably. You ask, you receive, Pat.
Yeah.
Oh, a little bit of nostalgia in this run. We've got the A-Civil Chevy Coupe taking on Chris Denny's front engine dragster.
Yep.
NASA Matter in the Aeroflow lane. A-Civil, Ours Race Glides, and Bespoke Financial Advisory. I want to know what the financial advisory says when his client says, I race a boosted outlaws. Does he think in the back of his mind, it's probably not the best?
I think that's why it's bespoke financial advisory, right? Very tailored to your application.
I'm not judging NASA's financial decisions by any stretch.
No, we're all for these
100%.
These kind of financial decisions, which is coming to race here at Sydney Dragway. I really like Denny's little front engine dragster there. It's listed as having a 305 cube small block Chevy in it, and you'd think that's pretty outnumbered, but I think it may be breathing a few extra atmospheres courtesy of the blower sitting on top.
Yeah, I'll check I'll have race control check the entry form. I'm guessing it's 350 now. Denny's had this car for a little while. He's had a fair bit of success with it for the short amount of time that he's been actually driving it. I remember when the car came up for sale on that ever popular social media something place that we shouldn't look at.
That one that you seem to mention quite a lot.
Yeah, because I spend a lot of time, waste a lot of time looking there. 175 miles an hour out of the Denny Dragster in the Rocket Lane in qualifying. Dialed in with a 770, ran a 772 with a 3 in the qualifying shot. NASA Matter in the Chevy Coupe ran a 758 with a 4. He's dialed in with a 6 flat. So obviously thinking a second and a half is like, I'll see you next week in drag racing.
I mean, he's probably a good 60 or 70 mile per hour down on the previous run, that car should be running. So, yeah, certainly a big change to be had.
So Matter probably relying on the testing that he's been doing here at Sydney Dragway. Both cars into stage. Denny to leave first. Matter's throwing the red light. I was going to say the car looked to be facing slightly towards the wall. That's exactly where it went. We can see the left rear tyre mark out in the shiny part of the track prep.
Shaking as well. We can see it's wadding up the tyres a little bit as it's moving around. So, yeah, definitely a pretty wild run on that one. But Denny lifting the wheels first and into second gear by the looks of things.
Yeah, did a not a bad run there. I think it was a 776 for the front engine dragster.
Very, very nice.
But of course, this Chicago shootout, which means all of those competitors will be able to come back. Not eliminations in boosted outlaws.
It's basically you're accruing points.
Yes.
Considering your win or loss versus through each round. But, yeah, very good to see the A-Civil crew out here with the Chevy. It's always a great looking car, so this should be an interesting race as well. Jeremy Boscovich, his XY Falcon, is no slouch with 588 cubic inch engine. Big injector hat, sitting proud out of the top of it. And then we've got Sean Leifting.
Yeah, wow, put your hands together, ladies and gentlemen.
That's certainly a Boscovich style burnout, isn't it?
Yeah, his crew guy was down a fair way in the burnout, but Jeremy's gone a good 100 metres past that.
I wonder if they leave the rear vision mirror in the... they put one in the cars. Because he's not got any assistance to back up at this point. We were mentioning earlier, Bushy, Sean Leifting's got that Noonan 465 combination in the altered.
Oh, I didn't realise. I wonder when he went to the Noonan. It's had a Hemi in it for a long time, but I didn't know it was a Noonan block.
Yeah, might be new. Now, I personally haven't seen this car since I think I've been doing commentary.
Yes.
So perhaps since he's been away, that's been one of the changes that that they've made.
Yeah, well, the Noonan engineering stuff is super nice, but I dare say that comes at a
might need to sell a few fittings.
Yeah, I'll say comes at a price, but you know, good quality stuff does cost money.
That's exactly right. And in that case, you're certainly getting what you're paying for. So great to see a great Aussie company hitting the big time over in the States now as well. So.
Yeah, I see quite a few posts from that other social media website linked to the other one that I'm not supposed to watch. And it's like, yeah, another 5 of billet LSs going out the door.
That's right, to all corners of the earth.
Yep.
All right, let's see what they can put down here. We've got Boscovich bumping in, the Lenko powered car, Lenko driven car. Nice clean launch from Boscovich actually. Leifting also clean, bit of a wag of the tail. It's going to be close across the line actually. Yeah, Leifting, ooh, close one.
Yeah,
664, 206 to a 757 at 184, I think that was, before it flicked away. Both close on the dial-in actually.
They were very close on the dial-in. I thought Boscovich was going to get that there, but it was a little bit of a margin at the finish line, but it certainly looked closer than that.
400s is pretty close, I gotta say. All right, so another great pass for Boosted Outlaws category. And we're going to get into our next pairing, which will be Greg Sakaridis, Greg Mauler, in the Ice Group CV Performance Mustang. And we've got Rami Sali here in the Holden Ute. Yeah, so possibly Rami's the new owner of this Ute, I'm guessing, previously owned by Jerry Sarafoglu.
I heard this car was one of the first to go big tyre.
Yes.
Like seriously, big turbo, that sort of thing.
I can't remember the original owner of the Ute, but I do remember years and years and years and years ago when actually Con and Vic tuned my XR6 Turbo at a BA Falcon. Con and Vic tuned it. So they had a big photo of this car from Sydney Dragway lifting the front tyres, and it was 7 something or other back.
When it had the blue chassis, I think, and orange or red paintwork.
Yep, so it's been around for a long time. It's had a couple of different owners, I think, and a few different iterations. But
it's always been fast, though.
It's always been fast, that's right. Yeah, it's never come out and been slow, I don't think.
No. All right, so a few pounds of boost being ingested by these power plants, going through their burnouts.
Very nice. Bit of wheel work from Sakaridis in the aeroflow lane, but the Ute looking straight as an arrow for Rami Sali down there in the rocket lane.
Be all too easy just to give the wheel a little bit.
Just a bit, or just be behind it a little, right? Because there's not a lot of lock on these things.
Both races backing back. Sakaridis' crew going to work on the wheelie bars. Of course, the wheelie bars a critical part of the chassis setup, in that you want the car, that they're actually responsible for steering the car, if you like, when the front wheels are off the ground. Very important for the driver to have confidence that it's going to point the car in the right direction if it gets up on them.
Yeah, I mean, you've got the chassis has such a difficult time containing the horsepower that these cars can make. That yeah, the suspension just doesn't have anywhere near the amount of travel in the front to keep the wheels in contact. So there's no option here.
Both racers not chasing the reaction times. The utility out in front. Zaccarini's big step to the side.
Big
Lots
step.
of tyre shake there too.
601 to 1,000. 715 with a 7 at 196 mile per hour for the Ute. Obviously not a representative time for the Mustang in the aeroflow lane, but yeah, some things to contend with out there. Certainly, we can see the tractor tyre style marks.
Yeah, a fair
in the left lane.
Fair way out.
Fair
Probably
way
200
out, yeah.
feet.
Yep. So yeah, I mean, look, this is effectively a test session for those guys. They don't want to waste their time, so they're looking for clean passes. But you know, any data is good data, really, when it comes to a test session, as opposed to a competition race, which is what these guys will be focusing on with Grudge Kings.
Yeah, well, that Ute's just gone 196 miles an hour. Easy as you like.
Yeah, no problem. and on a lazy launch as well. So first pass was, you know, we commented it looked like it was pretty tidy, just to obviously get some data. And that one wasn't much different. I think the 60 was 2.2 or something.
I think that's the key with these cars, is getting them off the start line. If you can get past that first 60 or 80 feet, you know, most of them make way more horsepower than what any track can handle. It's all about trying to manage that horsepower in a way that works with the chassis and tyre combination. That's right, and tuning. You know, I mean, the electronics package on these things is something else that you've got to be all the way around. Big burnout from Rob Campese. Very nice. Toby Austin. Camaro's going to wake everyone up. Well, not much of a burnout there for Austin in the funny car. He was smoking the tyres across the start line, but didn't continue it much past there. Very experienced racer in this Camaro. Only a young fellow, came out of junior dragster. He and his dad put this Camaro together. So I think we might have commented on the last time Toby was racing here. Might have been one of the NDRC events. I think we were doing commentary at the time. Haven't seen him since, but that's fair enough because we don't have a lot of track time for this type of car. Both cars Hemi powered, but the Mustang in the aeroflow lane has two monstrous turbos feeding boost into it. Toby's with the more traditional supercharger. Two different ways of getting to a similar result horsepower-wise. Funny car dialed in with a 650, so he will leave first in the rocket lane by half a second. The Mustang will chase him down if he decides to leave on the start line. Austin nice. 590 with a 248 mile an hour for Campese. Went 1008 to the 60. 590 with a 248 mile an hour, and Austin a 743 with a 9 at only 133 mile an hour. Wasn't chasing that the ET or the speed, was 158 mile an hour at half track, where Campese was just under 200. What were you saying about laying the power in after the 60 foot? Bushy, I think the Campese crew have definitely mastered that today with a 590. Of course, Rob Campese normally competing in Pro Mod. Yes, which is running to a 585 index. So right on. Like, if you look at that car, it's punched on more than 50 mile an hour in the top end. Like, it wasn't that long ago that a fuel car was putting that sort of speed on in the second half of the racetrack. Right. 50 in the back is no slouch. And a 1008 60 for that type of car isn't too far off either.
considering the weather conditions today too.
Yeah.
Being a turbo car as well. I think there's a bit of humidity around today, which they're not a big fan of. Well, no car is. But really good to see.
All right, I think that concludes our first Chicago shootout round of Boosted Outlaws. We're about to get into Go Logistics Super Street, their third and final qualifying run here this afternoon. Are we into afternoon? We are well into the afternoon. It's 12:30.
Certainly are, yes. All right, as our first pairing will be Dave Morton in the HSV and Guy Greenland in the VX Bellina wagon. LSA on LSA action. Both lanes here.
Yeah, the VX very well kept, isn't it?
It is a very tidy wagon. Yep.
It is very tidy.
Yep.
Considering
and Guy's been campaigning that for quite a while too. Sorry to cut you off.
I was going to say, considering most VT Commodores that you see driving around nowadays, their paintwork's not that great on them.
No.
Definitely from the factory. 1077 with a 6, 126 mile an hour for Morton to an 1145 at 124.
As a fellow Commodore owner, I've also got to tip my hat to Guy Greenland. He has the fuel flap still intact.
He still has. You mentioned the commodity. You can only borrow money against that.
That's right. That's right. You raise up in sort of the the points, the brownie points, if you've still got the fuel flap.
Isn't it funny how something seemingly simple is noticed? You know?
And it's also something that probably no one else in the world would have. Like a car culture probably wouldn't relate to it. I don't know if it's.
Yeah.
I don't know if there's something else that would be similar in another brand, but it's
1183 with a 3, 115 mile an hour for Sammy Joe Johnson there in the rocket lane to a 1243 with a 3.
Sammy Joe's been on the tree today. Had a couple of zeros.
She's always on the tree.
Yeah, well, no, I don't want to say that she's not, but very good.
I've just jinxed us. You're red light now.
Braden Stewartson back out in the RS3 up against Peter Varillas in the little Audi. 12.03 at 111 for Stewartson. 13.47 at 104 for the Audi.
Next up we have Adam Bowers in the High Performance World HQ taking on Blaine Boole in the Shire Automotive XD Falcon. The Falcon nearly lifting the front wheels on the launch. Out in front looks like some issues for Bowers.
Yeah, something not quite right. It's also rare for him to leave a cherry on the tree too. That is,
Not that it was bad as a 024
No.
red, but Boole an 11.03, 120 mile an hour in the Falcon.
Stutchbury v Stutchbury down here. Corey in the nitrous assisted VX and Brett in the turbo VZ. Let's see who takes home the family bragging rights out of this matchup. Looks like Brett gets the win. Corey's closer to the green light, but just on the wrong side of it.
Yes, good lead for Brett with the turbo car though, and we'll get the stripe 10.41 with a 135 mile an hour to a 10.76 with a 6 at 125.
Beautiful. All right. The big B body's back out again.
This is for round 2.
Round 2. That's right. Round 2 of their own B body championship. But still in.
Could be like the US and say we're beating the world.
The World Series.
The World
It's the World Series of B bodies. Oh, double red again. They did that last time. So both gunning for the B body bragging rights today, but looks like Greyhound Bruce Ritchie's going to get their first 10.82 with a 2 126, 11.48, 117 for Mitchell Gregory in the Aeroflow lane. But it's days like this at the Track Champs, Bushy, where we need Stu White down roaming around to get the inside goss on this little EJ.
Yes.
We want to know what's under there. My money's on a turbo with the mile per hour and the ET that it's run.
Possibly. I wonder if any of the crew down there can hear us, or whether it's got like a 400 shot of nitrous or something. I don't.
Well, I haven't seen it purge.
I can't see a nitrous sticker on the back either. So you're probably right in that it has forced induction. Doesn't sound like it's blown.
No. I can hear some whooshing noises as it goes down the track. So not sure what that's going to tell us. But 1081 with a 6 at 118.99 miles per hour.
Yeah. Wow.
Yeah, I think certainly the humidity or the weather conditions are affecting things, because everyone's a little down on mile per hour, I think, today, which makes it a bit tricky. But yeah, nonetheless, and Mark Elborn there red lighting in the drag ute too. Previous round, Sal Di Maria in LJ Tirana. This will be his second pass of the day, and Zig Zielkowski has unfortunately left very early, and Sal's bumped through on that one.
Zig will get the win here, 12.08 with a 117 mile an hour, and we won't get a time recorded for Di Maria in the aeroflow lane.
Definitely a bit of testing and tuning happening, I think, there.
Yes.
Maybe a new combination. We certainly haven't... Well, I'm not familiar with the car at all.
Me neither. These two don't need any testing.
No.
They're all over it. Chris Samet in the airflow lane, taking on Mark Hopkins. Hopkins in the LX Tirana. Running for Arthur Johnson Engineering, CB Welding and Fabrication, Renew Automotive, Guildford Spares, JF Engines, Haltech leaves with an 022 red, handing the win to the Commodore driver. Of course, it is only qualifying. And the Tirana will cross the stripe first with a 10.99 with a 122.
I'd like to... I'll have to... The next time I get here early for a track champs, I'll have to go down and have a chat to Mark, because I want to know what combination of the Haltech he's using in that Tirana, because, you know, you could say that he's probably bucking a trend. You know, Holden motor in a Tirana may or may not be EFI. It may still be carby. I haven't actually seen under the bonnet, so it'd be interesting to know what combination he's got going there and how he's utilising the Haltech.
Because it's obviously working for him. So.
Well, that's right, yeah. Generally very consistent, that car.
1073 there for David Matasevic in the Cortina.
Connor Anios in the VE Commodore in the aeroflow lane, and Shane McGregor is actually running alongside someone this time for the first time today. He's been running a few solos today, but nonetheless, he's got the XW Falcon wagon ready to rock and roll. It should be a close race, actually. Both are running sort of low 12s, I think, from memory.
Pretty close on the tree. Looks like the Falcon has the measure at the moment. Will the less aerodynamic Falcon front allow the Commodore to come back around? Yes, it does.
Wow.
I don't know if that was the reason, but it was only a tenth of a second.
12.76 to a 12.79, I think that was. So, very close. I was wrong on my low 12s, but still
very close.
We're in the ballpark. All right, Robert Matasek here in the orange Camaro. Matt Cerny in the HR Ute. It's got that rat rod sort of vibe going on with the vinyl wrap. Funnily enough, vinyl wraps and graphics are on board his programming with PZ
and Darren's metal polishing.
Darren's metal polishing. So some shiny chrome and some rat rod looking vinyl. Good combo.
Would be actually very tricky to do graphically, I think, the old rusted look, I reckon.
Yes.
003 red for Matasek in the Camaro. We'll get there first. The big block has the horsepower. 1073 with a 9, 124 to an 1141 at 117 for the Ute in the rocket lane.
And coming up next in the aeroflow lane, we have the other Matasek, Dennis Matasek, with the blue Camaro. It wouldn't be a track championships without the brothers. Lifts the wheels as always. 1/460 foot.
It too did the shimmy when the front end came down.
Yeah, I hope Andrew Little's got that sorted out on the Bushrock Camaro.
That would be very concerning.
1073 with a 9 at 125 for Dennis on that pass.
125 mile an hour. I think that concludes qualifying for Go Logistics Super Street. The next time we see those races, they'll be racing in eliminations. We're about to get underway with the Western Weekender Junior Dragsters, so we'll just throw to a couple of ads from some of our supporters while we put together the finish line apparatus, and Pat and I will be back with you very, very shortly.
Boosted turbochargers from Aeroflow Performance are designed for the automotive enthusiast who wants optimal performance at a competitive price. We have a range of turbochargers in both ceramic ball bearing and 360-degree journal bearing options to suit your power goals from 200 up to 3,000 horsepower. To help turbocharge your vehicle, Aeroflow Performance also have a large range of turbocharger accessories. From steam pipe turbo manifolds, external wastegates and intake and exhaust solutions, you can have your car boosted in no time. For a full listing, check out aeroflowperformance.com.
How would it be if we funded a pilot program for you to run that enabled you to bring some vision impaired kids onto the Saints Play program?
Oh wow, that would mean the world. My reward is the smile on the kids' faces.
And since you've given so much to others, we'd also like to do something for you personally. How would it feel if Pepper sent you, your partner, and your daughter Molly to the Gold Coast for a few days?
Yeah, awesome. I don't know what to say. It amazes me. Thank you very much.
Stay informed, up to date and entertained thanks to the Western Weekender. The Western Weekender is Penrith's leading free and local newspaper, delivering the best content from on-the-ground journalists and providing businesses with direct access to potential customers. News, sport, entertainment, puzzles and so much more. The Western Weekender is the heartbeat of Penrith and it's out every Thursday. Get your free copy at selected locations in the area, home delivered, or check out westernweekender.com.au.
Aeroflow Performance provides a wide range of high-quality performance products for racers, street machines and hot rodders.
Speed Addict Clothing Co. Fast clothes for fast people. Shop now at speedaddictco.com.au.
Aeroflow Performance provides a wide range of high-quality performance products for racers, street machines and hot rodders. From fittings, fuel system components, intake solutions and even turbocharger systems, you can see it all at aeroflowperformance.com. Whether you're building a street machine or a race car, Aeroflow Performance has a solution for you. Our ever-increasing range features boosted turbocharger systems, Bosch Motorsport products, X-Pro electrical systems, hoses and fittings, bang shift shifters, differential parts and fabrication components. You can see it all on aeroflowperformance.com.
All right, into our third round of qualifying for the Western Weekender Junior Dragsters. We have Daniel Carablot and Tegan Smith on the start line. Carablot for Lightstream Electrical, Australian Motor Group, Reconditioning Services, VEK Tools and Dr. Meth Race Fuels. He's away with a 3.28 reaction time. Smith in the rocket lane with an 0.41 red, a 7.79 with an 8.82 mile an hour for Smith in the rocket lane to an 8.17 with a 4 for Carablot in the Aeroflow there, Pat.
They're certainly getting the tune-up accustomed to the new AA category. So definitely got to get our heads around that new. I believe this is the first time it's run the AA.
Yes, I think it came out just after the previous round.
Yes. So yeah, Tegan Smith there going through was a 770, I think.
Yes.
So yeah, getting up on that 760 cut off with the tune-up. But as you were mentioning earlier, and we were talking about the engines and whatnot, I was doing some Googling, Bushy, and I was looking, oh, there's an engine. Yeah, okay, so that's how much they are. And then that got me thinking about, okay, I've got a 3-year-old at home.
Yes, but
maybe by the time she's ready to get into a junior dragster, I'll be able to get that, sorted. And
well, I mean, in saying that, you don't have to spend that sort of money, Pat. It's
well,
only if you want to run. It's only if you want to run 690s in the 8th at 105 mile an hour.
Well,
like
Bushy, who doesn't want to run?
Well, this is true. This is true.
I mean, we've got to. If you're going to do it, man, you got to do it right.
You need to race to your budget, my friend.
Yeah,
Charlotte Leafting away with an 077 light. Out in front in the A Junior for Speedflow Products, an 843 with an 876 mile an hour through the finish line to a 913 with a 2 in the aeroflow lane there.
No, you're right, Bushy. It's all about, and that's the great thing about juniors. I mean, you start in Cs, which obviously have a lower entry cost because things aren't, wicked up quite as quite as high. So it's
unless you're Pat Elliott's daughter and you turn up with a full billet 90 horsepower engine and you see junior that's running about 1% throttle.
Why not? Right. I should say hello. Georgie's probably watching at home. So hi, Georgie, and Mum at home.
Your dad's just promised to buy you a junior dragster.
Sorry, sweetheart.
When you're old enough to recognise what it's just said, we can replay this version.
She's pretty good. She knows what a race car is already.
Oh, right.
But,
you're in trouble then.
Yeah, definitely. I think my racing career is over. All of the funds are forward to...
You've got 5 years, mate.
Yeah, that's right.
Then it's over,
that's
right?
It.
So make hay while the sun shines.
This is all getting me in more trouble with my wife. As we turn. Nonetheless, Piper Bennett out here, Daniela Axiak. Bennett's left an 021 red, an 087 for Axiak in the Rocket Lane.
Yeah, side by side, those two cars. 775 with a 583 mile an hour for Axiak there in the Rocket Lane to an 812 with a 8 at 79 for the Bennett car in the aeroflow lane.
Interestingly, Piper is still in the A junior dragster. She hasn't jumped up to the AA, which I would have thought.
Well, I don't know if you have to nominate that.
You don't have to, I guess, but you don't have to go there. But I know Piper's normally at the pointy end of the field, so I've made an assumption that perhaps she would jump at the opportunity to be able to go quicker as well. But
could be a little bit of a timing thing as well, maybe.
Yeah, could be a timing thing. Could be a stick with what you know thing.
Yes. Yep. One of the prettiest junior dragsters on premises, that car. Go and have a look at it if you're walking around down the pits. The paintwork is absolutely amazing. On track now we have Jake McNamara and Georgia Leafting. McNamara for Fine Line Motorsports. And Bank of Pop. 003 red on the tree for McNamara. He went after that light. Leafting with an 060 green. And a 787 with an 880.6 mile an hour for McNamara through the top end to a 920 at 69 mile an hour there for the Rocket Lane.
Chloe Rocco in the aeroflow lane up with the AA Junior Dragster category. Emma Leafting in the Rocket Lane. Right. Final adjustments there for Rocco in the aeroflow lane. And Leafting being brought towards the staging lanes. Get both cars into full stage in just a minute. Cut a great light, Chloe Rocco there, 010 on the tree. Just making her way through 775 at 82 mile per hour. Lifting 1249 with a 3 at 50 mile per hour. I think she was offered a bit early there. Maybe something not quite right. It is a C junior dragster, so 12's not out of the ballpark, but yeah, didn't quite seem on the money. Next pairing, Benjamin Adard, B Junior Dragster, ITF Higher Pro Tilt Towing. And Low Fabrications on board. And we've got Liam O'Neill in the C Junior Dragster, down from Singleton Heights. Princey Motorsports, Spitz 300. Both in. Obviously Liam being the younger of the two in the C Junior Dragster. Good lights from both drivers there. 032 for Adhard, 052 for Liam, which is half the battle. C Junior Dragster, an 880 with a 1 at 70 miles per hour to a 1224 with a 4 at 51.66.
Next up, Taylor Canuli for PC Racing, taking on Alex Rafalo for City Waterscapes. Canuli just holding back in the water, just making some final adjustments to the tune. C Junior Dragster driver rolling up to the start line now. Rafalo in the A Junior Dragster.
Canuli name, certainly no stranger to the drag strip.
Yes.
So plenty of experience within the PC racing camp. Talon's going to be able to take advantage of that, I'm sure, as the career progresses. Rafalo, certainly no stranger to the junior categories.
Seems like the Rafalo name's been around forever in junior, Sydney junior drag racing. We see Zach down there on the start line for Rafalo's team, aged out, got too old.
Yep.
Only a few meetings ago. 013 on the tree for Canuli, 118 for Rafalo. And Rafalo will get the stripe, 816 with a 678 mile an hour through the top end to a 1272 with a 4 at 48 for Canuli.
Great illustration of the difference between a C and an A junior dragster on that one. We'll get back to relatively even playing field here. George Takalis in the C junior dragster, Brick and Go bricklaying. Jaden Bunisif in North Rocks Auto Centre C junior dragster.
Love the appearance of Bunisif's car. It looks absolutely unreal. It's got the little clear sunroof over the top of the top of the driver. Yep.
It has started to become a bit more popular.
Yeah, it's got a really clean paintwork on it too. The graphics on it look to be really well done. I mean,
you've got to look good if you're going fast, mate.
Yeah, we've commented before on the presentation of all our junior dragsters, and that, you know, in their own right, they're all very, very well presented. You know, the teams get right behind the full presentation. Some wearing all uniforms and crew shirts and the like. The car's looking immaculate, always very well cleaned and polished. Two C junior dragster drivers leaving nicely on the reaction times. 059 for Bunisif. He runs through with a 1287 with a 2, but a 1215 with a 9 there for Takalis in the Aeroflow lane to take the win.
Nice. Next pairing, Christian Canuli. It's the next PC racing competitor, A junior dragster, and Robbie Rostesky in the B junior dragster, CA Motorsports. That similar style with the Canuli Boss dragster down there. It's got the cowling or the sunroof over the top. It's got a bit of angle on towards the centre line down there, Christian. Maybe a bit of intimidation.
What's that?
Christian Junior Dragster was pointed slightly towards the centre line. You know,
preempting the tyre shake.
Yeah, sedan racing, you know, it's a bit of intimidation as well, right? Point over to a competitor.
825 with an 8 there for Canuli to take the stripe. Next up, we're going to see Riley Ito in the Aeroflow lane for Murphy Finance Solutions, ITF Hire, Pro Tilt Towing and Low Fabrications. Taking on Brianna Boscovich for Bosco Motorsports, Liverpool Glass and Die Cast Mania. I've bought a couple of things now from the Die Cast Mania.
Oh, you have?
Yes.
Wonderful.
Yes.
Support those who support you. It's definitely something we like to get behind here at Sydney Dragway. And I think, am I mistaken, but is Brianna possibly the last Boscovich coming through in juniors, or is there one more?
I think there's one more.
There's one more? Yeah, okay.
Brianna's in AA. I think the race before had a
B?
A B, yes, which is in the next race here. So Brianna with an 023 red light there, but runs on through for 7.97 with a 183 mile an hour and an 8009 there for Ito in the aeroflow lane.
Danielle Boscovich. I'm very sorry, Boscos. I forgot about it now. Looks as though Danielle will be our last junior dragster before we get into junior drag bike. I think. Oh no, there's a couple more down there. Sorry. Oh yes, the Di Maria crew. Possibly licensing. Maybe I think there've been a solo pass.
Yes.
Each round so far.
They have been. So Boscovich into full stage now. The tree counts down. 062 light. And 188 to the 60. And an 879 with a 9, 74 mile an hour.
All right, Cordell Di Maria up at the line now. Just going to make, just as I said before, I'm just going to make an assumption here that it's Cordell's first time possibly licensing and testing, but still in a junior dragster.
Yeah, shutting the car down at 330 foot and rolling on through 855 with a 3 at only 59 miles an hour.
Certainly got potential.
Yeah, definitely.
That little combination
There's
there.
a fair bit left in that.
Very nice. All right.
Maybe got one of the motors that Pat's going to have to buy.
Yeah. Maybe, yes. Maybe the Di Maria crew has had the same same internal conversation as I've just had. Lincoln Delios here, LA Cycles, Preston Civil on board with Apollo Batteries and Bomberkin. Antonazio Racing up against Anastasia Lucky in a 666 Racing Custom Kawasaki Ninja. Anastasia leading the way down there. She's going to cross for a 952 at 72.6 mile per hour, 12.27 at 51.97 for Lincoln. And as you can hear, the person making friends with the limiter is Joshua Burtonshaw, as always down there. He's driving, as you mentioned it earlier, Bush, he's driving out of the burnouts now. So
You had the full rock going there too.
Yeah, absolutely.
Make sure the sidewalls are warmed up.
You certainly need to warm the sidewalls on a junior drag bike. Oh, he's pushed himself through the lights there. He's left before the third amber, which he's going to be kicking himself for on that one. But nonetheless, it will be back around in the next round.
What happened there? An 11.62 with a 1 is certainly not the ET that he would have been looking for in that round of qualifying.
No. Okay, so that brings the conclusion of the junior categories, and we're back into street bike. Out here, Greg Horadum on the Minions Racing ZX14R and Angie Phipps in the Suzuki Hayabusa. Previous round winner.
Yes.
From memory, Angela?
Yes. They both took home trophies at the last round, so both Angela and Matthew.
Okay.
All right, let's see how Angie's last run goes. A little bit of a mixed bag so far.
A mixed bag, but she is on her street bike, her literal street bike, so which she mentioned in a little interview with track staff earlier this week that she's a lot more familiar with, so hoping to be a bit more consistent.
Pretty even on the reaction times, but I think Horadum out in front at 10.79 with a 4, 138 mile an hour to a 10.92 with a 7, 138 for Phipps in the Rocket Lane.
Yeah, it looks like it might have just been the 60 foot with Horadum on that one. Nonetheless, Adrian Watson, Shed Built Racing R6 up here. Then we've got Ross Vanderhoek in the Rocket Lane on the old Kawasaki. Good to see Ross out giving it a go. That is not a young bike, should I say. But, Watson is going to lead the way across the line with a 10.77 with a 1 at 129 mile per hour. Vanderhoek 14.94 with a 6 at 78 miles per hour.
Yeah, so Hoek's last run there, not representative in comparison to what he'd run earlier. So might have a little bit of a challenge picking a good dial in for the first round of eliminations, which of course we will see next time these competitors reach the start line. This is their last qualifying chance.
Certainly Mick Withers back up again on the big Harley. In the Aeroflow lane, Joe Borg with the older Kawasaki ZR 1200. Looks like Borg might lead the way here. I'd say the legs on the Kawasaki are going to bring him home pretty comfortably. 11.047 at 125 mile per hour to a 12.15 with an 0 at 111 for Withers, who has left the cherry on the tree, I think, for the second time in qualifying.
Why are you whispering?
Well, I didn't want to make it seem like I was saying that was a bad thing.
Okay. I'm just making you feel awkward.
Yeah. Andrew Richards back out here has been on a run with the Indian Scout in recent events. And I've given him the curse. Jesse Barnes there on the Hayabusa. On cue, yep. Barnes crosses through for a 10.14 with a 6 at 140 mile per hour. Richards 13.12 with a 9, 101.45.
So all of Barnes' runs in qualifying a bit of 10.1 something. So at least that gives him half a tenth to play with.
If he's nothing else, he's consistent. So
yes.
Very good. All right, Daniel Burtonshaw back out on another solo, actually. I think last round he was on a solo too, so let's see if he can get it locked in.
I'm guessing that he lines up at the back of the field because he wants as much time as possible. And the last one, big wheel stand there for Burtonshaw. The last time he launched it seemed to bog down a little bit on the launch. This time carried the front end, a 10.19 with a 3, 134 mile an hour through the top end.
Yeah, it looks like that wheel stand certainly caught Daniel out by surprise because it was both feet off the pegs, which, speaking from experience, that's usually when you're not expecting it.
Yes.
That's a good indicator.
Well, that was his quickest run so far. So it looks like we're moving into Street Fighter now, Pat, for their third and final qualifying race. We've got Megan White and Alan White once again.
Yes.
Done the lane swap. Let's see if Alan can redeem himself. Not throw the cherry on the tree this time around. The D-Max in the Rocket Lane. Ooh, nice light. 0.64.
Dialing it in.
To a 2.95 on the tree for Megan in the Aeroflow lane.
I think one of the trickiest things when it comes to Street Fighter class, especially if you're running a later model car, like what Alan's driving there, the D-Max, throttle response is not exactly...
No.
You know, and you've got a big drivetrain, you've got big tyres, all that sort of thing. So judging when you put your foot down to when that green light's actually going to come on, and then when the car's actually going to move, that's going to take a few rounds.
Yes.
To figure out, right?
Well, he's got it down pat so far. He went just red on the previous run, and then that one was an 0.64. So,
well, the good thing is in Street Fighter, you can test your reaction time at every set of traffic lights that you pull up with on the way to the track too, right? Like, I mean, it's
yes, yeah. Well, you can, I guess, tell what feels best, I suppose. Pietro Tallarico taking on Bill Hatsey, new versus old. I'll say that in the model of the car, not the drivers, of course. Just to clarify, Tallarico in the Commodore Utility, Hatsey in the HQ. I think the HQ out in front. The trusty 350 gets the win. 14.57 with a 290 mile an hour through the finish line to a 14.81 for Tallarico.
Absolutely. Next pairing, Daddy Stadelmeyer in the Ford AU Falcon. Ashley Vincent in the VE Commodore. I know Les was slightly disparaging about the AU earlier.
We didn't see too much hate on the live stream comments. No death threats yet.
Well, I should just give him a friendly reminder that AU is also the that's gold. That's AU stands for gold on the periodic table.
Yeah.
So.
Is that where the naming came from?
Yeah, I think so.
Oh, you're a salesman.
It's an Australian gold Falcon, mate. That's what it is. AU.
You should have got into sales, Pat. You would have made a fortune.
Yeah. The sad thing is I did get into sales and I'm still not making a fortune, Bushy, so, something's falling down.
You weren't selling Falcons, that's why.
Yeah, well, I was. Just not AU, so I was too late to the party. I was there when BA was around. Grant Law in the Aeroflow lane. He's in the Holden Ute. He's got no 7.9 reaction time. Michael Zara just gone red 0.26 in the Statesman. He's going to run on down through there. Grant Law's going to get there first 14.92 with a 7 at 91 mile per hour to a 15.91 with a 4 at 86 miles per hour.
Now, do you reckon Grant Law's upgraded to the Commodore Ute in terms of speed because the drag racing bug bit and the RAV4 wasn't quick enough anymore?
Potentially, yeah. I think that's a pretty safe bet, and because the Toyota, if it wasn't fast, it was going to be reliable.
Yes.
Yeah. Like, you really wouldn't have to do much in between. No. But
I think probably taking the spare wheel off was the only thing he had to do to try and take a bit of weight out of it. Well, 0.02 of a second into the reaction time between these two. Featherston with a small advantage, but I think Matasevic with the advantage horsepower-wise. The Barra 6 will take the win, 14.47 with a 197 mile an hour to a 15.55 at 88 mile an hour for Featherston.
I was just going to quickly say, I think Grant Law just wants to do burnouts.
Yes.
Maybe.
Well, you can do a burnout in any car if you're willing to
you try hard enough.
to be less compassionate towards your vehicle's longevity. We've seen Toyota Priuses do big burnouts here at Sydney Dragway.
No problem.
There's only one. The same guy did it twice.
That's All right, Sean Dartnell out there, slight red on the tree, but 16.68 with a 5 at 80. We'll round out the Street Fighter class, and then we're going to move into mod bike by the looks of things. Big thanks to Bush. He's going to step away for the mic for a minute there, and then we'll be joined back again by Mr. Les Binkhorst.
Oh, as we see Jimmy Jock Stewart go down in the rocket lane there, 131 reaction time. Who will get there first? Matty Hunt. Matty Hunt gets there first, 9.76 with a 5 at 142, and a 10.02 at 145 for Jimmy Jock Stewart in the rocket lane to complete. This must be about the third round, I think.
Third qualifier for bikereview.com.au modified bike, Les. You are on the money.
Bike Review, another good magazine and a great sponsor of the track as well and the event. Michael Borg and Jeff Feigl, double reds. Gee, a lot of them today. I hope they go away in competition.
Yeah, we're getting them all out of the way in qualifying.
Yeah, that's just... You could see the pockets are emptied out and everything like that. get rid of all those demons out of there.
Spot on, Liz.
Mark Davies from Belmont, New South Wales, Suzuki GSX 999cc. That's Mark in the Rocket Lane. Up against Michael Richards, another one of the Richards families family that's been out there. Suzuki 750cc bike in the Aeroflow lane.
It's no slouch. Let's look for the reaction time from Richards here.
He's pretty sharp. 091. As long as he's got a 0 in there, you're looking good. Streaked away in front of him. Don't think Davies can catch. He's coming fast. He did. He rounded him up. Hang on, I'll zip the lip here.
Definitely a horsepower variation there, but
yeah.
Nonetheless, you've got to be in it to win it. Albie Davidson back again on the Hayabusa, and Ron Adams on the Harley Destroyer. Now there, let's see. It was a bit of an aggressive short track for the first pass that I saw with Ron Adams there. Let's see if they've got it tamed down a little bit, perhaps.
Yep. He's not the Ron Adams that I used to work with in 1971.
Oh, how do you know? Whoa, still a wild launch for Ron on the Destroyer. My goodness. Hugs the centre line the whole way down. Slight red for Albie Davidson, but Adams goes through for a 9.41 with a 7 at 1.45 to a 10.14 with an 8 at 137.9.
Yeah, at 0.81 reaction time. Lucas Nago,
yep.
Nago from Stanhope, Victoria. Another one of the Victorians that have made the trip up.
Those Mexicans.
Oh, there's no Rio Grande.
Yeah.
So Lucas in the Rocket Lane up against Gareth Wilcox over there in the Aeroflow lane in his Kawasaki ZX14R 1440cc. So we don't have any details on the. I think these guys in bike and modified on that they go on reaction times for the seeding of the elimination round. So something happening down at the they say at the top end, but some say the bottom end.
Yeah, looks like Ron Adams might need a little bit of assistance.
Okay.
Make it around the corner, possibly. I think I see the quad just following him around there.
What's the deal there, Benny? Benny's our astute maintainer of all things electrical and visual here up for us, including the big board up there on the eastern side of the race facility there.
Yeah, looks like they've pushed him off.
Yep, nothing there now. Something's, yep, that's it. Good. They'll give the OK signal and then the red lights will go off.
Yeah, we'll just be waiting to make sure that the fire crew is back in their position. And all the safety.
There we go.
Yes, yep.
Beauty.
Good to go. All right, so we've got Wilcox and Nego in full stage already. Hear the rev limiter. Waiting for the tree.
Oh.
Here we are.
Oh, gee whiz. Not.
Bit of an odd start there for that pass with the tree. We've got 9.62 at 144 mile per hour for Nego and 10.02 with a 3 at 140 for Wilcox.
Yeah, but I'm not quite sure if there was a little glitch in there where sometimes you get a spider in the beams and things like that, and it's sort of got one leg dangling over the.
A lazy spider.
Yeah. Except for when I'm around. Bobby Joe Simmons now in the Rocket Lane. Oh, well, she's got a time already. I dialed in at 7002.
And,
I don't know what's going on there.
No, Robert Simmons in
the
Aeroflow lane.
Yeah, that's a husband and wife deal. Rob Simmons is gone. He's a very sharp racer, that fellow.
Absolutely.
Very sharp. Bobby Joe ain't that not far behind him. She runs a 9.50. Broke out on whatever it was there. A 9.58 with a 9. A 7.002. No, I don't understand.
Exactly
007
sure
for Simmons. Red runs a 9.527 at about 139, I think it was, miles an hour. Yeah.
Right, beautiful. That should bring us back around. That was the end of bikereview.com.au modified bike. So big thanks again for bikereview.com.au for sponsoring Mod Bike.
Yep.
That will bring us back into Super Sedan for Qualifier 3.
Okay, is that some sort of Toyota or a Nissan down there on the right-hand side?
No, it's got the aftermarket tail lights on a VRVS Commodore on bellow.
Really?
In that one, yeah, the tail lights make it look a little bit more JDM, I guess you would say.
Yeah, well, it sort of hooked me.
I guess you could say it was a Toyota Lexan.
Yes. Oh, yeah.
When they shared the the bodies with the Commodores.
Yeah, that's right. The badge engineering portion of the styles that went through.
That's right. But one we can't mistake is the LJ Tirana Paul Spatino in the Aeroflow lane.
He's got it going too. He's been having straight runs all day.
Nice clean launch there. He's going to cross down through for an 894 with a 117 mile per hour, so offered early in the Aeroflow lane. Toronto Bello 1028 with a 5 at 133.
Yeah, he didn't do too bad after all that. We've got Joe Zammit now in the Holden VL Commodore. Holden 383 and Dave Gruber. These guys are pit buddies. They're, they always park next door to each other.
Sure.
But I think that's about the extent of the friendship.
Yeah.
But
that's all
when
gone
it
away
comes,
once they're on the
once
line.
it goes right. But they're always niggling at each other for how they go about.
So
look at Dave Gruber.
To a 006.
Oh, and a
as well.
00. Gee whiz.
Well, Dave Gruber's got the bragging rights when he gets back to the gets back to the pit box next to the Zammit boys. 940 with a 4 at 142 for Gruber there. Missed the Zammit time. Got your favourite mate back out, Jim Raptors.
Yeah, I'm sort of shaking like a leaf on a
Be calm.
Yeah, okay, that's easy for you.
Yeah, just breathe in, inhale, exhale. Les.
I see Andrew Little there's got daughter Claire doing the photography duties here today. And Jim Raptors, this is a supercar that he's got.
Whoa,
jumps
and it's
up.
hopping down.
Whoa.
Just roll out of it, Jim. We don't want to see something bad.
Yeah, no, Jim, just do what he said. Relax.
Well, Andrew Little gets away. Yeah. Still red light, but they've managed to make a full pass under power, so he's obviously tamed down whatever that wobble was happening in the steering in the front end.
Yeah.
But, Jim Raptors certainly got some taming down to happen in the rear end of the dart after clearing the rear tyres off the ground with some serious axle tramp.
I don't know what might need some Caltrax or something on it. Naomi Dyson now in the Rocket Lane. Catherine Field in New South Wales is home for this event. She keeps on going. Her name pops up down in Victoria at odd times. And Louis Eunice and from Smithfield, the Holden Tirana Chevy 422. This should be an interesting sort of race because Naomi ain't no slouch in that little Firebird.
No, and the Chev motor in that Tirana is not shy.
No.
So it must be a bit of a handful with those little tyres on the back as well.
Yeah, it does have a little... Oh, he's in now.
Okay, another pair of reds. On there, but close race actually. 920 with a 2 at 148. Naomi gets there first. 913 with a 9 at 147 for the Aeroflow lane. So very close race with the Tirana getting there quicker, but Naomi getting there first. So the reaction time and 60 foot quite close.
Jim Denaro. Yeah, turn the button on, Les, otherwise you'll get it. No one will hear.
No one said anything.
No. Is that what they're all smiling about?
If you didn't dob yourself in, mate, we wouldn't have said anything. Michael Upton with a 025 red. Where are all these reds coming from today? I mean, I'm glad it's in qualifying.
Gee, look at this.
Yeah, Jim Denaro, 022.
Yeah, that's
938 with a 3, 145 to a 994 with 6, 134.
Oh, look at Nathan Cowie.
Cowie.
Oh,
Holy moly. Oh, yeah. I shouldn't be surprised that happens in that car because the wheelbase is so small, but he's normally so good at, being in front of the car and being up on the wheel that that's a rarity.
Yeah.
Crikey. That's a good way to get everyone's attention.
Yeah. I see the lady that was down there. She stepped back now.
Yeah, I would too.
Yeah, same here.
All right, Nathan Cowie in the Mighty Boy. The Aeroflow lane. We've got Emma Attard in the LC Tirana. Emma's definitely not afraid of this thing. She's grabbed it by the scruff of the neck today. And does again at 023 on the light. Cowie with an 072. This is going to be a good race all the way to the line. I think the Tirana might just edge it out.
Tirana, yep.
Yep, 8.94 with an 8 at 149 for Emma Attard. 9.10 with a 9 at 146 for Cowie in the Aeroflow lane. That's, that was a great race, actually.
Wasn't it?
Yeah.
It's good. It's good stoush. I like it.
Really good.
Like that. Jason Mansueto in the Ford Falcon 500, Clevo 427. This thing's got a bit of mumbo as well.
It certainly does. It's not your average Clevo.
No. It's, like people say, Clevos don't rev and stuff like that. Well, don't tell him that, or don't tell Benny Gatt that either.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. Whether they like revving that high or not, we're still going to get on that.
Yes.
Hooks the front end up. Mansueto 145 in 60. It's going to cross through the 8 at a 626.
Oh, gee, that's
981 at 137 in the quarter.
Yeah, well, it's at, when I was doing the Horsepower Heroes at Summonets, before it changed, before the new owner got it, Trick Mansueto Capri was there, and that other guy with the Tirana, Mark.
Jake's Performance?
No, Mark Hayes, is it? Yeah, Mark Hayes.
Mark Hayes.
Yeah, he had.
Of course.
And then, because you weren't allowed to have, we had fuel testers there, and you weren't allowed to have nitrous, but Mark Hayes did a shot with the pull on the dyno with just by the naturally aspirated, and then he showed the difference. There was something like 230 horsepower difference.
And that would have been a fair while ago with a few previous iterations of Mark's car.
Correct.
The one that he has now, I believe he sprays 200 off the line.
Yeah.
And close to 700 down the track. So it's a huge difference.
Gee.
As we were mentioning that, we've got started on Supergas. Nicholas Polito's had an uncharacteristic red light, but Joe Catanzariti, as always, an 012 on the light. He's going to cross for a 992 with a 7 at 163.99 miles per hour. Comfortably.
Yes, over that 990, isn't it?
Absolutely. Comfortably over the 990, and I think that may bump him up into possibly number one qualifier because he improved on his last pass.
Oh, okay. Now we've got young Luke Romeo. Okay, here we go with the Romeo family Holden Commodore, running a Chevy 350, 990, fixed index, heads up, Pro Tree. There's one more attribute I just can't... no deep staging.
No deep staging.
There's four attributes. Here we go. Gets out with an 011. Pretty good for the young fella. Looks like he's going to run... a 9529.
Jeez.
No throttle stop or anything on it.
Must have been there, but...
Gee whiz, that's good going.
Yeah, I've got to say, I know it's a race car, but probably one of the best looking VP Commodores that you'll find anywhere, right?
Oh, yeah.
Race car. I mean, of course, the whole Romeo crew is immaculately presented in Supergas, but they really nailed that Commodore. Okay, Vince Panetta back out in the LX Tirana, straight line paint and panel on board, the 400 cube Chev Power, up against Roy Romeo in the Ford Roadster, In Touch Automotive, Burson's Auto Parts, and VP Race Fuels contributing to their efforts.
Yeah, that's another nice Roy Romeo car or a Romeo car down there that Roy's driving.
Beautiful.
Yeah, it is, isn't it?
Beautiful.
Yeah, have a look at it. It's up close. Oh, it's there.
Yeah. Yeah, I think I was mentioning earlier, I think they're trying something new on Roy's car.
Oh, 991 and a 941. So 941 for Roy Romeo and a Vince Panetta a 991 with a 3.
Just consistently close.
Yeah.
This category, you know, every round they're all there.
Yeah, I like the index racing. Well, yes, to such a point.
Yeah.
I went to the US and they've even got it in Super Street now.
Yeah, right.
Gee, you know, that's a nice car too. Johnny Kabura.
It is a nice car.
Yeah. It's got that distinctive pro stock sound.
Yes.
And, it might even qualify being a Chev 400. Well, I'd say that's exactly what he...
Well, yeah, I guess that's why he's running.
Yeah.
Running here, but certainly, I think it ran a 7 or something.
Yeah.
Last time.
Yeah, 750 something it was. Yeah, 752.
There you go, yeah.
Okay, all set to go. Oh no, it's still got to creep up to the line up.
Okay, Kabura is in pre-stage. Edge it forward into full stage, bring it up on the limiter. Drops the clutch and away it goes. 036 reaction time, 108, 60 foot. It's going to roll through. 761 at 149. Looked like a really nice pass. I'm sure the crew will be happy with the data we get out of that one.
Not bad reaction time either there, Pat.
No.
036, so Johnny Kabura.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
That'll bring us back around. That's the end of Super Gas.
Super Gas. Now we're into Modified Eliminator.
Absolutely.
Which will pit the two ladies that we've got racing in this category here today. Danielle McCaskill in the Rocket Lane there in the dragster. She's rear-engine dragster, and Chevy 555 up against Stephanie Heismans from Spring Hill out Orange Way there. Great Western Auto Wreckers on deal for sponsorship. A1 Auto Parts of Orange as well, and running a 509 cubic inch Chevy. She's a pretty good pilot in this thing as well. I've noticed the previous run she's had, they're just a bit slow off the line, but hey, I'm not driving them.
Yeah. Was there those in glass houses?
Yeah. That's right. Oh, mate, I've smashed every window in the glass house I've got.
You run out of stones.
Yeah. Oh, no, I got plenty of them. I used to use them coming home from the pub so I could find my way back home.
All right, we've got both cars coming into full stage here. This is Q3, so we'll see what red lights. And okay, so first one for Danny McCaskill today, 106 60 foot. She's going to cross for a 732 181. Heisman's an 882 161, but yeah, big red for Heisman's there. So
yeah, well, it's
now's the time to do it.
Yeah, exactly. Get it out of the way, and it's that's Mark Tanswell. I thought it was Robert Sinclair.
Like Tanswell on this one. Also Holden 6 powered.
Yep, 205. As I said to Bushy, that Jeff During used to hold the mile per hour record for. I think that's a B modified dragster. Sorry, yeah, B modified dragster. The only C modified dragster I had was he's over in Adelaide at the moment. Was the guy from Appin, and he's got a rear engine dragster, dark dark metallic. What's his name? Peter. I'll think of it later. Anyway, it's Jeff During held it, and then it got superseded, but it took a long time. As we see Craig Davies, the 003 reaction time there, Pat. He gets out of the line fairly quickly. Mark Tanswell at 369. Davies gets there first at 8:38 with a 9 at 158 and a 9:33 at 141.7 miles per hour.
Certainly no stranger to a 00 light, the old CJ Davies.
No, it's pretty good. Pretty good racer. Good to watch. Same as George. George is good to watch.
Yep.
You could see the difference here in the George's rear tyres aren't that much smaller than that of Chelsea Smith's. George running the LS 365. That's an astonishing effort.
Standard crank.
Yes,
and,
is it?
And factory casting heads on that.
Really?
Unit. Yep.
Wow.
He's building a new NA combo with a few more cubes and whatnot. We're going to leave it naturally aspirated and carby fed.
Oh, good.
But yeah, it's quite impressive for what it is currently.
Yeah, well, on the other hand, Chelsea Smith there with the rear engine dragster, you could see the difference. But I tell you what, George down there in the rocket lane, man, that guy can hold his own in a bullfight, let me tell you.
Certainly. 013 on the light for George.
Yeah,
017 red for Chelsea. 798 with a 9 at 168 mile per hour. Rushliev 754 with a 3 at 179 for Smith.
Yeah, only 10 mile an hour difference between 355 or
365 and 540 cubes.
Yeah, 540.
It's not very good bang for your buck, really, is
no.
it? 540.
Oh, dear. Oh, Ali Stewart. She's been jumping around in different cars, but she's got, lately she's in this rear engine dragster with a Ford 440. Hey, get rid of the Ford. We'll just put a Ford 440 there. Lou Carpinato over in the Aeroflow lane in that 28 band of molded big block Chev, 648 cubic inches, and the engine's in front of him.
Yeah, don't go looking for some spare cubes because Lou's got them all.
Yeah, he's
in the altered.
Yes.
That's all right. Good to see that they got that car turned around as well, because it did have a bit of an issue in the big end of the track and a weird launch last time out. So might have been something happening with the transmission or maybe even like a shift linkage or something like that.
Right.
Because it came off the line, it hopped up around and all over the place, a pretty violent launch, and then pulled over in the braking area further down. But it's back out here.
That's right. It was too. Yep, you're right. I remember
back
that
out
now.
here, about to take the beams. So very good effort from the crew. Platinum powder coating, mixed metal roofing, Racemax Direct, Ardell Park Auto Electrical, MSCN, BK Race Engines, Dave Stevens Race Cars, Advanced Product Design, and I need to take a breath before they run. 036 on the light from Lou Carpinato.
Wow, you can see the advantage of
bit of a haze in the top
there,
end though, so maybe not everything's 100%, but it's still gone through for a 707 with a 3 at 191 mile per hour.
Not bad.
So,
I hope there's nothing wrong with it. I hope it was just like a bit of
a bit of breathing or a bit of a catch can, something like that.
Yep.
Could have been a bit of maybe when they're working on the car in the pits, a bit of excess oils and grease and whatnot from just being all over the headers and whatnot. Alison Stewart went through for a 771 with a 1 at 173, I should say, but left an 018 red on the tree.
Yeah, I think that her, Ali Stewart's dad, it doesn't matter which car that she's in, his spirit will always be with her because he continued to drag racing, to have a daughter that continues drag racing.
Absolutely.
And the famous, the Stewart name down at Canberra International Dragway, and here he was a real colourful, I don't mean language colourful, I mean a jokey colourful.
Yes, great personality.
Yeah, he was, he was a funny bloke. But geez, mate, I tell you, the workmanship on. He used to do a lot of internals for drag cars, you know,
Yep.
like tubs and stuff
Sure.
like that. Gee, it was good.
Beautiful.
It was really good. It surprised me, actually, but it was very good. Courtney Allen over there in the Aeroflow lane up against Mark Bull. I wonder if it's Mark Bull Ford. I wonder if it's hyphenated.
You think they dropped the Ford off
Yeah,
the name?
yeah,
It's
yeah.
too obvious.
Drop it on it, yeah.
Well, this is he's
It's
fucking the
Chev.
trend here. He's got a
Yeah,
Chev
that's
power
it.
in there,
Yeah.
so,
Spits it
Someone
with
must be
the-
paying him to drive that car.
Yeah, must have done.
Courtney Allen, the
Gee.
chute has dumped off the
Oh,
line.
no.
Which she'll have no idea. Just
No.
wonder why the car isn't pulling like it should.
Yeah, with the on the ring.
So frustrating.
Well,
So
785
Bull,
in the Rocket
yeah.
Lane Bull. And
Cut a nice light too, 053.
Yeah.
On the reaction time.
Paul Lynette here, he's been absent for a little while. I haven't seen his name for probably, I'd say, 24 months. So this seems to be, he might be related to the Bear family, because bears hibernate, and all these people coming out of hibernation. Bob Sinclair there. Paul Lynette, haven't seen him for ages. He's always had that all-white car. I was talking to Steve Bush earlier, and we were sort of like trying to figure out Bob Sinclair, whether he used to drive in front-engine dragster in supercharged Outlaws, but this does not look like that.
No.
That front-engine dragster.
Slight variation.
Yeah. Oh, double red.
Red as well. 002 from Lynette. So he's really chasing it.
Gee, I tell you what, Sinclair's done.
It's 793 with an 8 at 172 for Lynette, and 843 at 155 with a Holden
Gee, not bad,
six-cylinder
is it?
power.
For two, Holden 210.
I should stop commenting on how quick Holden six-cylinders are, because every time I'm here, I say the same thing. I should just be used to the fact that they're actually pretty fast now when they're in a front-engine dragster. Or an EJ Holden with a turbo on the side of it or something.
But that's you.
Yeah.
Everyone's different, and it's good to be different.
Yeah, it's good to be different.
No, a lot of people.
I'm not very different, mate. I've got an LS powered car.
Oh,
I'm just the
there
same
you
as
go.
every bloody every guy out there.
I tell my wife and my kids, I said, your dad's not always right, but he's never wrong.
All right, Stephen McAuliffe, shift right, Holden Malou back out here to the line in the Aeroflow lane. Jaden Curry is back up in the Tirana, Unrivaled Engineering, but has had a couple of little gremlins, I think, happening here, or they're just figuring out, the start line procedure, figuring out a combination, getting it all sorted out, which is, again, qualifying's the time to do it before the money's on the line. But let's see. Steve from Shift Right has been trying to figure out some things there as well. Looks like he's aborted the bump in. He's just going to build boost on the trans brake.
Oh, McAuliffe won't. He might even beat him.
Yeah, I think he's going to gather him up just before he does. 841 with a 9 at 171 mile per hour. Good to see the guys get a full pass
good.
out of that one.
Yeah.
Jaden Curry still battling some gremlins. He's left with a red, so no time recorded for the Tirana there.
Okay, we've got Jaden Curry now. Oh no, that's already gone. He's motored down and he didn't record a time. We've got Tony Heisman's now, and Leo Georges from Long Beach in California.
Long Beach in California. That's commitment coming all the way from California.
Yeah, that's Long Beach, New South Wales. It's down the south coast there somewhere. It's like Sydney, mate. Every time you come here, there's a different suburb popped up.
Yeah, that's exactly right.
And Tony Heisman's in that really sharp Chevy Camaro. 632 cubes up against 406.
021 to an 024 reaction time. That's
pretty good.
A pretty good heads-up pass there. But Heisman's just going to get on through for an 811 with an 8 at 169 mile per hour. Georges 894 with a 5 at 150.
Yeah, he'll be pleased with that. That's for sure, especially 150 miles an hour.
Certainly. Long Beach, California. Sydney Dragway. Attracting competitors from all over the globe.
Yes, I could say that, Neil. Oh, yeah, I was just thinking, a friend of mine has just been to California. He said you should go down to Long Beach, and it's where Lions Drag Strip used to be, the old Lions Drag Strip. Now, it's gone, but the Lions Museum, Drag Racing Museum's down there, and he reckons it's fantastic.
Yeah, right, okay.
I didn't know that.
Put on the map.
Yeah, put it on the...
I'm yet to be to the US.
Oh, haven't you?
I haven't made the trip over there yet. I want to.
Yeah.
But I'm not real keen on LA.
No, mate,
I don't want to go there,
not
but if I've got to go to California, I guess I'll go to the Lions Drag Racing Museum.
Yeah,
I'll do that. All right, Daniel Jones, next one in Top Sportsman, up against Josh Boscovich. You can see Josh just getting a little dry hop, setting the clutch there in the XA hard top. Jones making his way into stage. Chevy Cobalt. Touch of glass. Melbourne.
Oh, look at that purging there, Josh there.
Purge for Josh. Red light for Jones, but Boscovich, much cleaner launch than his last pass out there. He's going to make a representative pass. The Cobalt goes through for a 7.33 with a 5 at 188 mile per hour. 8.10 with a 5 for Boscovich in the Rocket Lane.
Gee, that over in the Aeroflow lane there, that's a
Cobalt.
Good top sportsman time and speed, isn't it?
Certainly.
It's representative of the field, that's for sure.
Yep. All right, Joe Sorbello back out here in the Skyline. He's going to run a solo pass on this one. No pressure, not that Joe would feel it.
No.
He's got enough laps under his belt to not be worried about what's going on in the other lane. So 0.90 reaction time. Great result for Sorbello. Small wander in the early track.
Oh, 9.09.
Oof, bit of a wild burnout there for Joe Gattalari in the next next pairing. Well, when I say pairing, it is another solo actually. So
it's a invisible car.
Yes. Or have we got one that's not happy? No, that's the Pontiac down there.
Pontiac, yeah.
Checking out a few things.
I wonder what that's...
Okay, Joe moving forward in the lane. He's have a little bit. He's pointed a little bit to the left.
Yeah, he's sort of heading towards the Aeroflow sign.
Yeah, I wonder if it's
Just
something that they've just sort of built in with the chassis, or something that they're managing to do with the chassis potentially. If you've got a bit of rear steer sometime that you can't correct without a really adverse effect on the other side, then you just have to deal with it. So, and I think that might be what it is, as it wanted to lift the passenger side of the car. So no 2.2 reaction time, which is pretty smart for Joe. 8.64 with a 0 at 158 mile per hour.
Yeah, that's not
bad. His final qualifier. And Chris Ferrugia in the beautiful blue Pontiac Firebird.
Yeah, it's nice, isn't it? I like the colour too.
Great looking car. He has had a bit of a wild ride coming out of the blocks the last couple of passes, and he seems to get a real good close look at the centre line, but yet to touch it. So as close as you like, just don't touch.
Yeah.
Stout burnout there. One of the 632 cubic inch big block.
Yeah, but it's a very sharp looking car. It looks the part two with the big bonnet scoop out front, sticking up out there, the old pro stock style. It's a bit different nowadays, but sometimes, depending on how you take it, it's sometimes it's good, and others would prefer the flat slabs that they've got now. And so there's nothing sticking out of the bonnet. I nearly said hood, but because they don't know what a bonnet, they think it's something that you wear on your head.
A baby would wear on its
head.
And in the States.
Yeah, it might be if you're one of those Amish people, but it's just,
I think anyone listening that's a drag racing fan will still get. They're picking up what you're putting down, Les.
Yeah.
0.72 on the tree for Ferrugia with a 1.160 foot. The car's still heading towards the centre line, and he has dropped the chutes early. Yet again, he's not. Just the wind from the chutes actually caused the timing cone to roll over there about 1,000-foot mark.
Oh, did it?
Yeah.
Oh, right. Yeah, it must have gone really well. You know, mate. If I was a timing cone and I saw him coming that close, I'd
step out of the way.
I'd find some legs somewhere. Yeah, I'd get out of the way.
All good. An 810 with a 7 at 118 mile per hour for Chris Ferrugia. But I think there's a bit more testing going on here. Maybe a new combination.
Yeah.
For those guys. But that will conclude qualifying 3 for top sportsman and bring us back into extreme bike.
Right. Okay. Oh, wow. That's good. Oh, well, there's Dion down there and Mike Lawson again, even though they've swapped around, I think.
Yep.
Swap lanes.
Yeah, well, you might as well, see if the grass is greener on the other side, right?
Yeah. Well, I tell you what, you can always tell how good this place looks after a shower with all this green grass. It looks fantastic.
Yes, we certainly weren't shy on a bit of rain this week, so...
Mate, there'd be a lot of sheep and cows that had probably killed to get into this place.
Definitely.
Yeah.
Definitely. It's a real credit to Sydney Dragway track crew.
Yeah, it's a great facility. I really brag about this place in the States because, a lot of them are those little 1/8 mile things.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, but...
Goat track is probably sort of what...
I
would refer to a lot of them. But I don't mean that with any disrespect. I mean, just... the fact that they've been around for probably 80 years.
Yeah.
A lot
exactly.
Of, a lot of wheel spin for
Deanne's got a bit of a wheel spin and a wobble up there.
Mike Lawson with an 0.34 reaction time. Goes through for an 8.26 with an 8 at 169. So, nice pass there. Right. Nico in the Aeroflow lane. And Brant Gilliver in the Rocket lane. Looks like they've sorted out their little issue last pass. He didn't get away from the start line, or didn't actually take the staging beams. I believe.
Oh, right.
With Gilliver, so they've got that sorted. And Migler and Nico back out to try and tame the beast.
Yeah, it's got, isn't it, when you have a look at the knee height for the riders on these bikes, they look as if they're spiders or something going along, isn't it?
They're so low to get tucked down.
Yes.
Both in the stage. We'll hear the two-step. Oh, a lot of wheel spin again from Miglianico, shaking the back tyre off that through several gears. Gilliver with a nice clean pass.
Nice clean pass.
0.76 on the tree, and 8.37 with a 9 at 168 takes the win. 8.86 at 140 for Miglianico.
Both very, very quick machines.
I would be surprised if Miglianico still got fillings in his teeth after that launch, mate. I think it was shaking the rears higher through third gear.
It? Yeah.
Holy moly.
Yeah, adds a new meaning to Chatterbox.
Yeah.
But, it's funny. We get to see the marks up here. We can see it. It just looks like that a bulldozer or something's gone through with all the chatter marks that are there. And some people, you don't realise how bad tyre shake can affect the driver.
Oh, affect the driver and the car or the bike or anything. It's so violent.
Yeah.
Ryan Franks is up on the two-step, building boost. Clean launch there, 0.99 reaction time. Anything sub 0.1 on a bike is very impressive. 7.31, 198 mile per hour, so not quite as quick as his number one qualifying, not quite as fast as his number one qualifying mile per hour, but certainly quicker in the ET. Coming down from a 7.50 to a 7.31, so Franks is going to be hard to beat today if that form keeps up.
Sure, with that time. And he had a 0 in front of, albeit a 99, but he still had a 0.
Still a 0.
Yeah, that's it. That's what you want.
Absolutely. All right, that is the end of Extreme Bike. That was their first round of Chicago Shootout, actually.
Oh, was it?
Which I should have recognised because we had wind lights on the screen. But that will also mean that we're going to jump across to some track prep. We'll take a short break. We'll have some word from our sponsors, and we'll be right back here at round 7 of the Speed Addict Clothing New South Wales Track Championship at Sydney Dragway.
Bikereview.com.au is Australia's leading website for performance and modified motorcycles. Bikereview.com.au is the only motorcycle-focused website to feature motorcycle drag racing on a regular basis. And in the words of editor Jeff Ware, our involvement with Sydney Dragway is our way of putting back into one of our favourite sports. Bikereview.com.au.
Aeroflow, famous for our massive range of hose, fittings and performance products. Air filters, oil filters, fittings, engine and transmission parts, fuel systems, tanks, silicone hose, exhaust, air conditioning, turbo and nitrous accessories and more. Get your free catalogue and shop online now at aeroflowperformance.com.
Stay informed, up to date and entertained thanks to Para News. Para News is Parramatta and the Cumberland area's leading free and local newspaper, delivering the best content from on-the-ground journalists and providing businesses with direct access to potential customers. News, sport, entertainment, puzzles and so much more. Para News really is the heartbeat of Parramatta and Cumberland, and it's out every Tuesday. Get your free copy at selected locations in the area or check out paranews.com.au.
Not slow.
Not difficult.
Not just ticking boxes.
Not a bank.
Talk to Australia's real-life non-bank for home loans, car loans, personal loans. Pepper Money, the home of loan options.
Bangshift shifters from Aeroflow Performance are truly the modern shifter for the modern age. Featuring a full bespoke billet case, all shifters are designed for right-hand drive vehicles with an LED lit gear position indicator. Available in either ratchet or gated options, as well as OEM replacement shifters for popular Holden and Ford vehicles. A large range of Bangshift spares are available for each shifter that includes shifter cables, brackets, lever and gate kits, transbrake buttons and drop boxes for the ideal mounting solution. Shift into gear and check out a full listing at aeroflowperformance.com.
Bank said no to your home loan? Talk to us.
Not a bank.
Talk to Australia's real-life non-bank for home loans, car loans, personal loans. Pepper Money, the home of loan options.
I've chosen to use VP racing fuel since I was a teenager racing motocross, which was 21 years ago now. I just have a really personal trust with VP racing fuels.
Running on the ragged edge of blowing up and not, a lot of it has to do with the race fuel, and that's what we rely on, VP racing fuels.
VP has been making racing fuel for 43 years. They're the official fuel of multiple top series globally. No matter where we are in the world, no matter what fuel we need, it's always consistent. It's always perfect and exactly what we're expecting and our tuners expecting. They support myself, my Drift Alliance bros, and for that, I'm extremely thankful. Keep making amazing fuels, and we'll keep out there having fun.
Boosted turbochargers from Aeroflow Performance are designed for the automotive enthusiast who wants optimal performance at a competitive price. We have a range of turbochargers in both ceramic ball bearing and 360-degree journal bearing options to suit your power goals from 200 up to 3,000 horsepower. To help turbocharge your vehicle, Aeroflow Performance also have a large range of turbocharger accessories. From steam pipe turbo manifolds, external wastegates and intake and exhaust solutions, you can have your car boosted in no time. For a full listing, check out aeroflowperformance.com.
How would it be if we funded a pilot program for you to run that enabled you to bring some vision impaired kids onto the Saints Play program?
Oh wow, that would mean the world. My reward is the smile on the kids' faces.
And since you've given so much to others, we'd also like to do something for you personally. How would it feel if Pepper sent you, your partner, and your daughter Molly to the Gold Coast for a few days?
Yeah, awesome. I don't know what to say. It amazes me. Thank you very much.
Stay informed, up to date and entertained thanks to the Western Weekender, The Western Weekender is Penrith's leading free and local newspaper, delivering the best content from on-the-ground journalists and providing businesses with direct access to potential customers. News, sport, entertainment, puzzles and so much more. The Western Weekender is the heartbeat of Penrith and it's out every Thursday. Get your free copy at selected locations in the area, home delivered, or check out westernweekender.com.au.
Aeroflow Performance provides a wide range of high-quality performance products for races, street machines and hot rodders.
Speed Addict Clothing Co. Fast clothes for fast people. Shop now at speedaddictco.com.au.
Aeroflow Performance provides a wide range of high-quality performance products for races, street machines and hot rodders. From fittings, fuel system components, intake solutions and even turbocharger systems, you can see it all at aeroflowperformance.com.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, now we're back around, and race fans, of course. We're into the first round of eliminations here, and this brings out our Super Street. Braden Stewartson from Albion Park Rail in the Audi RS3 5-cylinder turbo up against Bruce Ritchie from Lions in the ACT. And he's got 572 cubes and 5 tonne of metal surrounding that cubic inch. Look at that.
Oh, close reaction time, 132 to 137.
Front 37. Oh, Greyhound. Back off, back off, back off.
He's got it.
Back off. Yeah, he has.
He has. He will take the win.
I'll have to buy him coffee next Wednesday.
Strike one for the old school.
Oh, for that, yeah.
On that one. Shame for Braden Stewartson, though. He was last round's winner.
Yeah, he was,
in
too.
Super Street. So, yeah, shame that he's gone out first round, but that's racing.
Mate, that's the way the Mercedes bends. All right, well, we'll get
I should say to everyone out there that's sick of the term, that's racing. That's the only time I'm going to say.
No, that's right, mate.
Ryan Adesing
Gee, this is
the
close.
Commodore. This is a close one with Con Iranios. It's going to come down to the dial-in.
Oh.
Well, double breakout
on
that, but Iranios gets it by only 1,000th, breaking out by 1,000th.
Oh, 1,000, gee.
Yeah,
Well, that's nothing.
1070 dial-in, 1069 with a 9.
Oh,
sorry, 1269 with a 9.
Yeah. Oh, wow.
That's about as close as you'll get. David Matasevic now with the Ford Cortina in the Aeroflow lane up against Mark Elborn on the HQ ute, 1071 to a 1252. So you're going to see Elborn leave almost 2 seconds before Matasevic. Off he goes, 147.
Oh, this could be
Elborn's
very
got
close.
Got it all up against him here. He's slower on the reaction time. Yep, Matasevic does get it, a 1057 with a 1075 with a 7. I missed Mark Elborn. We are rolling through the through the races.
We certainly. We should have our own timing clock
Yeah,
here.
that's right. 11:38 dial in a piece. So we're basically heads up
heads
on
up.
this one.
Yeah. Oh, good.
Guy Greenland in the VX Bellina, LSA on board up against Matt Cerny in the HR Ute. He's got a 347 Chevy.
Oh well, that's an unusual size engine. It's usually 350 and then 383, but the ones that come 347, that's like a Windsor. Oh, I love how that supercharger on Guy Green.
Certainly,
I tell you what,
Cerny got out with the reaction time though, 058 to a 132. Greenland gets around him and closer on the dial-in.
Yes, yeah. Look at that, 11.393 for Guy Greenland.
138. So very close racing so far. Zig Zielkowski back here again, the VE Commodore. He's got an 1192 dial-in. I think he's been running in the low 12s today. Corey Stutchbury, 1072 with the nitrous-assisted VX. Yeah,
that's 5.7 litres. You might see the little purge, but Zig down there in the Aeroflow lane. Look at the burnout. Smoke's still trying to clear.
Grab a gear and disappear.
Yeah, there he goes.
015 reaction time for Zig and 072 to Stutchbury. This will be a battle to the end.
Well, the sedan's coming on gangbusters, but it won't be enough.
Oh, it's a breakout. And not a small one either.
No.
Zielkowski got worried about the impending doom of the competitor. Unfortunately, it does break out on an 1150 on 1190 dial-in. Great work for Stutchbury for sticking to his guns and running it out the back door.
Yep. Good deal. Shane McGregor now in the rocket lane in that rare Ford XW Falcon ute, running a Cleveland 351, dialed in 1270. Dave Morton will have to sit there and wait. He's dialed in at 1075 in that very, very sharp R8 Commodore down there. It's got an LSA, 6.2 litres, so it's supercharged.
Shane McGregor in a wagon leaves a cherry on the tree.
Leaves an automatic win.
Hands the win over to Dave Morton.
I'll give you 24 hours to stop that.
Push. I'm not sure if I should report what's happening here in the commentary box. The back.
There you go.
Right. So that round going on through, just checking something on the track there.
Yeah, look at that. Over
half a track.
In the rocket lane there, we've got the clear.
Not exactly sure what's there, but it's...
something may have come off and embedded itself.
Yeah, looks like there it goes.
Yep, he's gone.
All right, next pairing up, Adam Bowers in the HQ Ute, High Performance World and Forza Performance on board. We've got Peter Varillis in SQ2. I apologise to Peter if it is an RSQ2. I'm not sure because we can't see it from here.
Well, it's small.
It's small, it's a Q, and it's a S something.
Yes, yeah. Well, I got the big one. There's a big one up in my street, you know, the big
like
old ones,
RSQ8
4.2 litre V8. Gee.
Oh, red on the tree for Bowers.
Look at
Something's
that.
not right in that combination, though. It's not happy today. Varillis with a nice light, though. 044 for the little Audi. He's dialed in with a 12.99. He's going to get the win either way. A 13.253 at 101 mile per hour. We'll see the little Audi moving on to the next round.
The name's familiar when you have a look at it now, Varillis. This is obviously his runaround car, a normal car, but I seem to think that he does own a race car somewhere. It's either in Top Sportsman or Super Sedan.
Yep.
But anyway.
All right, Peter Villaris, the Go Logistics SLR 5000 style Tirana down there. He's dialed in 11.08. Robert Matisek with a 10.74 in the Camaro.
Yeah, now that Camaro's got number plate RSSS. So I know what it means.
I think that's Dennis's, the blue one.
Oh, is it the blue one? Yeah,
the blue one's got the
it's
RS.
got RS
67
and then,
SS.
SS,
Yeah, beautiful car.
Yeah.
Villaris lifting the left-hand wheel there off the line. This will be a close one. Matisek got him on the tree, 029.
Yeah, I think... Oh, no.
Oh, breakout from
breakout.
Villaris. Yes. He stayed in it. A 10.75 with a 7 off a 10.74 dial-in for Matisek.
Oh, he's still... Matisek has still got there first.
Still got there first, yeah.
Oh, he's the other big...
Mitchell Gregory. It's the other big B-body and the other big Matisek.
Yes, that's it.
This is the 67 RSSS. So it's rally
sport and super sport.
Yeah.
No, it's super sport first. Super sport first because it comes with all the stuff. It's the RS part of it is the lights and the backup lights. I'll finish that in a minute.
Big wiggle out of Gregory's Impala there as it came off the line. Steered the car towards the centre line.
Ooh,
just misses out.
Look at that.
It's all in the reaction time there.
It is 094.
Great job from Matisek there, but not a great launch from the Impala, strangely.
Yeah.
On that one. It really turned towards the centre line on the hit, which is a bit odd. Okay, next pairing, Carmelo Di Maria in the EJ sedan with that sporty 202 up against Chris Buddha-Zammit in the VT Commodore 350 Chev.
I remember that EJ. I remember that it used to be a different colour. The name's got me.
Okay.
Di Maria, I'm going back 3 or 4 years.
Right.
Maybe even more. It was good then.
Well, he's no stranger to it. An 020 on the tree to an 097 for Zammit. Zammit's just got his nose in front as they come past the 1,000-foot mark, but Maria's going to get there first with the win. Zammit breaks out.
Yeah.
10.91 with a 3 on a 10.90 dial-in for Di Maria.
Yes.
I would say that's a bit of a warning shot across the Super Street category if Carmelo Di Maria is here to take part.
Okay, Mark Hopkins now in the Holden LX runner with that strange little 312 cubic inch engine. It's probably a 304 with a 40 thou oversized,
something like that. Yeah.
Sammy Joe Johnson in the VE Commodore L98 6 litre. It's a really nice machine as well, just like that white R8. That's spectacular, that white R8 that just went down earlier. Oh, 134 and an 038 to Mark Hopkins in that little Tirana. He'll get there.
He'll certainly get there first.
Yeah, he'll get there.
Yeah, a nice little pedal there we could hear just in the background on the track mics. Make sure that he was going to go above the...
Yeah, no, it was good effort. Is that a Falcon or a Fairlane?
Yeah, Falcon in the Rocket Lane.
Oh, right,
Yeah,
okay.
XD
Ford
Falcon, Blaine
XD.
Bull.
Oh, yeah, it is too.
With that surname, would you expect anything else?
Yeah. Yeah, that's true.
Sal Di Maria in the LJ Tirana in the Aeroflow lane. I'm not sure exactly what's happening with the suspension there because it was making all sorts of shapes as it came out of the burnout, and it's got a big lean on the...
good light there, and 0.45 from Blaine Bull. Oh, there's that Tirana with the smoking left-hand side. We commented on that last time.
Yes, something going on there, but
Yeah.
Blaine Bull definitely takes the win. 11.07 on 11.03 dial in 120, 11.64 on a 1080 dial in for the Tirana. Certainly some things to factor in there.
Yep.
Brett Stutchbury up next in the Aeroflow lane. He's got the PSC Racing Power Plus New South Wales Shorty's Performance Engine and Shockworks on board with the Commodore. Just doing a quick inspection of the track after the Tirana went down there. It looked like it was having some breathing issues on its way down.
That was the other thing I was trying to figure out. The dreaded on the Holdens, they used to have that breather pipe out of the 138s, the grey motors, and they just come out and dump
straight
on the
down
ground.
on the ground. Yeah. Yeah, back before we really knew how bad that was going to be.
Yeah.
It's got to come out somewhere.
Yeah.
Or just put it down there.
Yeah, well, it's pointing down to the ground.
Yeah.
But it's amazing when you have how little. Okay, there may not be an accident, but it's just sometimes the car gets caught up in a bit of moisture there, and and the guy backs off, and he's lost the race. But other times we can see how bad it can be.
Certainly, and it's sort of when you're talking about moisture getting down and loss of traction, it can be just being inexperienced with the burnout. A lot of people are first timers, and we see it all the time at street meets. They'll do a burnout in the water box and stay there.
Yeah.
And they'll finish the burnout. They'll stop.
Yeah.
And basically, the whole time that tyre's been spinning, it's throwing water up in the wheel arch.
Yes.
And then you don't get any time for it to get off.
Yep.
So not only do you still have water in your tyres, as we see Brett Stutchbury run through there for a 10.43 on a 10.40 dial-in. So nice reaction time, nice dial-in, nice pass from Brett Stutchbury. So he really made the most of that solo pass.
He certainly did.
But yeah, so you've got these people that are doing these burnouts in the water box, and they stop it, they roll forward. There's still water all over the tyre because it's sitting in the water. And then there's water up in the wheel arch. So they creep forward into stage, and then just water all around. So just one of those things you've got to keep up
of
on.
Course,
so. Well, that was the end of Go Logistics Super Street.
Yeah, which
and move straight into Boosted Outlaws, round 2 of the Chicago Shootout on there. So this will be exciting. That is the sound of our people. Anthony Bull in the Boulogne Ford 412.
Wow.
And then a slight variation in the acoustics when we go across to the turbocharged LSX Rami Sali in the Holden Ute.
That's right, because that LSX is a 427.
Correct, 7 litre, that's right.
Yeah.
So ran 191 mile per hour.
Yeah, that was beautiful. It just slid slightly towards the right, but then from then it was beaut.
Yeah, nothing extreme. No huge movements. No massive wheel work required, which is always nice for the driver. All right, so good to see. We'll see if the guys have maybe turned the leave up a little bit on this ute, because it has been a little bit leisurely, I would say, on the launch, which is fine because it's still running a low 7-second pass.
Yep.
But certainly some more potential there. But let's just see if they creep up on it during these rounds, or they're going to play it conservative.
Well, for a utility, for a ute, that thing's, I really like it. The whole stance, the body work, and all the stuff hanging off it for a ute. It's you don't see it. Well, to me, you don't see it often enough.
No, very rare.
But very rare. Yeah.
All right, Bull's got a 7.42 dial in. He leaves well. Sali's dialed in with a 680. They are a bit heavier on the leave. This time a 1.0 60 foot. Very nice. It's going to make its way on down through there. A 689 at 199. to a 760 with an 8 at 179 for Bull. So Bull certainly got the win on that, but I think the team certainly won with that pass out of the Ute.
Yeah.
Good to see.
Yeah. And it was, almost. It was very close to 200 miles an hour, but I think it'd have to be 199.98, and then it's a gimme.
Yeah, that's right. Near enough is good enough.
Yeah, that's right. So, particularly when you could count that as a solo pass, I'll grab a lot of data out of the computer for that pass. Gee,
Certainly.
6, like 199 miles an hour.
I guarantee it's got no shortage of turbo on that car
Yeah,
as well.
that's right.
When it comes back down the return road, Les, just have a look at the front end of it.
Yeah.
It's got the biggest turbo intake. You'd
Really?
have to make sure that your children were well away from it if it was driving past in the street. So.
Well, lucky Stewie's not here.
Exactly. Shout out to Stewie White. I'm sure he's probably going to watch this back later. He's usually working Saturday, cooking up a storm.
But Sean Leafting now from Taree in New South Wales. That's Sean. It's been a while since we've seen one of the Leaftings in the type of machine they've got.
Yep.
But Sean seems to be. This is all those other drivers, and he included. They must be related to the Bear family because they've all come out of hibernation for this event.
That's right.
All these Bob Sinclair and Paul Linnett.
Well,
it's crazy.
As I was saying to Bushy earlier, since I've been commentating, I don't remember seeing Sean Leafting make a pass in his one.
Yeah.
And also, Bushy mentioned that he knows the car's always had a Hemi in it, but unaware of it being a Noonan. So possibly the two are related, the time off, new engine combination, maybe a few other changes on the car, and then getting back around closer to be prepared for a new season of racing, PDRC next month.
Next month,
so he might be taking a swing at that, which would be great to see. And Chris Denny as well. I know it's Denny Family Racing's a relatively small, humble operation, but they're out here trying to kick it with the best, which is great to see.
Look, for sure.
We've got a 768 dial-in for Denny and a 660 for Leafting. Let's see how close they can each get.
Yeah, to the dial-in. Whoa, this is quick, but Sean Leafting, big top end.
That is a big
gets
top
there
end.
first.
204 mile per hour.
204 over that 200 mile an hour.
Very nice. 081 reaction time.
Only the previous best was 171. It's 30 mile an hour difference.
That's a big difference there. So great to see for the lifting crew.
Yeah.
And Denny not far off either. So great to see that. Next pairing looks like it will be Brittany Olive in the Dragster. 665 dial in. And NASA Matter, a Civil with the big Chev with a 6.0. See if they can tame it down. It's had a bit of a wild launch so far today. See if they
did it ever?
Yeah, a little bit of testing and tuning.
Yeah.
I think perhaps earlier in the year this car was maybe debuted by the A Civil guys. I think they've had it for quite a while. I think maybe the first time back out with NASA at the wheel was earlier this year. Possibly at the NDRC, the previous NDRC meeting. But
it's a sharp looking car.
Burnout was definitely a lot more straightforward. Not much of a burnout from Brittany.
No, Brittany.
Dragster,
I think I haven't seen her do anything, like not as smoky as NASA there. I've never seen her do that, but anyway.
It does have quite a wheelbase, so they may just not have, they may not be throwing the power at it off the leaf to really require a big solid burnout,
Yeah.
Well, it might get enough flex out of the chassis. Just enough footprint of the tyre to, all they really need to do is clean the tyres off, possibly.
Yeah. Yeah, they'll probably just clutch adjustment or something like that come in at a different RPM or speed.
It's all dumb assumption from my part. I'm pretty sure that Shane knows what he's on about, though.
Yeah, yeah. Good on you. Yeah. Yeah, well, you know, I'm used to the being called you've little faith. But, yeah, the olives. There was an olive that raced offshore. I'm sure it was Shane Olive. And he raced up in Brisbane. He was racing those offshore powerboat, or he was a mechanic on one.
Yeah, okay.
Same as that Rhett Lockheed.
Yep.
He went straight from drag racing straight to Formula, whatever. There we go.
168 on the tree for Brittany Olive. Doesn't matter who's doing the chasing. That's a much cleaner pass for those guys. It goes for a 6.11 with an 8 at 2.31, but Brittany Olive will get the win, a 6.73 with a 5 at 2.10 on a 6.65 dial-in. So good pass from both cars there, and good to see the A-Civil guys getting their head around the Chev there.
Yeah, did you see that NASA there? He's really got after half track. It started really to close the gap rather quickly. So
definitely 20 mile per hour on at the big end, but really good to see that car get away cleanly at the short track.
I wonder if that was a PB.
Yeah, I don't know. I think.
I just saw the guys down here are backslapping.
They're all pretty happy about it.
But that might be just them.
Well, I mean, I'd be happy about the car getting down the track the whole way rather than doing the zigzags before the 330 like it has previously. All good. All right, next one we've got the funny car from Toby Austin. Tobes Racing and Engineering back out again with Peter Lee Custom Imports on board and Greg Sakaridis from the ICE Group and CV Performance with the Pro Mod Mustang.
Is that Con or
Vic?
Vic?
That is Con down in the centre of the lane there. And Vic won't be too far behind. I think Vic's actually just up near the burnout pad. He'll be guiding.
Oh, right,
Greg back after the burnout.
Oh, I see. Yeah, you can see him waiting there just on the other side of the tyres.
Yep. Nice short, sharp burnout from Austin there in the funny car.
Oh, they
Mustang just needing a little bit of a clear out by the looks of things.
Yeah.
A little bit of smoke coming out of the left pipe on that Mustang, so it can sometimes just be a little bit of turbos can be a little bit lazy.
Sweepy around it.
Around the core there, the seals can get a little tidy, or perhaps the cars have to spend a little bit more time idling. Where when the turbos are mounted so low, you've got to make sure you've got a really good scavenge pump to pull the oil out of the turbos, or a little sump, so that it can gather somewhere, because otherwise it just fills up. Being that it's a dry sump car, there'll be a scavenge function on it. But if they're sitting there idling for a while and maybe it's not perfectly efficient on the scavenge circuit for the turbos, you can just get a little bit of pooling there, and you'll see a little bit of smoke, but it's no big deal. It's not going to affect the mile per hour that this thing's about to lay down, that's for sure. So.
No, not within I'd say not within 5 miles an hour, I'd say. Oh yeah, well, Toby Austin there, he's 650, and Sakaridis is 680.
680. It's probably a bit conservative, I would say, for that car.
Yeah, okay.
But it's more of a testing day today, so it doesn't really matter.
Well, he's dialed in 680 and he's gone 850, so he's qualified with that.
But taking their time on the line here, making sure it's right. Sakaridis, whoa, bit of a spin there.
He's back into it.
He's back into it. But hopes the launches the chutes a bit earlier. 669, the 1 to 785, 155. So maybe a little bit of boost ramp. A bit too much for the track with the Sakaridis car, but we're not to know.
No.
The guys will go back, analyse the data, see what exactly caused that bit of wheel spin and the big sharp turn to the left, and they'll get it squared up for the next one. Nice reaction from Sakaridis on that one. as well. He was straight on top of the wheel.
It's funny you see. Have a look at the wheelie bar marks in here. They're slightly off, heading towards the sign down there.
Yep.
But the one over here in this lane,
Yes.
that little one, and that other one, they're not in line. There seems to be, well, if he booted it and it went over to that would explain the offline from the second white mark there.
Yes.
Yeah, it's not in line. Gee, spectacular though, isn't it?
It's it's a lot of horsepower to try and tame in one of those cars. A door car, right?
Yeah.
Speaking of which, is another door cart with plenty of horsepower. We've got Rob Campese back out again in the Mustang. 514 cubic inch Hemi with a couple of big old hair dryers hanging off the side of it.
Yeah, it's my younger son, he's he just turned 48 the other day.
Yep.
He loves Rob Campese. You know, like it's just, there's no one else races here but him.
Fair enough.
Yeah, so.
Fair enough.
But he's not a petrol head at all, in the sense that he hasn't got a car. He's got a Toyota Camry, but and you can't.
He hasn't got a car.
But you know, he knows he can tell you if you ask him now. He can tell you what Michael Schumacher had for breakfast in 1995 or something like that, and he knows all that trivial stuff.
Absolutely. All right. So we've got Rob Campese.
I was down there before, and the car, I was just down here in the viewing bay there, and I saw, look at that, you're right. Look at the size of it. Wow.
That's a big old intake pipe in the front of that ute, isn't it?
Oh, mate. It's like the funnel off the Queen Mary.
Yeah. All right, the crew will bring Rob Campese in to stage here. It's got a little bit of bias towards the left side of the track, which again they'll be just managing a little bit of rear steer, I dare say. So it comes up on the two-step.
Oh, look at that.
Whoa! Yeah, getting a little squirrely out around the 330 mark there and chattering the tyres most of the way out, actually. We can see the little broken line of the tyre. So yeah, definitely tricky when we're out here for a regular track championship round, which the track's always really nice, but when you've got these cars that are sort of professional racers, they're making big horsepower, 3,000 odd horsepower plus, trying to manage that power delivery is the biggest thing, I mean, and that wasn't a bad launch either. We've got a 998 60-foot from Campese there.
Yeah.
So it was certainly on its way, but just trying to ramp the power in and keep the tyre under control and keep the car straight, it's definitely a fine line.
It didn't skid over there; it floated over.
Yeah.
And so, and that's what you get when I've seen a couple of these little Mazda R100s.
Yes.
When they've got a 3/4 chassis, not a full chassis, 3/4 chassis, they just float anywhere.
Yes.
You know.
Yep. Because there's not a lot of mass.
No.
To hold down either. It's just it's going to go wherever it wants to go.
But he's on the ball with that. What did he go there? 810. He's gone a 6 before,
Yeah.
So that's not indicative, but gee, that's a nice rail.
Yes. Very nice little things. All right, we're just getting ready for next round of juniors. So as they're preparing making the track preparations for the safety gear, we might just throw off to a word from a couple of our track sponsors. We'll be right back.
Oh,
round
yes,
7
they've got the safety gear, of course.
Of the Speed Addict Clothing Track Championships at Sydney Drake.
Whether you're building a street machine or a race car, Aeroflow Performance has a solution for you. Our ever-increasing range features boosted turbocharger systems, Bosch Motorsport products, X-Pro electrical systems, hoses and fittings, bang shift shifters, differential parts and fabrication components. You can see it all on aeroflowperformance.com.
Bikereview.com.au is Australia's leading website for performance and modified motorcycles. Bikereview.com.au is the only motorcycle-focused website to feature motorcycle drag racing on a regular basis. And in the words of editor Jeff Ware, our involvement with Sydney Dragway is our way of putting back into one of our favourite sports. Bikereview.com.au.
All right, Les, here we go. Round number 1.
Welcome back, young Steve.
Thank you, Les. Fantastic work that you and Pat are putting together.
Thank you.
It's really, really good.
Yeah, it is. Well, thoroughly enjoyable. It is. It's that's why I like coming up here. In fact, I came up here early.
I heard you say you were here yesterday.
Yesterday, yeah. I came up.
The life for some, eh?
Oh, mate, when you'll get to
No, I don't want to think about that. It's too far away. I know what you're going to say. You can stop right there.
Yeah,
stop
right
there.
That's
so
right.
Our first round of Western Weekender Junior Dragster about to unfold in front of us. The first race of that round will see Jacob Longo in the airflow lane, dialed in with a 9.09, taking on Liam O'Neill, who's dialed in with a 12.10. So all but 3 seconds head start will go to the car in the rocket lane. And Jacob will have to chase Liam down at the finish line. We'll see what happens at the other end.
See how they go. The reason there's a difference, such a big difference between the two, Jacob Longo over in the aeroflow lane is a B junior dragster, and Liam O'Neill, the young chap down there in the rocket lane, his is a C junior dragster, and he's limited to 12 seconds flat. So he's dialed in with a 12.10 because he's a C junior dragster. Jacob Longo dialed in at a 9.09. I think it's there he goes.
Unfortunately, Liam's thrown the red light there.
For Liam.
0.32 red. Longo will move into the next round. He left with a 1.08 reaction time and a 9.14 with a 3. 71 mile an hour for Longo to a 12.17 with a 9. For O'Neill, the start line was the telling part of that race.
Yep.
Our next pair, Christian Canuli in the aeroflow lane, dialed in with an 8.20, taking on Tegan Smith. Tegan Smith dialed in with a 7.75. She will chase down Christian.
Oh, a couple of sharpies here. We've got a double A. Tegan Smith, she's moved up to double A so she can run a 7.60. And Christian Canuli, just a normal A junior dragster. He's limited to 7.90, but he's dialed in at 8.20, so he'll get the handicap start, and the flying yellow machine down there of Tegan Smith. It's a really nice contrast with the black and the yellow, and she'll have to do the chasing because she's the quickest. Her dial in 7.75. So it just sounds so strange for watching junior dragster and say they've dialed in at a 7.70, which is below their regular normal of 7.90.
We'll get used to it soon enough, Les.
Yes,
all good.
Yeah. I'll get used to it by the end of the day because there's plenty of them.
All right, both cars into full stage right about now. Canuli to lead first. 173 it might to an 0.47.
It's going to be close, but I think... Oh! No.
Oh, no. Canuli got there first, went 7.94 with a 5. It breaks out. Got there by over a 10th. A 7.78 with a 3 for Smith. I guess say Canuli just stayed in the throttle there.
I thought it might have been the dial-in was a bit too... a bit too slow for the car.
A bit generous, you reckon?
Yeah. I can understand the reason for doing so. But if you're not caught, well, you're in a position.
My personal view is it's so much harder to actually do that, though, to dial in slow and then try.
Yes, I know, and that's what I'm getting at. You're relying on something to go wrong or something different. The other person doesn't get a good reaction time, but hey, it's too much to give away.
Yes. Our next pair, Taylor and Canuli now, also in the aeroflow lane, running for PC Racing, dialed in with a 12.46. Talon will be chased by Brianna Boscovich, who's dialed in with a 785 in the Diecast Mania Liverpool Glass and Bosco Autos backed machine. Brianna in the rocket lane.
Yes, dialed in with that 785, Talon Canuli there, 1246. This is what I watch it. I've been watching it for 21 years. It's really sort of disheartening for me to see a C junior dragster sort of red light on their, they're in round one.
Yeah, well, Talon hasn't red lit, so in with a chance.
Yeah.
Oh, Brianna, unfortunately, has fallen asleep on the start line. I think for her to take this race over Talon is going to be...
Yes,
yes.
And broke out trying to do so.
Yeah, Talon gets there first by over 0.2 of a second. That was the reaction time again, told the story on that race, Les.
Yeah, and that's exactly what I like to see happen for C Junior Dragons,
Yes.
especially in the first round. But anyway, commiserations to the Boscovich. Yeah,
maybe there was an issue with the car. Or
Could have
maybe
been.
she was just distracted for that one moment in time. That's all it takes. So Benjamin Adard for ITF Hire, Pro Tilt Towing and Low Fabrications. An 865 dialing for him in the airflow lane. He will be chasing Robbie Risteski. Risteski with an 885, so only 0.2 in this one.
Oh, wow. Benjamin Addo at 885.
We got a race. Risteski with a slightly better reaction time. There's absolutely nothing in this one, folks.
I think Adard might break out. No.
No. It was only 100th in it across the finish line. Risteski takes the win. 8.98 with a 0.
Wow. Geez, that was close. I'll better go and see Specsavers, I think. I haven't won one today. Oh, they're tough sounding cars. Piper Bennett in the Aeroflow lane, our number 4 qualifier, dialed in with an 806 in the Aeroflow lane. Riley Ito in the rocket lane there, 14th qualifier, dialed in with an 8 flat. Ito, the AA junior dragster, still dialed in at 8 flat, and Piper Bennett there, just normal AJD. She's restricted to 790, but put in an 806 dial-in time. So 806. You won't be able to tell the difference. This is virtually a heads-up race. The difference is in the computer. It's the electronics in the computer will factor in the 600th of a second. See? Nearly... Oh, Piper Bennett 011, Riley Ito an 072, but I think Piper just might make it. She does, because...
She does, right. Ito got there first, went too fast.
Went too fast.
793 with a 1 on an 8-0.
Yeah.
Ito got there first by 500ths, but handing the win back to Bennett from going across the finish line too quickly.
Yeah. Yeah, unfortunate for Riley. But
our next pair. Jaden Burnasev and Daniel Karabala on the start line.
yeah, it's all right. You can... Oh, here we go.
Carablot Racing for Lightstream Electrical, Australian Motoring Group, Reconditioning Services, VEK Tools, Dr. Meth Race Fuels, dialed in with an 810, has a big chase that he has to wait for Jaden. Jaden, the C Junior Dragster driver in the rocket lane, dialed in with a 1282.
Oh, gee, this is a...
So 4.7 seconds, the gap.
Oh, another one.
Karabala with a little bit of work to do, chasing down Burnasev. I think the Burnasev car will move into the next round. 1285 with a 7 on a 1282. Nice and close to the dial-in. Looks like Carabalot's car went a fair bit off the dial
Yeah.
as well, Les. So,
yeah, watch a 0.4 reaction time. So, but that's what, and that's exactly what I was talking about before.
I wouldn't mind betting with some of these clouds around that the weather conditions have changed quite a little bit, even in the last 20 minutes.
You reckon?
And the humidity really knocks these cars around.
Well, as Jason Mansueto would say, you can't burn water.
Correct.
I learnt that off him when he was doing Horsepower Heroes at the Summer Nats back in the day. Back in Chick Henry's day, anyway.
Well, let's go back a few days.
Yeah.
All right, George DeCarlos in the Brick and Go Bricklaying Junior Dragster. He's in the Aeroflow lane, dialed in with a 12.13. Taking on Charlotte Leifting in the Rocket lane. He's dialed in with an 8.40 for Speedflow Products.
Yes, 8.40. And
Great to,
yeah.
I was going to say, Les, it's great to see all these C Junior dragsters coming through the ranks.
Yeah, good, isn't it?
There's actually quite a few contingents of the C Junior
lineup, yes.
Junior races. 1.30 the light for Takalis to an 0.90 for Leifting. Not too much in it. Takalis is out in front. Going to be a big closing speed at the top end of the racetrack.
Yeah.
Takalis gets there first, Les, but goes an 0.51 on a 1.30 and hands the win over to Leifting.
Oh. Well, he'll know, you know, that he's done pretty well, except for the breakout for the dial-in. But you know, when you look at the card and you see your name, you know, like in the losing thing, but he, you know, like he gave it a good shot.
I think ultimately, though, at least if you throw it away on a red, you've got no chance. You can be a little bit late, and if luck's on your side,
yeah,
you can still win the race.
Yeah, yeah, that's right. The other guy, the other driver may break out.
Correct. Charlotte Leifting and Alex Rafalo now to do battle. Leifting in the Aeroflow lane for Speedflow Products, dialed in with a 9.09. Rafalo over there in the Rocket lane for Sydney Waterscapes, dialed in with an 8.13. So all but a second head start going to the Aeroflow lane.
Oh, no.
Rafalo, an 0.16. Red light will tell the story there.
What does he? Oh, an 8.40 and runs an 8.14, but yeah, first is worst.
That's it. And a 9.14 with a 5 on a 9.09 for Leifting.
Yeah, well, she's into the next. No, there's how many Leiftings are there in Junior Dragster? Just the two? Or one?
There's 3, I think.
Yeah, really? Okay, Danielle Boscovich now in the B Junior Dragster in the Rocket lane. Dial in 8.75. Chloe Rako in the Aeroflow lane, running AA JD, dialed in with a 7.75. She'll have to wait 1 full second, which is 2.5 lights, orange lights difference. So we'll see how it all pans out. There you go. That's better. There, now Danielle's got it. But she's got a B Junior Dragster. That's why she dialed. Oh, 8.75. That must be 8.75.
Well, 8.60 is the cutoff for B, so just a little
How
bit
much?
inside. 8.60.
Yeah, right. 8.60. Oh, good. Thanks, Steve. I thought it might have been 8.50, but it's 8.60 for B Junior Dragster. That's good. Thank you. Okay, down it goes. Oh, Danielle. Chloe there has nailed the tree. Oh, well, she's got the quicker of the two, I should say. Reaction time. She runs through a 7.770 at 82 and an 8.81 at 74 for Danielle Boscovich.
Yeah, so it's about 2/10 across the finish line.
Oh, yeah.
The win margin for Chloe on that race. The next pair, Jake McNamara for Fine Line Motorsports in the Aeroflow lane. He's dialed in with a 7.77, taking on Emma Leifting, dialed in with a 12.39.
Oh, she's in the little C Junior Dragster.
Yeah, so Jake will have to be a little bit patient on the start line here.
Yeah, he can't. That's Uncle Brett down there. doing a good job. There we go. Mum's down there too. So the Emma Leafting in the Rocket Lane will get the handicap start. She'll go first, and then Jake McNamara there will do the chasing. So, oh, an 041
Yeah,
red.
nice light.
041. Oh!
We have a race, Les. McNamara, a little bit of work to do, but not too much of a gap between the two. The big top-end speed difference, and it will be Leafting to take the win. An 0.24 win margin across the finish line with 12.47 with a 9 to take the win.
Yeah.
So just a little bit closer to the dial-in as well.
Oh, wow. Gee, that's three times that a C Junior Dragster's won.
It wasn't much in that last one, though, so that was a good race, though.
Well, Daniela is closest to her dial. She had the best dial in, the best reaction time, I'm sorry. And she's dialed in with a 7.75, and this is a solo run for her. Precision Racing and John Ryan Freight Management. Yeah, that's more like logistics.
Yes, well, that's a new sponsor from what I recall for Daniela, so it's great to see someone new getting on board for that team. 002 on the tree, nice light.
Oh, yeah. Really? 002? Oh.
And a 774 with a 3 on a 775. It's a very well sorted driver and car right there, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah. Oh, there's one more to go. I think this is this.
It's Cordell, I think it was.
Oh, yeah, yeah. Yeah, just getting the handle. Oh, right out there.
Cordell Di Maria. And an 892 with a 0, 71.5 mile an hour through the top end.
Yeah, good. That's must be a T&T.
Yeah, I think Cordell doing her licensing at the moment.
Oh, motorcycles now. Junior drag bike.
It's Lincoln Delios in the aeroflow lane, taking on Anastasia Lucky, a 12-2-0 dial in for Lincoln in the aeroflow lane to a 9.48 there for Anastasia. So a little bit of a handicap going to Anastasia in the aeroflow lane, Lincoln in the aeroflow lane. Anastasia with a little bit better light. Still think the hardest thing on these motorcycles is getting away from the start line.
Yeah.
Oh, a 9.54 with a 0 on a 9.48 for Anastasia to take the win.
Who is that masked rider?
It's Josh Tyburner Burtonshaw. Letting it labour right out to the end. I'm not encouraging him, I swear.
Yeah.
I got in trouble for encouraging him.
Did you?
Yeah.
Oh, rightio.
Not harshly in trouble.
No, but sort of, sort of giving him comment like backseat driving.
Yeah. I pick up a little bit of a vibe from whoever's paying for the tyre that I shouldn't do it. 0.55 on the tree, nicely for Josh in the rocket lane on a solo. And a 9.45 with a 5 on a 9.38 to take the win. And that concludes the first round of a Junior Dragster and a Junior Drag Bike. Our next category out should be Modified Eliminator, according to the schedule.
That'll be good.
And guess what? I can see them.
You can see them now.
In the staging lanes.
Yeah, look at them.
So what we're going to do, Les, is just throw it to our big screen for a couple of quick words from some of our sponsors, and Les and I will be back with you very, very shortly.
Aeroflow, famous for our massive range of hose, fittings and performance products. Air filters, oil filters, fittings, engine and transmission parts, fuel systems, tanks, silicone hose, exhaust, air conditioning, turbo and nitrous accessories and more. Get your free catalogue and shop online now at aeroflowperformance.com.
Stay informed, up to date and entertained thanks to Para News. Para News is Parramatta and the Cumberland area's leading free and local newspaper, delivering the best content from on-the-ground journalists and providing businesses with direct access to potential customers. News, sport, entertainment, puzzles and so much more. Para News really is the heartbeat of Parramatta and Cumberland, and it's out every Tuesday. Get your free copy at selected locations in the area or check out paranews.com.au.
Not slow.
Not difficult.
Not just ticking boxes.
Not a bank.
Talk to Australia's real-life non-bank for home loans, car loans, personal loans. Pepper Money, the home of loan options.
Bang shift.
Okay, back in action. Couple of FEDs, front engine dragsters. Both of them Holden 6s. It's just something about a Holden 6 that it amazes me. You put it against an equivalent 6-cylinder, as in the number of cylinders, but if you put it against a Hemi or a Barra's not fair because it's got 4 valves per cylinder, but if you put it against a Hemi 265 or a pre-Barra like that's in an AU,
Crossflow or a full
Crossflow, yeah. That Holden seemed to take it out every time. That the ET of Joe Borg.
Hang on, just repeat that.
Pardon?
Did you just say that a Holden outdoes the Slant 265?
Oh, well, Joe Borg held the record for Yonks.
Oh, Sinclair way over towards the wall.
Red light too.
Big step to the left. Red light with a 145. The winner will be Mark Tanswell with this race. 9.52 with a 6, 140 mile an hour on a 9.30.
Oh, Bob Sinclair, he'll be absolutely. He'll lead himself. He'll go get that crook at himself for it. Stephanie Heisman's now the battle of the ladies. Alison Stewart from now she's in Bungendore. Was Queanbeyan, was Bungendore before. Never mind. She's dialed in with a 769 in the Aeroflow lane up against Stephanie Heisman's from Spring Hill in New South Wales. She's dialed in with an 815 in the Rocket lane, so she'll get the handicap start. And Alison Stewart in the Aeroflow lane will have to run her down, get there first, and not break out if she wants to win. Because she'll have a top end charge because she's doing the chasing, a 760 against an 815. Well, Stephanie Heisman's will get out with an 815. She'll be really already underway. So, but Ellie's not a bad racer at all. She loves racing. Really loves it.
Both races into full stage. Heisman's to lead first. Stewart with an advantage off the start line. She should keep that advantage across the finish line. 7.71 with a 5 on a 7.69 to take the win. Fair margin of victory at the end was 0.18 of a second.
Now another couple of front engine machines, but one's a dragster and the other one's an altered. So, what's that other dragster? It's not George, is it?
Yes.
Yeah. So it'll be George Bukarezhliev in the rocket lane, dialed to win the 7.97, up against Courtney Allen in the AMA altered. So she's from Victoria, another Victoria. Crikey. Ford T-Bucket with the Chevy 406. She'll get the handicap start. 8.26 slower than a 7.97. George to do the chasing. Has to be interesting. George rarely gets a light over, or reaction time over 0.30.
I think you've just cursed him, you know that.
I know. Well, that's goodbye from me.
You're being
and we'll call, Oh, Benny, do you want to have a go? No, he doesn't.
So Allen to lead first here. Bukarezhliev the chase. Oh, you're lucky, Les. You're lucky. 004 in the tree for Bukarezhliev. There's a reason why he's at the top of the tree in modified. A 7.99 with an 8 on a 7.97.
Yes.
The 004. You redeemed yourself there, lucky man. Unfortunately, Courtney Allen left the red light.
Yeah, made it the other way. Sorry about that.
Next up, Chelsea Smith. From Albion Park for APM, Lucas Oils. Slow traffic control and liquid clothing. Taking on Danielle McCaskill. Mark 1 welding. Rear engine dragster. A 7.54 to a 7.32. 0.2 of a second head start going to the car in the aeroflow lane.
That's interesting because I was only talking to a feminist the other day and all about women in men's sport and men changing to women in sport. But I said in dragster racing, it's different. In the drags, the women are actually women and the men are actually men. There's none of this other stuff. So it's good to see the ladies up here, and there seems to be more and more of them coming through the ranks.
Yeah, so it's great to see I
reckon
a little bit of rivalry. It's all in good fun, but I think the accolades probably shared pretty evenly across both fields. Smith with the red light, 1.01 her red light, and an 0.21 for McCaskill. Green to take the win. McCaskill tested the dial and went a little bit too quick, 7.31 with a 0 and a 7.32, but she'll move into the next round.
Did McCaskill, did she have an altered before?
No.
No?
I'm pretty certain she went junior dragster, then street fighter.
Yes.
For a little bit, and then onto the dragster.
Yeah. Okay. So, there was someone else that was a good racer and they moved into modified. Another super competitive junior dragster racer, and she went past Alan. She passed Alan White on the way to a win. So I can't remember who it was. It was a name that she had brothers and other sisters too that. Were in drag racing with junior dragsters. As we see Paul Linnett, he looks like he might get there first. No, Mark Bull.
He didn't get there first, Les. Looks like Bull went too fast. An 7.82 with a 7 on the dial in, handing the win to Linnett across the finish line. Linnett did have a very good reaction time, 0.15 on the tree.
Gee, good.
Gave him the advantage and I think pushed Bull to the breakout.
Yeah, right.
Okay. Lucky though because Bull got there first.
Oh, you finished. I thought you'd forgotten it there.
Craig Davies with the solo, Les.
Yes, and I just noticed that you're the only bloke I know, or the only person I know that has a cup of tea and leaves the tea bag in there. There's nothing wrong with that. It's just
I was going to say and.
Yeah. Craig Davies now down there with the 836 dial-in front engine. He must have done pretty well in qualifying because he's got the bye run here. And modified was, I guess, the first category that started off going on reaction times rather than ETs and speed. He's going to run it through. He dialed in an 836 and ran an 836 with an 8. So 8/1000ths of a second over his dial-in. Good racing and an 032 light. So Craig Davies there in a pretty enviable position.
Yeah, very nice. What we say, package is a combination of the reaction time and the distance away from the dial-in. Looks like we're now moving into Top Sportsman, Les.
Top Sportsman,
for their first round.
Yeah. Stefan, we used to have I'm sure it was Charlie Mikulev. He was racing a while ago too. Maybe 7 years, 6, 2020, COVID. No, yeah, about that time, 2018. Charlie Mikulev from Blythe Park. Holden Malou, Chevy 400. Dialed in 850. That's Stephen in the Aeroflow lane, 850. And Tony Heisman's an 805. 006 red handing him the win to Mikulev over there in the Aeroflow lane. But, that's it. He's just going to mosey on down now.
Mikulev very lucky there. The Ute lays the tyres on the hit, and lucky that Heisman's had already left the red light on the tree.
That's Jaden Corey. Yeah, he had that thing on opposite lock, the extreme of opposite lock while he was doing the burnout.
Still into the pedal, I'm sure.
Yeah.
Of course, Jaden, an ex-junior dragster driver, had the opportunity to step into this car.
Yeah.
And
he's taken it.
He sure has.
Gee, I'll say.
Got the nitrous-fed 400 Chevy under the bonnet.
Wow.
Dialed in with an 835. He will be chasing Joe Gattalari in the Aeroflow lane.
60 and 30. Not quite one orange light, but there goes the Puffin Billy.
I think a lot of pointing going on down there for Gattalari in the Aeroflow lane. I think maybe the dial-in
861. No, the dial-in's wrong here. It's
no, that's the next car, I think.
Oh, is it?
Yes. 014 red there for Gattalari. And Curry will take his first round win, I think. 853 with a 3.
Yeah.
On his 835.
Yeah, you're right. That is the next. Oh, Daniel Jones from Victoria. That's a fast car. A touch of glass in Melbourne. Chevy Cobalt. Yeah, Joe Sorbello. Yeah, he's heating the hides. Oh, look at that. Smoke bellowing off those rear tyres.
Yeah, 731 the dial-in for Jones.
Yeah, that's quick, isn't it? Top Sportsman.
Very sleek-looking Chevy Cobalt there for Jones. In the rocket lane, he will be chasing Joe Sorbello, dialed in with an 899, which is where we see this Datsun Skyline run the majority of its time. High 8s, low 9s. Does it on a track prep like this, or even a Wednesday night Aeroflow Street Meet track prep. Sorbello away nicely. Jones unfortunately couldn't wait, chasing him down, the car moving around a little bit to the 330 mark, but straight past Sorbello. I think Sorbello out of the throttle, 964 with a 137 miles an hour will take the win. And Jones threw it away on the start line there, Liz.
Yeah, unfortunately, but he's had a couple of good passes in qualifying and his previous pass, so that should make the trip worthwhile for him. It's good to watch him race as well. Likewise, like new cars or cars I haven't seen on a regular basis. See, that's why I don't recognise most of the guys from Street Fighter and that. They probably come here on a Wednesday night, but and you'll get the odd quickie. And I've seen some odd quickies here, let me tell you. Josh Boscovich with the second Puffin Billy there, down on the in the Rocket Lane down there, is dialed in at an 810. Leo Georges, an 893. So Leo Georges will get the handicap start in the Flying Carrot over in the Aeroflow lane. And the TSAA car of Josh Boscovich, because he's got chemical supercharging. Oh, gee.
007 on the tree for the Escort has taken the win. Boscovich went red, Les, with an 01.
Yeah, look at that. Look at that. 897 on an 893 and a 007 light.
Yeah.
Good package.
Capage.
Oh, there's that.
I really like the blue.
Yeah.
It's almost bordering on like a purple.
Purple,
in
yeah.
a way.
Yeah, that's exactly, well, when Pat was here, he was saying, yeah, it's a nice colour and everything else. And I said, yeah, it's a nice blue. But when it came out, I thought, oh, gee, it's bordering on purple. It's a purpley blue.
I think in different lights, it's very much one colour or the other. We see that in the Mark 6 Golf R, was that they had that sunrise blue or whatever they call it. Was it sunrise blue? Yeah, the blue that they came out in, and on a cloudy day like today, they look more purple, but in bright sunshine, it's a dark metallic blue.
Yeah, right. Well, that was one of the guys from the TV crew here a long time ago. He had a Golf R, big tall guy, and he had a 12-second chip and an 11-second chip for the Golf R. We see entrant number 4006, probably just here for a green light showing.
I don't know what happened there.
Yeah,
it was in stage, the tree came down, but
what was the reaction time? 3 days. Oh, no, 91. I got the laundry out.
not sure what happened there on the start line. The car was in stage. That concludes Top Sportsman, their first round. Next up, we will see those crazy men and women on motorcycles with too much horsepower and not enough rear tyre.
Yeah.
Of course, extreme.
Yes, that's right. It's just like having a XR6 Turbo Falcon or a LSA Chevy powered machine with running on 20-cent coins. Like the really 195.
In some cases, but of course we see Brant Oliver there with the Suzuki GSX with a fairly decent tyre under it. It's more the traditional style. I'll say mod bike with the big square tyre and the wheelie bar out the back. We see Deanne as a party in the airflow lane on what is a traditional extreme bike. Only small tyre, extended swing arm. Gilliver leaps very, very nicely on the line. He's going to make a race out of it. I don't think Deanne's going to get the points here. An 8:49 with a 5 at 166 is enough to take the win for Gilliver.
Yes, it's first across the line. No breakouts. Well, as far as these guys are concerned, guys and gals, it's just heads up, and that's it. First to the other end. Well, they're virtually, you know, like you've got 1340 cc's up against 1300 cc's, so, you know, 40 cc's, okay, you might be able to make a mix master out of the extra 40 cc's.
It's all right,
but
mate,
it's
you
not
just
big.
run more boost less.
Yeah, you just turn the wick up.
Rev it harder, more compression. More boost.
Now you're talking like a racer.
In the second round of Extreme Bike.
Oh, no.
I don't know which way to look. I think Franks is going to take it. He stayed in the throttle. And an 8.55 with a 6.191 mile an hour. Migley and Eco went looking for the concrete wall, the arc on that rear tyre. We can see the mark off the start line.
You can see where it goes.
Big arc towards the wall,
yeah,
which is where it's been going all day, I think, from memory. And Franks had a little bit of trauma off the start line as well.
That's
but,
right.
Got back in it.
Because when that guy was in the rocket lane there, he always kept on going over to the centre line.
Yes.
And skirting down the centre line.
I think I'd rather the centre line than concrete, to be honest.
Yeah, me too. I'm part of the Me Too movement there.
Mike Lawson taking on Cherie Buggy now. Lawson out in front on the Hayabusa. And we'll score the round points here. 8.36 with a 5 at 168 mile an hour through the finish line. Buggy with an 983, I beg your pardon. 142 miles an hour.
Well, a Hayabusa there, it'll from the factory, they'll run 10.2s all day. So if you put a bit of a tune on them, 983 isn't that unreasonable to expect. You know, just off a stock bike, you might, you know, I don't know, but they run fuel injection. I was just going to say McCoonies, but then I'd be showing my age, and that's why they call me fossil. But
I don't think any new bikes would run carburetors.
Carburetors, yeah.
Oh, there you go. Voice from the background.
Oh, do they? Oh, right here. Oh, thank you. Thank you, Saviour Pat. St. Patrick.
So they make the throttle body, but not all the innards, because they just run an injector. That's what Pat's saying. That McCooney still
make, yeah.
Still
they've taken the carby off, but
system.
Where it goes into the head is still McCooney. Very good.
All right, moving into bikeReview.com.au, modified bike. We have Michael Riches in the airflow lane taking on Matthew Hunt. Riches dialed in with a 990 in the airflow lane. Hunt in the rocket lane dialed in with a 968. .046 on the tree for Riches. A 228 light for Matthew Hunt in the rocket lane. Hunt with a little bit of work to do at the finish line. Not going to get there. A 10.12 with a 4, 132 mile an hour, enough to take the win for Riches, and a 9.76 there for Hunt in the rocket lane.
It's Jeff Feigl, and from Wellera Wing in the Kawasaki ZX14. That's Jeff in the aeroflow lane, dialed in all nines, 9.99. Gareth Wilcox from Rutherford, New South Wales. He's dialed in at 990. Can I see a red light somewhere? Jeff Feigl, red lit, handing the automatic win to Gareth Wilcox in the rocket lane. Let's see how Gareth goes. A 10.01 on a 990. Well, that's not too bad. He's safe and sound. Oh, he was safe and sound as soon as that red light, as soon as the light started flashing, he was safe.
Yeah. Would you believe the first round of matchup here, we have Robert Simmons and Bobby Joe Simmons.
Oh,
first round.
Yeah.
Do you have a wager on this one, Les? Would you go, okay, you got to wash my car or something like that?
Oh, well, he'll probably spend, if he wins, he'll probably sleep in the garage. So my money's on Rob. Ah, dear. She's got it.
Yeah, Bobby Joe dialed him in the 935. There wasn't much in between in the dial-ins. Simmons, Rob will get there first by 3.5 tenths, but a 946 with a 2. for Bobby Joe to take the win.
Yep, she took it all right. That was a beauty. Because the double barrel for Rob there with the red light and the breakout. So, no show, mate. Okay, Jimmy Jock Stewart in the Rocket Lane. Dialed in with 992 in the Kawasaki 1440 up against Lucas Nego from Stanhope, Victoria. He's dialed in with a 960. Let's see how this pans out. He looks like he might take the win, though, young fella.
Yeah, Lucas does take the win by 900ths of a second. 971 with a 1 on a 960. We'll move into the next round.
This will be a good tussle.
Next up, Albie Davidson in the aeroflow lane for the vinyltree.com.au. Dialed in with a 10.15. He's in the aeroflow lane, taking on Michael Borg in the Rocket. Borg's dialed in with a 9.80. So 0.35 of a second head start going to Davidson.
Michael Borg, I think I saw him race at the very first national meeting we had here on the 14th of February 2004. I'm sure he was there racing.
Yeah, he's done a few races.
He's come down to Canberra a bit too, yeah. So
well, both reaction times not marvellous, but there's not much between them. And Davidson will take the win. He goes a 10.18 with a 2 on a 10.15. Got there by 200ths across the finish line.
Yeah, from Albie Davidson did get there. There wasn't much. You're right. It wasn't much difference at the reaction time. There was not much between it. Well, I think the lights are flashing, and not an ambulance or police car inside. So there must be something going on down the up at the bottom end, down at the bottom end.
Well, I can't see anything on the track.
No,
at all from my vantage. From my vantage point. Tell you what, we'll just throw to a couple of short words from some of our sponsors, and Les and I will be back with you very, very shortly.
Shifters from Aeroflow Performance are truly the modern shifter for the modern age. Featuring a full bespoke billet case, all shifters are designed for right-hand drive vehicles with an LED lit gear position indicator. Available in either ratchet or gated options, as well as OEM replacement shifters for popular Holden and Ford vehicles. A large range of bang shift spares are available for each shifter that includes shifter cables, brackets, lever and gate kits, trans brake buttons and drop boxes for the ideal mounting solution. Shift into gear and check out a full listing at aeroflowperformance.com.
Bank said no to your home loan? Talk to us.
Not a bank.
Talk to Australia's real-life non-bank for home loans, car loans, personal loans. Pepper Money, the home of loan options.
I've chosen to use VP Racing Fuel since I was a teenager racing motocross, which was 21 years ago now. I just have a really personal trust with VP Racing Fuels.
Running on the ragged edge of blowing up and not, a lot of it has to do with the race fuel, and that's what we rely on, VP Racing Fuels.
VP has been making racing fuel for 43 years. They're the official fuel of multiple top series globally. No matter where we are in the world, no matter what fuel we need, it's always consistent, it's always perfect and exactly what we're expecting and our tuners expecting. They support myself, my Drift Alliance bros, and for that, I'm extremely thankful. Keep making amazing fuels, and we'll keep out there having fun.
Boosted turbochargers from Aeroflow Performance are designed for the automotive enthusiast who wants optimal performance at a competitive price. We have a range of turbochargers in both ceramic ball bearing and 360-degree journal bearing options to suit your power goals from 200 up to 3,000 horsepower. To help turbocharge your vehicle, Aeroflow Performance also have a large range of turbocharger accessories. From steam pipe turbo manifolds, external wastegates, and intake and exhaust solutions, you can have your car boosted in no time. For a full listing, check out aeroflowperformance.com.
How would it be if we funded a pilot program for you to run that enabled you to bring some vision impaired kids onto the Saints Play program?
Oh wow, that would mean the world. My reward is the smile on the kids' faces.
And since you've given so much to others, we'd also like to do something for you personally. How would it feel if Pepper sent you, your partner, and your daughter Molly to the Gold Coast for a few days?
Yeah, awesome. I don't know what to say. It amazes me. Thank you very much.
Stay informed, up to date and entertained thanks to the Western Weekender. The Western Weekender is Penrith's leading free and local newspaper, delivering the best content from on-the-ground journalists and providing businesses with direct access to potential customers. News, sport, entertainment, puzzles and so much more. The Western Weekender is the heartbeat of Penrith and it's out every Thursday. Get your free copy at selected locations in the area, home delivered, or check out westernweekender.com.au.
Aeroflow Performance provides a wide range of high-quality performance products for racers, street machines and hot rodders.
Speed Addict Clothing Co. Fast clothes for fast people. Shop now at speedaddictco.com.au.
Aeroflow Performance provides a wide range of high-quality performance products for racers, street machines and hot rodders. From fittings, fuel system components, intake solutions and even turbocharger systems, you can see it all at aeroflowperformance.com.
All right, thanks for your patience, everybody. We'll see how it goes from here, but we'll just continue racing. And I'll get through these two. Ron Adams now in the Rocket Lane in the modified bike bracket that we're running here today at the Adict Speed Clothing Company at Sydney Dragway. Mark Davies in the Aeroflow lane. That's Mark over there. He's dialed in 960. And Ron Adams in the Rocket lane there. He's dialed in at a 920. So there's not much. So what have we got here? A 60 and a... No, it's 0.4 between each orange light. That's what it takes to blink. So two bikes going out there. Red light for Ron Adams, a 001. He'll be chewing his arm off when he gets back as well. Mark Davies runs through on his 960, runs a 976 at 142. And for Adams with the red light, a 920, he ran a 962 with the 5 at 128 miles per hour. Well, I'll just have a break and hand over to Patrick.
Thank you very much, Les.
Thank you, Steve. And I'll just come back later on.
All right, looks like we're moving into Super Sedan now for their next round. Looks like we've got one of the bikes stopped on the braking area just before the corner, so that's the reason for the delay. We shouldn't be down for too long. Got the quad out there. We'll push the bike along.
Just when I turn up, mate. We've got
Yeah.
at the end there. That's about right.
Just giving you the opportunity to settle in, mate.
Yeah, thanks, mate.
It's all timing. I just said.
Yeah, it's all about timing.
It's all about the timing.
All right. Okay, yeah, we can see the quad moving down. Is that Ron? Down there, Ron Adams on the Destroyer?
Possibly.
Because I think he had a similar issue last time down the track, actually. But it looked like the bike didn't want to swap ends on him at the start line this time, which was a bonus. A couple of favourites coming up with Super Sedan here. Andrew Little and the Bush Rat. Just had to overcome a bit of adversity today. Adversity, I should say. And Jim Raptis from Go Logistics. He is a great track sponsor as he brings that beautiful dart up past his sponsorship on the walls here at Sydney Dragway. Go Logistics, the best courier company in Sydney, of course.
Yes. Best of all, they support the drag strip and they're into cars, so there's two good reasons to give them some of your hard-earned.
Yeah, it's all winning here. All right, let's see if he can't get it down. He had some pretty serious wheel hop the last pass out, but Andrew Little's had a wobbly front end, so... turn the tyres. Big time for the Bush Rat, and it's moving around. Jeez, there is something going on there.
I'm wondering if a bush has gone in the front end or something.
I don't know. It seemed to work its way all the way down to the back end of the car that time, so... Jim Raptis takes the win, of course. He could see that he was out a long way on Little there, so he's backed out of it and taking it easy on the way through. Yeah, real mystery for the Bush Rat this time. Usually a very consistent driver. Big dry hop for Lewis Eunice in the.
Yeah, I tell you what, the Eunice crew have some pretty cool cars in their collection from what I've seen.
Really
everything from really tough muscle cars to hot rods to all sorts of bits and pieces.
Certainly no stranger to a Tirana or two, though.
No, that's exactly right.
That's for sure.
I mentioned there was an electric blue one on that Facebook linked website that I shouldn't look at. Well, the Tirana a little bit loose in the rear.
066 for Jim Gennaro.
003 red for Unos though.
Gennaro goes through for a 936 with a 7 on the 936 dial in, so Jim's got that squared away very, very well. Good to see. All right, David Gruber back out in LJ Tirana in the Aeroflow lane. Emma Attard, LC Tirana. Some Tirana on Tirana crime about to go down here at Sydney Dragway.
I think that's happened pretty much every time that...
We've had quite a lot of Tirana on Tirana.
Yeah, I think every time Emma's come to the start line today, it's raced to Tirana. So
that's right.
9:37 plays an 8:94. Gruber in the airflow lane to lead first, Pat. Emma usually very good on the lights. And not too much into that all. Gruber with a very small advantage. Out in front.
Going to be close.
It sure is. They were locked together at 1,000, and Emma drives on around. Gets there with a 9.02 with a 3 on an 8.94 to take the win by 200ths.
200ths in the margin, so very close race. I was going to say before the start of that race that Emma's had really strong mile per hour all day.
Yes.
That car's been coming home really strong, so it seems like that's carried on for her there.
Well, I guess the beauty of that with dial your own racing is it makes it very hard to determine if you're being chased, whether that car's going to come past you.
Yeah. Do you lift? Do you stay in it? Do you lift? Do you stay in it?
That's where you do both. You stay in it, just touch the brakes or pull the chutes.
That's it. All right, Michael Upton here in the airflow lane on the LC Tirana. Another Tirana. Yes. 9.94. Sean Sorbello's got a 10.25. There's 139. Upton with the reaction time 0.41. Looks like he's going to lead the whole way down. Will he see a little bit of a safety pedal there because he does have the nose in front? Oh, he's given it away to Sean Sorbello. Too much of a safety pedal. A 10.39 with a 5 on a 25 dial in. And I lost the end of it, but I think it was a 10.25 on a 9.95 dial in for
Sorbello was 133 odd mile an hour there.
Yeah.
So carried a little bit more momentum towards the finish line.
Total ET for Upton was a bit far away from the dial in, so I think he might have gone for the safety pedal, but the pedal was too long. All right, Spatino again here in yet another old Tirana. Got Joe Zamet's out. Oh, 0.26 reaction time for Zamet, but Spatino has left a cherry on the tree, handing the win to Joe Zamet. Spatino breaking out as well by 2/10, so nothing to lose though for Paul Spatino on this one. It's still sort of, I guess, in the testing and getting back reaccustomed with the car after a few upgrades and some changes.
Yeah, I think as you say that you make some changes and go through the whole car. There is time required, seat time required you can trial it as much as you like in the shed, but it's not the same as actually sitting in the car with it running on the limiter and the trans brake, etc., etc.
Yeah, and a car next to you on the limiter and the trans brake too. You know, those lights dropping in front of you. It's even if you don't change anything, you're just out of the car for a while. Nonetheless, Nathan Cowie here in the Mighty Boy. He's got a 9.10 up against Naomi Dyson with a 9.20. Almost the same leave. 0.52 reaction time for Nathan Cowie. Let's see if it carries on down the track. They're neck and neck. He does get the win, a 9.16 with a 4 at 145 to a 9.21 with a 7 at 145. He's got 3 thousandths of the margin of victory there.
Yeah, wow.
All the looks of things.
So not much at all.
Not much at all. It was a little bit of reaction time, and then Dyson tried to fight back with a bit of mile per hour, but didn't quite get there. Very, very close race.
Sure was, as we expect from Super Sedan.
Yes, absolutely.
So we're about to move into Super Gas now.
Flashing red lights down there. Might just be waiting to clear the big end of the track.
Can't see anything on the braking area at all. I'm guessing it might be a little bit of
shutting down. There could be a little bit of
precipitation. I'm wondering.
Unfortunately, the weather has changed to be in that state where it's going to sort of keep us guessing and and tiptoeing around, I think.
Because I think like we can't see anything up here, but you got to remember that the end of the braking area is nearly, from where we sit, nearly a kilometre away.
That's correct.
From the start line.
And we've mentioned it multiple times as well. I know I have, Bushy, the braking area is just as, if not more important for traction on the surface as it is as the big end, as the start of the track. It's one thing to get going, but then to be able to pull these things up without taking a trip to the beach, equally as important.
Yes, very much so. We don't want to go to the beach today. The sun's not out.
No, not anymore.
Is it saying sun's out, guns out?
Yes.
Something shouldn't be seen, Pat.
Well, you know. Yeah, it's definitely not. It's definitely not significant.
No. Can see a few drops on our window here.
Nonetheless, I guess we were talking about importance. Something that's very important is our track sponsors. So we might as well just jump across and see a few messages from them, and we'll be right back here with some more racing at round 7 of the Speed Addict Clothing New South Wales Track Championships at Sydney Dragway.
Whether you're building a street machine or a race car, Aeroflow Performance has a solution for you. Our ever-increasing range features boosted turbocharger systems, Bosch Motorsport products, X-Pro electrical systems, hoses and fittings, bang shift shifters, differential parts, and fabrication components. You can see it all on aeroflowperformance.com.
BikeReview.com.au is Australia's leading website for performance and modified motorcycles. BikeReview.com.au is the only motorcycle-focused website to feature motorcycle drag racing on a regular basis. And in the words of editor Jeff Ware, our involvement with Sydney Dragway is our way of putting back into one of our favourite sports. BikeReview.com.au.
Aeroflow, famous for our massive range of hose, fittings and performance products. Air filters, oil filters, fittings, engine and transmission parts, fuel systems, tanks, silicon hose, exhaust, air conditioning, turbo and nitrous accessories and more. Get your free catalogue and shop online now at aeroflowperformance.com.
Stay informed, up to date and entertained thanks to Para News. Para News is Parramatta and the Cumberland area's leading free and local newspaper, delivering the best content from on-the-ground journalists and providing businesses with direct access to potential customers. News, sport, entertainment, puzzles and so much more. Para News really is the heartbeat of Parramatta and Cumberland, and it's out every Tuesday. Get your free copy at selected locations in the area or check out paranews.com.au.
Not slow. Not difficult.
Not just ticking boxes.
Not a bank.
Talk to Australia's real-life non-bank for home loans, car loans, personal loans. Pepper Money, the home of loan options.
Bang shift shifters from Aeroflow Performance are truly the modern shifter for the modern age. Featuring a full bespoke billet case, all shifters are designed for right-hand drive vehicles with an LED lit gear position indicator. Available in either ratchet or gated options, as well as OEM replacement shifters for popular Holden and Ford vehicles. A large range of bang shift spares are available for each shifter that includes shifter cables, brackets, lever and gate kits, trans brake buttons and drop boxes for the ideal mounting solution. Shift into gear and check out a full listing at aeroflowperformance.com.
All right, race fans, as you can hear, that is the glorious sound of 8-cylinder engines running yet again. We are back with super gas category after a brief RAIN break. I won't say the word.
Yeah, well done. I like that.
But Roy Romeo up in the burnout box. John Smorach joining him in the little Cortina.
Now, the Cortina hasn't been happy today. He's done one pass full power. He's yet to do his... Oh, no, there he is. Going through the burnout procedure. He's come out to do the other 2 qualifiers, but got towed away or drove away, put down at the fire-up box. So let's see what's going to happen. We've got Roy Romeo in the airflow lane, running for Burston Auto Parts, VP Race Fuels, and In Touch Automotive. Summeranch in the Cortina, running for Summeranch Race Engines, and this little 302 Windsor in this Cortina certainly earns its supper. Don't know if he's still running the nitrous. He was at one point.
Yeah, I can't see a sticker on the window or the back of the car.
The car very light and manually shifted this one. You can see the wheelie bars set fairly high. 001 on the tree for Romeo. 046 there for Summeranch. Summeranch will be looking over his left shoulder, and 997, 135 mile an hour. Not good enough to take the win. That whole shot there for Romeo definitely playing a part in that win.
Absolutely, but JB can't be upset with that run, considering the day that he's had so far, and the fact that he's been out of the seat for a little while as well. So that's a good one to knock the ring rust off, so to speak.
I can't wait to see him in his new car.
Yeah. What car is he built?
A Fiat with
Fiat, like a Topolino sort of thing. Yeah.
But I think he's going to run that yellow stuff.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, JB, you crafty dog.
Well, I think that was what I think I heard, but that was a while ago. And the car was on display at the Rosehill Hot Rod Show a few years ago.
Yep.
So it's a long-term project.
Yeah, fair enough.
But, you know, Rome's not built in a day.
No, that's right. Okay, Luke Romeo back out in the, as I mentioned earlier, the best presented VP Commodore in the land. And Joe Catanzariti, possibly also the best presented Pontiac Firebird in the land.
Ooh, it's a good match for the blue-purple one that's here
Chris
today.
Fruger, yeah.
Yes.
Yep, both very tidy-looking ex-Pro Stock cars. Right. Both cars pre-stage. Catanzariti in full. Romeo joins him.
Not much in it. Pat, there's only 22 thousandths of a second. Catanzariti with the advantage and takes the win. 10.005, 144 miles an hour through the top end to a 10.14 with a 9. So Romeo just running a little bit off there.
A little bit off, but more in that margin of victory than I thought there was going to be by the looks of it.
I'm wondering with the RAIN that we've just had, obviously the weather conditions have become a little bit more humid.
Yeah, certainly changed things around. We are a little bit lower in actual temperature. I think we've dropped a couple of degrees.
Yes.
But yeah, it's certainly going to mess with a few tune-ups out there, that's for sure. Next pairing, Vince Panetta in the Tirana, Nicholas Polito in the Ford Probe. It doesn't matter what generation of Pro Stock the car's from, you can always tell it's a Pro Stock car, right?
Yeah, very much so. Very much so. 005 red for Nicholas. Went after it on the start line. Didn't really need to in hindsight.
No, and it's been a bit of a theme, unfortunately.
Went 992 with a 9, unfortunately, but a 990 with a 3 for Panetta.
Panetta, that was going to be tough to beat.
Yes.
Goodness. Well, look, I'm sure Nicholas going to be probably the most upset out of anyone on the team there with that one, but nonetheless, they will be back. That brings us across into Super Street. Brett Stutchbury in the Aeroflow lane. It's been on a bit of a tear today. Conranios in the VE Commodore in the Rocket Lane. Significant difference here, 2.2 seconds between the dial-in. So you're going to see Brett sit on the line as Con makes his way down the track.
Yes, 74% relative humidity, Pat.
Lovely.
Good weather for making horsepower.
Yeah. Is that a sarcasm font?
Especially in junior drags.
Yeah, goodness. 4.68 for Conranios. That's not going to help his cause here. Stutchbury on a 1.53. I got a feeling Stutchbury's just going to put the nose in front and make sure it stays there. Take home a safe one, and it is a 10.67 on a 10.40 dial-in. Iranios running a 12.71, so he's actually closer on the dial-in, but the vast difference in the reaction time is what gets Stutchbury over the line there.
We're only a mere 521 metres relative density of altitude too.
Wow, that's very low.
Considering.
That's very low.
Yeah, that's metres, Pat.
Oh, sorry. Well, that's not that low then. Okay, Guy Greenland left a cherry on the tree, unfortunately, in the wagon. Corey Stutchbury, nice reaction time, 0.36. It goes through for a 10.75 with an 8 on a 10.72 dial-in. So the Stutchbury boys have been really kicking some goals today. It's going to be interesting to see how far through eliminations they get. Next combination, we've got Dave Morton in the HSV, 10.78 on the dial-in, and Blaine Bull in the XD Falcon, 11.04. Blaine Bull hitting the gas big time, but Dave Morton at 0.20 on the reaction. To the naked eye, I could have sworn that Blaine got out first, but Morton gets the win. 10.81 with a 4 at 126 to an 11.04 on a 4 dial-in. But the reaction time saved him on that by the looks of things.
Yes, it's definitely a turbocharger on the EJ. I heard it spool down there.
Absolutely. Very good, Carmelo Di Maria, excuse me, in the little EJ Holden, and Peter Varillas in the Audi. The lone Audi left in Super Street today with Braden Stevenson.
Did he bow out first round?
He bowed out first round, unfortunately.
Been racing so much too.
Yes.
129 on the tree for the Audi. 073 for the EJ. No issues coming on boost for that car.
No, none whatsoever. This is going to be a pretty tight one. I think the EJ is just going to nose over. Oh, the Audi gets the win by 400ths. That's a bit of a surprise one.
I was thinking for sure that the Holden would have passed.
Yeah.
At the finish line. I knew it was going to be tight, but
still.
Dave Matasevic now in the DCM. Consulting Ford Cortina, dialed in with a 10.71. Taking on Bruce Ritchie, dialed in with a 10.80 in the Rocket Lane.
See how the Greyhound responds. Oh, he's left the cherry on the tree.
Fairly big one too. 166 red.
And not to harp on it, but I mean, unfortunately, Bruce has had quite a few of those through qualifying today. Along with Brett Mitchell in the Mitchell Gregory in the other.
Yes,
Impala.
they did, didn't they? But I guess maybe they've changed something in the combo or something.
Quite possibly, yeah.
All right, Mark Hopkins in the LX Tirana for Hurricane Metal Roofing, dialed in with a 10.99. Taking on Dennis Matisek in the Chevy Camaro, dialed in with a 10.70. So the Chevy Camaro to do the chasing by around about 0.3 of a second.
It's not going to be a huge difference, but about one light.
Oh, 006 on the tree for the Camaro.
Had a bit of wheel spin off the line, though. I wonder if he's factored that into the dial-in.
No, he's given up the chase.
He has. Hopkins taking the win in the Tirana.
Maybe something going away there in the...
Yeah, well, I think something going away in... Maybe Mark realised that Dennis was so far behind him, he got out of it.
I would think that's the case. And I mean, Dennis had some issues first up this morning, so whether that's a reoccurrence of that, I'm not sure.
Something not too happy, unfortunately. So with one brother bowing out, we've got the second one set to take a win here. Waiting on the green light at the big end of the track. Looks like it's good to go. They've given Robert the thumbs up. He's going to move forward into stage to round out this this round of Go Logistics Super Street. .033 on the light for Matisic. Of course going to take the win unless he crosses the line, but no chance of that on this one. 1074 or 1070 dial in, so still taking advantage of the free round, I guess you would say. Okay, and that's the end of Super Street, and we should be moving across into Western Weekender Junior Dragster, which will be eliminations round 2.
Correct. Yeah, so we've seen some pretty good racing in round 1 of Junior Dragster. A little bit of a mixed bag. There were some really good performances and a few red lights, but anyway, that's racing.
It's been a real mixed bag of a day, I think.
All day, yes.
You know?
Yeah, not just that category, all day. It doesn't sound like a Junior Dragster.
No, I'm guessing bikes. Yeah, it looks like street bike. Have they jumped a... bit of a reshuffle in
okay, they must have changed the schedule on us.
Yeah.
We assumed that they would be following it.
Maybe some withdrawals due to the weather that we had earlier has minimised the field.
Potentially. I mean, it looks like off the schedule, they're actually eliminations. They were normally running like a points round system where they all came out for each round, but
you never know. People might have just called it themselves as a result of the weather, because I can only see obviously Daniel Burtonshaw.
All right, the combatants
Joe
in this
Borg
round will be Joe Borg and Daniel Burtonshaw. Borg dialed in with a 10.99. He's in the aeroflow lane. Burtonshaw in the rocket lane, dialed in with a 10.20.
Burnshaw's been certainly getting his head around some launch factors today. We've had a bit of a wheelie, we've had some wheel spin, we've had a bit of everything, so we'll see if he can bring it all together here.
Oh, again, uneasy.
Something not working properly there. Looks like it's taken 3 stabs at the clutch. We'll give the win to Joe Borg.
Yeah, the bike's still giving a good mile an hour, but just losing that ET on the twist of the wrist onto the start line. Because I guess with a short wheelbase motorcycle, the throttle application is equally as important as the sliding of the clutch.
Yeah, certainly. I mean, Daniel's got an extended swing arm on the back of that, so it's not factory. I believe, from what I could see, just looking for the bike from up here. So it's not exactly as it was out of the factory, but he has an air shifter on there, and there could be an issue with it selecting the right gear off launch. I've got a feeling the reason why he would re-clutch twice or 3 times there is maybe because it's not coming off the line as hard as he would like.
Yes.
Maybe in second gear or something along those lines.
Looks like Andrew Richards took the win there. It was probably a little bit lucky. The reaction time not quite as good as what he would have liked, but managed to run a lot closer to the dial in there. Ross Vanderhoek dialed in with a 1350, taking on Angela Phipps in the Rocket Lane. Phipps dialed in with a 1080.
Big wait for Angie there in the Rocket Lane, but she's on her way. Certainly a big difference in horsepower between these two vehicles. We'll see how close we get. Angie takes the win, an 11.17 with a 5.104 mile per hour, a 14.16.
Ended up being, or appearing fairly comfortably, the winner in that race. Greg Horadam on a solo now in the Aeroflow lane.
Minions Racing ZX14R. He's here pretty well every round.
Yes.
Greg. Real happy on the lead there at 2.060 foot for Greg Horadam. It's a bit odd, maybe a bit of clutch wear happening.
Yes.
But luckily enough, a solo pass means that he's going to take the win.
Didn't sound like there was a huge amount of throttle application there.
Might have just taken it easy being a solo pass, which is perfectly fine. Jesse Barnes looks like he'll be the last pass out. On this one, he's got the little Hayabusa down there.
Ooh, 071 on the tree for Barnes. Looking for a 10.12 at the finish line. Goes 10.22. 141.
That'll do. All right, very good. And we will get set up for now the Western Weekender Junior Dragsters to come out for their next round of eliminations. Might duck off to a word from our sponsors, and we'll be right back with more action here at Sydney Dragway.
Bank said no to your home loan? Talk to us.
Not a bank.
Talk to Australia's real-life non-bank for home loans, car loans, personal loans. Pepper Money, the home of loan options.
I've chosen to use VP Racing fuel since I was a teenager racing motocross, which was 21 years ago now. I just have a really personal trust with VP Racing fuels.
Running on the ragged edge of blowing up and not, a lot of it has to do with the race fuel, and that's what we rely on, VP Racing fuels.
VP has been making racing fuel for 43 years. They're the official fuel of multiple top series globally. No matter where we are in the world, no matter what fuel we need, it's always consistent. It's always perfect and exactly what we're expecting and our tuners expecting. They support myself, my Drift Alliance bros, and for that, I'm extremely thankful. Keep making amazing fuels, and we'll keep out there having fun.
Boosted turbochargers from Aeroflow Performance are designed for the automotive enthusiast who wants optimal performance at a competitive price. We have a range of turbochargers in both ceramic ball bearing and 360-degree journal bearing options to suit your power goals from 200 up to 3,000 horsepower. To help turbocharge your vehicle, Aeroflow Performance also have a large range of turbocharger accessories. From steam pipe turbo manifolds, external wastegates, and intake and exhaust solutions, you can have your car boosted in no time. For a full listing, check out aeroflowperformance.com.
Okay, and here we are back with the Junior Dragsters, proudly sponsored by Western Weekender. First pairing will be Piper Bennett in the A Junior Dragster against Jacob Longo in the B Junior Dragster. distinct variation in the times locked in here. We've got an 8:08 for Bennett in the Aeroflow lane to a 9:13 for Longo in the Rocket. Obviously 2 different categories of junior dragster here, so we're working off a different index, or a different cut-off time, I should say. Nonetheless, it still comes down to reaction time and dial in. Both in pre-stage. Longo and Bennett following each other into full stage. 004 for Longo. Piper Bennett has left a cherry on the tree. Such a shame there, but great work from Jacob Longo with the 004. Oh, and he's broken out, but still takes the win.
I tell you what, the car of Longo has been running 9.1s all day long.
Yeah, yep.
Look, I think the spread across his 2 qualifying runs was something like 5 or 6 thousandths. Not much in it at all.
Very impressive day from young Jacob down there.
All right, we've got Taylor and Canuli down there in the Aeroflow lane. Have to get a wriggle on up to the start line. Robbie Risteski already into pre-stage. Waiting patiently. Risteski dialed in with an 8:85. Canuli with a 12:48.
Yeah, it's going to be a big wait for Robbie down there.
Yeah, just have to be a little bit patient.
Just be patient. Sure, already got the pressure on with the pre-stage light in there.
Not much in this one at all, Pat. 112 on the tree for Canuli to an 089 for Robbie in the Rocket lane. And Robbie gets there.
Very nice.
By about a 1/10 of a second. He'll move into the next round. Next up we have Emma Lifting. In the Speedflow Products car, dialed in with a 12:46. Jaden Budisev in the North Rocks Auto Centre Junior Dragster in the Rocket lane, dialed in with a 12:42. So a pair of C Junior Dragsters doing battle now.
Yeah, I don't think we've seen 2 C Junior Dragsters go head to head today at all. So it's nice to see some times close to each other for the C Junior drivers. Both in stage. 1:55 to a 1:32 reaction time. This will be very close. Breakout from Budisev.
I was going to say either Jaden was going too quick or what, I'm not sure, because his 60 foot was 2.5 tenths quicker.
Yeah.
Than the quicker car that was in the Aeroflow lane there. So Emma moving into the next round, Pat.
Absolutely. I think you might have been on the money earlier, Bushy, when you mentioned that junior dragsters are going to be heavily affected by the changing weather conditions, and it may well have caught a few of the teams out here.
I would have thought, if anything, they would be going slower.
Well,
unless they've adjusted the dial.
Overcompensation potentially.
Overcompensated on the dial in, perhaps.
And the weather is still changing.
Yes.
As we look at it. But yeah, it's always a bit of a battle for the teams out there when you've got nothing but your wrist and a screwdriver to to manage the power delivery.
Oh, you can lick your finger and hold it to the breeze, you know.
Yeah. 056 for Georgia Leaf.
Triple O
for Tegan Smith.
Tegan Smith, 000, Les.
She just needs to. Les going to mark down the 000 for the day. And she has continued on and taken the win. Unfortunately, Lifting breaking out also on that pass. Okay, the third of the Liftings in a row, I think. I think we've had Lifting the last 3 runs all in the Aeroflow lane. Georgia, obviously this time in the A Junior Drag, she's got an 840 dial in. Daniela Axiak has stepped into the AA Junior Dragster category with a 774 as her dial in. So Daniela's quite often towards the pointy end of the field with Junior Dragsters here at Sydney Dragway. So
and took out last year's championship.
a 1-3 reaction time for Axiak. It's going to give her the advantage. Let's see if she doesn't break out, and she doesn't. Taking the win nicely was a 780 with a 4 at 81.94 mile per hour to an 842 on an 840 dial in for lifting. Once again, that reaction time really coming in clutch. Okay, Chloe Roko has made some great passes today. Another young competitor that stepped into the AA Junior Dragster category, pushing their index down to 760.
Yeah, all of the runs so far, she's run in qualifying with 7.7s. Again dialed in with a 776. The car obviously running pretty consistent as well. .053 on the tree, nice reaction time on a solo. Straight down the center lane, 775 with an 8 this time around.
Slight breakout, but nonetheless, solo.
2,000ths of a second.
Yeah.
I'll take that. Dial in 775 next time.
Yeah, why not?
Why not? Makes no consequence to me.
Some margin.
Yeah.
You know, some margin there to the cutoff at 760, so why not?
Yep.
Right, we've got the Junior Di Maria in the in the aeroflow lane. 185 reaction time. It's turned the tyres a little bit. This car, basically every run I've seen, it's turned the tyres. I wonder if maybe, again, I'm just going to assume that it's a new to the family package, maybe running sort of some older tyres that just allowing some licensing and first time out. Why not?
Well, I think a lot of the tyres that I see on most of the cars are smaller in diameter as well, so potentially they're an older, as you say, an older tyre, but they're probably from a slightly older setup of car as well. Hence the size of them. Like we ran quite a big Hoosier groove tyre that was off like a speedway car.
Sure.
Really soft, but no good for gearing. Like we had a massive sprocket on the back. Just try and compensate for the gearing. All right, looks like we're moving into a junior drag bike, and we have Lincoln Delios now in the airflow lane, dialed in with a 1225, taking on Joshua Tyre Burner Burnshaw in the rocket lane.
He's still not shy on it, that's for sure.
No.
I don't think that'll ever come away. 7-0.
Oh,
Lincoln.
good light for Burnshaw. He's picked up a 10th up his sleeve. But didn't get there. Delios takes the win by 2/10.
Delios was looking hard over his shoulder, judging the gap. So he's done well to figure out his dial in versus just keeping the nose ahead. Really well done. Anastasia Lucky was taking a bit of inspiration from Burtonshaw down there. She's really jumped on the burnout train.
Yeah, getting a bit more confident on this new bike. Of course, only done a couple of race meetings with this one. A little bit of a step up from the previous ride that she had.
Yeah, it's a 125 before, I think.
Maybe.
I think she used to be on 125. 300, yeah.
Ooh. Running for 666 race and custom. Looking for a 9:48 at the finish line. Runs through for a 10:07 with a 9. It sounded like there was a little bit of a mishap with the shift into second, I think.
Maybe just grabbing the clutch a bit soon before winding off the throttle. But as Anastasia builds a little bit more confidence on the bike and gets a bit more used to it, I'm sure she'll start just not using the clutch to shift.
Yes.
First to second's always a bigger shift because you've got to go through neutral to get there.
Okay.
So when you're not as familiar with the bike, or you're fairly young in your riding experience, that can be quite a bit trickier to get the timing right, to be off the throttle and get all the way through neutral to a second.
I'm assuming too, Pat, that in your riding boots you're not as flexible as if you're wearing sneakers, for example. So
yes, but the benefit of a riding boot is the sole is generally quite rigid, so it actually allows you to pivot off the peg.
Okay.
And then the toe of the boot is also a bit firmer than your sneaker, so you're getting a more I would say positive pressure on the gear shifter. So definitely if I was looking for precision in riding, I'd be wearing my boots rather than my sneakers.
Okay. It's a little bit opposite for a car. Like you wear your driving boot, and you can feel everything through through the sole of a driving shoe.
Yep.
But okay. Let's say that as an inexperienced.
Well, that's right.
rider.
And I mean, you would rightly make that assumption, but it's not the case. And you got to remember, the boots are designed for that sort of flexibility.
Yes. Yep.
The way that they built the safety into the boot, though, is so your ankle isn't going to really yaw, I guess.
Yes.
So like left and right flexibility is quite tight, because when you come off, obviously, you don't want that flopping around everywhere.
Yep.
But and the way that the rigid sole gives you a bit more stability too. So
okay. Learn something new.
Yes.
Thank you, Pat.
Yeah, you're welcome. More just general waffling on about things that you didn't need to know, but now you do.
That's it. We've got Glenn Featherston in the Aeroflow lane, dialed in with a 15:55, taking on Jim Higgs.
Is that the same ute?
That's the same ute. I think we've been calling it the wrong name all day.
Yeah, potentially.
However,
because now it's got VS Commodore instead of the RAV4.
Yes, I'm wondering.
Unless there's two drivers in the same car in the same category. No. That might have just been a bit of a glitch there with the numbers and whatnot.
15:55 with a 2 will take the win. 2000's over. Thank you very much, Mr. Featherston. He'll move through to the next round. A little bit of tension on the start line. We've got Sean Dartnell and Megan White. Dartnell and the Hyundai's dialed in with a 16:50. We'll be giving the head start to White in the Holden Tracks. The big block tracks.
The big block tracks.
We'll have to leave first.
Megan's been working her way around the reaction time. She's actually improved there, and it's been pretty close. Did see the car start to move a little earlier this time, so it's going to be a good one. All the way down to the line. Megan's getting there first. And she does take the win. 786 with a 1 on a 780 dial-in. Dartnell a 1668 on a 1650. So the big block taking it out.
Takes a scalp there. I think maybe Dartnell just a little bit too far away from the dial-in. Our next pair out will be Alan White this time in the Isuzu D-Max. Dialed in with a 1732. Taking on Nicholas Varillas in the Falcon. Varillas dialed in with a 1496, so he will have to wait 2.3 seconds, give or take. Oh, good luck there for... even better there for Varillas. It's a race at the finish line.
I saw a little bit of movement out of Varillas as well as the lights were still coming down, so he was certainly trying to anticipate the light. Let's see.
Double breakout. 25 thousandths of a second across the finish line. Wow, that's pretty much the margin at the
reaction
start
time.
line.
I think there was 24 thousandths on the 24 thousandths on the reaction time difference.
Don't test
flashed away before
I think it was 25. It was a 98, wasn't it? To
68, I think.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Either way, my third grade maths level is not giving me any benefits there. Michael Zara, he will leave ahead of Pietro Tallarico, but Tallarico with the 003 reaction time in the Aeroflow lane.
He's made that up pretty much. The handicap, they're locked together at the 8th mile.
Yep,
And
looks
1,000.
like Rico's going to get there first. And he does, and Zara breaks out.
Yep.
Trying to make it up. Yep. Nice run from Petro there. Daddy Stadelmeyer back out in the AU. Getting a little wild down there in the burnout box. Bill Hatsey in the Rocket Lane with the HQ. Holden versus Ford.
$13.95 to a $14.53 for the utility.
.037 from Stadelmeyer. It's pretty impressive with that manually shifted box down there in the old AU. It's going to be pretty close across the line though still. Stadelmeyer gets it, 14.037 on a 13.95.
Next out, we'll see Jack Matasevic and Ashley Vincent. Ford versus Holden. Matasevic dialed in with a 14.46 in the airflow lane. 16.20 for Vincent in the Rocket.
This is almost period correct. Ford versus Holden as well, BA and VE at the same time there.
We just needed Vincent's car to be red.
Yeah, that's right. All right, Matasevic with the 0.97 reaction time. He's been on it all day. And that continues on, a 14.60 on a 14.46. A breakout by the smallest margin by Ashley Vincent there, 16.18 on a 16.20. Looks like it will be the last Street Fighter up here, Christopher Virilis. It's a bit of a Virilis family event.
It appears that way. There's three of them.
Christopher, Nicholas, and then there's Peter in the little Audi.
Yes.
As well. So good on him for coming out and having a good crack. But Christopher's going to take the win light, of course, on a solo, a 15.04 on a 14.90 dial in. And that will conclude our Street Fighter category, and then we'll get straight back into modified, and I'm going to hand back over to Les for a little bit more commentary this afternoon.
All right, thank you very much, Pat Elliott. Love your work as always. Moving into a modified eliminator. Pair of rear-engine dragsters doing battle. Welcome back to the microphone, Les Binkhorst.
Thank you, Steve Bush, and thanks also to Pat Elliott. There was just one big happy family here.
Yes,
with switcheroo and all that sort of stuff. It's really good. Works out well for us, so I hope it works out well for everybody else. Danielle McCaskill, I should say, in the Rocket Lane, dialed in with 731, who's a bit quicker than Alison Stewart. Ali in the Aeroflow lane, dialed in at a 767. She'll get the handicap start. She's running a 440 Ford powered rear engine dragster, and Danielle McCaskill there's got a Chevy 555. Look at the spread of the rear wheels there, and they're fat as. They are big, wide tyres. So you'll see Ali Stewart get the handicap start, and then it'll be on for young and old. Both ladies, great supporter of the modified eliminator bracket, and both very, very proficient. Just waiting for Danielle to get in. That's it now. She's off. 085 to 029. 029 to McCaskill in the Rocket Lane. Does she get there first? Yes, she certainly does. Runs a 733 on that 731 at 181. And for Ali Stewart, well, who knows?
I was just going to say, I thought that I could see a couple of small drops on our window.
Yes, I can see some just here.
Just as those two cars went. So it must be one of these
rogue
clouds above us.
Oh, well.
I won't say any more. We shouldn't be too long. Just need to wait for that shower to clear. And we'll be underway with Mark Tanswell and Paul Lynette is our next pair of competitors scheduled to come out in this round of Modified Eliminator.
Well, I think that's about the only drop that's landed on the window, young Steve, or on my window anyway. But not taking any chances.
Well, as I said before, the turnaround is near a kilometre away from where we sit, so it might be a little bit heavier down there. I don't know. We'll just wait for a report to come through.
Yes, well, you're in trouble if you're driving out of it or driving into it. So you come out wet, and the other one is you're going to get wet. Yeah, so we'll just have a little time out. Okie doke. So, okay, ladies and gentlemen, race fans and or fans, evaporators and other air conditioning units. It's all closed down. The rain's gone, and we're back into it again in the modified eliminator. The clouds are way over there. We'll be long gone by then. So, and keep going there, Bushy. Mark Tanswell in the rocket lane, dialed in with a 933 in that little front engine dragster. Holden 205 up against Paul Linnett from Mount Warrigal in New South Wales. Got the Chev 434. He's dialed in at a 793.
He's got a pair of greens on the start line, Les.
Yes.
Looks like Linnett takes the win, though. 803 with a 3 on a 793. Got there by 3/10. Yeah.
Nice and safe.
Tanswell just slowing, I think, at the top end of the racetrack there.
Yeah. Well, you can see there that his opposition was reeling him in, I should say. Now, this will be a great little battle as well. Craig Davies in the Aeroflow lane in the front engine dragster, small block Chev 385. Now, he's up against George Bukareshlev from Bass Hill. He's in a front engine dragster with an LS 365. So there's 20 cubic inches difference, but look at the dial in. Craig Davies dialed in 836 in the Aeroflow lane. George Bukareshlev dialed in at a 796 in the rocket lane. So this is, I guess, a progression from variations of small blocks when you get a different type, like an LS motor, up against just a regular Chevy 350 cast iron. I guess that's what it might have aluminium heads, but you watch this. Craig Davies to go first.
040 to an 048 on the tree. This race will have championship implications. Bukareshlev came into the meet leading the championship, and CJ Davies 836 with a 1 on 836. Goes 1,000ths over the dial in with an 040 light to take the win by 300ths of a second. Bukareshlev went a 798 with a 9 on a 796 and lost.
Look at that, Craig Davies, a 361 on a 360 0. Holy Toledo.
In their own right, those races would have been, individually, they would have been more than adequate to take the win.
Yeah. Okay, Jaden Curry now in the rocket lane up against Joe Sorbello. Joe Sorbello still motoring along in that Nissan Skyline with the LS2. And the Pro Charger on board, Jaden Curry from Prospect. He's in that little Tirana. Unrivaled engineering. Well, that sounds very refreshing. And he's in the Holden Tirana Chevy 400 in the rocket lane. Dialed with an 835. Joe Sorbello an 899. Joe Sorbello 899 is a tad slower, so he'll get the handicap start. So Joe Sorbello in the Aeroflow lane. You'll see him go first, and then Jaden Curry to do the chasing. See who comes out the better at the top end there. So both races, young Jaden there, he's keen to make an impression. Joe Sorbello, well, he's just no.
Jaden turning hard left on the start line, left 006 red light. Sorbello with the win, goes 899 with a 0 on an 899.
Oh, look at that. Right on his dial.
Yeah, right onto the thousands as far as we can see.
Yeah.
But the race was done on the start line. Jaden leaving in 006 red light. And I think even if it had gone green, the race would have been done there anyway, because the car turned hard to the left. Nelly went
to the left, I saw that, headed towards the centre line.
Nelly went over the centre line as well. But Jaden doing the right thing, out of the throttle, and just keeping the car safe. Looks like Leo Georges, Les, will have the solo into the next round in the Escort panel van. I know that will excite some of our YouTube watchers. Panel van man, of course. Ooh, big free rev there for Georges. Left with an 064 that car looked to be doing everything right, and then all of a sudden dropped the nose and there was a big free rev.
Yeah, hope he hasn't broken anything.
Well, he's no longer moving.
The crowd looks at the guys down here, the team, young. You got Leo's son there, Benny. He's lost for words. I think that might be Chris Costello down there.
Looks like the car's pulled up just past, probably at around 1,200 feet, I'd say. Les, I don't know if he's...
I don't know if he can make it under... Oh, can he make it under his own power, Benny?
He's won the race, but he's stopped where he's sitting now. I'm wondering if it's something gone away in the transmission. The way that the car free revved tells me that it's lost drive and therefore load on the engine, and that was what caused the free rev.
Yep.
Unless he's shifted neutral for some reason.
Wow. He's ever got time to get out.
You'd think if it was the tail shaft, though, there would have been
you would have seen
stuff
it
on the racetrack, because usually it has a way of shaking everything loose when it belts down the side of the floor, regardless of whether it's got a tail shaft lift or not. Yeah, you're right, Pat. The tail shaft would probably be only 300 mil long, I reckon.
But did you see that? The quad tripped the lights for him.
Oh, you did it?
It's coming the other way. See, because Leo hasn't got to the lights yet, the finish.
Well, the race was won as soon as Leo went into stage.
I think he really had a bit of a refresh not that long ago. He posted. He was waiting for a few bits and pieces, but he ended up getting them all, but not quite sure.
The thing is, Les, obviously there's so many parts that make up these cars, like any car on the road, I guess. You only need one small thing to not function as it should, and then obviously a bigger assembly doesn't work the way it should then too.
Yeah, well, I only learnt the other day that I was reading a magazine, and it said that, because of the microchips are in a bit short supply. Just a normal car, like let's just say a Toyota, the latest model Toyota or whatever it is, they've got over 300 microchips in them. Not one microchip, 300.
Yeah, it's a fair bit.
I'll say, no wonder there's people are scrambling to get them.
Looks like we just about got the quad connected there. And we'll tow Leo out the first gate, and then I believe the next category that we should be running. Oh, we've got the blue Pontiac down there, sorry. I need to stand up.
Yep. Oh, that's all. Okay. Thank you for your patience. Here we go. We've got this really nice Pontiac Firebird. And I think it's up from Victoria, from memory. Coming up for a bit of a test and tune there on Australia's, well, one of the world's finest drag racing facilities. I wouldn't bat an eyelid in saying that. It might be just a little bit different if you're in, say, Dubai or something, which they've got one, and I think it's half of it's undercover. So, nice big car, every nice lineup out the back out here for all the cars that are coming in. They're all in the staging lanes. We've got some really hot movers there. I see that that Dodge Dart, sorry, is a Hemi.
Oh, it is Hemi?
Yeah, it's been clarified. It is a 426 Hemi.
Okay. Trust you to go check that out.
Mate.
Thank you, Les.
Oh,
Good work.
all right. Yeah.
Did you wipe the dribble off?
No. See that spot just there?
You washed the engine bay for him, did you?
Yeah, I did.
All right, Chris Perugia into full stage in this Pontiac Firebird. Leaves on the red. Car moving around just a fraction at 330. Nice pass from there on, though. And out the back door, 7:49 with a 9. A little bit of smoke in the braking area.
And no chute.
No, the chute's open, but it's open late. He's only got one chute. I think he's going to get just the sand. No, he's not. Oh,
ooh.
He's got like one wheel in. Wow. I bet those eyes would have been like dinner plates, Les.
Yeah.
Pushing on the brake pedal.
Yeah. And pulling on the steering wheel.
Well, I didn't see the wheels lock up. Wow. That's one way to get your attention. The chute came out, but only, I think it was late in blossoming. I don't know if it has two chutes on the back or not, but it was doing 187 mile an hour, so it's fairly moving.
Yep. Yeah, that's a gimme for 187 for sure. Oh, okay. Oh, we're into the next. Right.
So we won't be too long. We just need to get the quad out, and it looks like they're actually pushing it back
Pushing
right
it backwards,
now. So
yeah. It's
that's
on
how
tilt.
far he went in. It would have only just, I reckon, the edge of the tyre would have been probably just in the sand.
Yep.
No, didn't even get to the sand. It's right at the bottom of the frame in the footage that I'm looking at. Oh, yes, you put it up on. Oh, there you go. Sorry. I'm new here. Leave me alone.
Yeah. Yes. It's
I didn't realise that you'd switched it up to
never mind. Ryan Franks and Deanna has a party now in Extreme Bike. Ryan Franks in the Rocket Lane and Deanna has a party in the Aeroflow Lane. And as I alluded to previously, these machines don't run to a dial-in. It's just heads up, and then whoever gets there first, the other end. Usually pretty quick too, I might add.
Yeah, well, Franks, he's nudging 200 mile an hour. I think he went 200 mile an hour for the first time last meeting, I think.
Yep. Yeah, he did. I remember that. It was like 200 point something.
Yeah, of course, 200 mile an hour, 320 kilometres an hour in 400 metres. Oh, a little bit of wheel spin. The bike bucking around at the top of first and second gear. 201.43 miles an hour for Ryan Franks on that pass. 750 with an 8. Deanna has a party.
A 9133 she went. At about 164. I think around 164. Big mile an hour difference.
All right, next up we have Mike Lawson on the Hayabusa from DY down on the Northern Beaches.
Another quick bike too. Oh, 8.3. Nice sleeve.
Always seems nice and steady, this bike. 8:33. 165. Nice and consistent as well.
Yeah.
I guess like anything, you get to a point where you start winding more power into the chassis and the tyre says, yeah, not happy with that.
Yeah.
And it's how you manage the weight shift onto that tyre is governed by how quick you can accelerate.
Brant Gilliver from South Windsor. Are you in South Windsor?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. So South Windsor, New South Wales is a Suzuki GSXR 1395 cc's. And he looks really comfortable on that bike.
He does.
Maybe because he's got a fat tyre at the back and those wheelie bars.
Yeah, a little bit of a different setup to most of the bikes in Extreme Bike. Of course, running the nitrous oxide. 064 on the tree. Wanting it to turn to the right. Over at the centre line right now. Rolls out of the throttle. 8:43 with a 7. 158 miles an hour.
Yeah, 158. Yeah, well, it's particularly with, we'll explain that when those bikes, you don't steer them out of there. You've got to lean over because that tread is so wide, and you've got to get it on its edge so it'll actually turn. So you'll see the riders lean left or right, whichever way they don't want to go.
Yeah, you actually lean to the opposite side of the corner to give the opposite edge more drive.
Yeah. Yeah,
which is
right.
counter, doesn't work with your brain when you're up against the wall and you need to lean
and
towards
your
the wall.
legs there.
And your legs right there, of course.
Yeah.
Moving into
modified bike.
Modified bike, brought to us by bikereview.com.au. We have Michael Riches and Bobby Joe Simmons. Riches in the aeroflow lane, dialed in with a 990. Simmons with a 935. In the rocket lane, Simmons has thrown it away with a red light, 006. 6,000ths of a second too soon.
Oh, shit.
And a 10.12 with a 2, 130 mile an hour for Riches through the finish line. 9.56 with a 1 there for Simmons.
Yeah, she got there first too. CHBL. Can't help bad luck. Lucas Nago from Stanhope, Victoria. Suzuki GSXR 998cc. That's Lucas in the rocket lane. Mark Davies in the aeroflow lane. Dialed 960 but red lit. Lucas there in the rocket lane will get the win, automatic win. Oh, and Mark Davies just not satisfied with letting one gun barrel go. Breaks out as well.
Nego very close to the dial-in there, though.
Yes, very close. Oh, yeah, well, I didn't see that, but it's reflecting on the numbers there. He did a lot of things good there.
Now, interesting enough, Sean Ricketts is not in participation of today's round, so...
yeah, he's over there.
Could potentially leave the championship door ajar for either Albie Davidson or Michael Riches. 009 on the tree for Davidson here. Dialed in with a 10.15. Gareth Wilcox chasing him down.
He won't get him. Oh,
he does. Gets there first. 300ths of a second.
Gee,
10.04 with a 4 on a 990 to take the win. 143 mile an hour. 10.44 with a 0 on a 10.15. Davidson cut the better light by over a tenth, but gave it away on the distance away from the dial-in.
Yeah. Wow. Nathan Cowie and Sean Sorbello, I think. Yeah, Nathan Cowie in the rocket lane from Seven Hills, postcode 2147. Cowie signs the Suzuki Mighty Ball, Mighty Ball, small block Chev 400 up against Sean Sorbello in that neat Commodore LS2 6 litre over there in the aeroflow lane, dialed in 1025. He's slower than Nathan Cowie, so he'll get the handicap start. So you'll see the Commodore leave first in the aeroflow lane. Now Nathan Cowie to do the chasing with the 9.10 in the rocket lane. Both cars clean green. Whoa, 2,000ths of a second between the two of them at the start. The reaction time. Oh, Nathan Cowie might just sneak in. He does. He runs a 9.20 on a 9.10 at 136. And for Sorbello on his 10.20 runs a 10.41. Jim Raptus in that beautiful dart. Yeah, it's the same as mine. I think it's, yeah. It's like that nice Ford colour. What's that called? Sunflower yellow or something? Beautiful colour. Big block, 426 Hemi. Joe Zammit in the rocket lane. Holden Field Commodore. Holden 383 dialed in at the 10.18. So he'll leave first. The Commodore over there in the rocket lane. Jim Raptus in the aeroflow lane in that beautiful looking Dodge Dart. We'll have to chase him and try and run him down. Red light, auto to Joe Zammit.
Raptors left too soon. 079 red on the tree. 034 for Zammit.
Oh, 938 on a 960 breakout.
Yeah, that's a substantial breakout there for Raptors.
Yeah.
Probably happy that he's gone that fast, though.
Yeah. Yeah, well, that's what I say. Some of the guys here, you know, like they broke out or they, you know, especially the breakout ones. We've had some monster breakouts here. Emma Attard in that giant-killing little Holden LC Tirana, Chevy 496. Dialed in with that 894 in the rocket lane up against Jim Donaro. Well, Jim is one of drag racing's true gentlemen. Oh, an 056 to an 086. Jim Donaro. Oh, I see Emma Attard. Something's gone wrong there. Suffered the same fate, it looks like, as Leo Georges. No, don't. Just keep going there. That's it. It's crowded down there.
It sounded like it just tagged the limiter on one of the shifts there on the track mics, I think, Les. But so maybe not wanting to shift correctly.
Yep. Is it still moving? Yeah. No. Oh, yeah, it's still going.
All right, looks like we're about to get into Boosted Outlaws and their third and final round of the Chicago Shootout. We have Anthony Bull and Sean Leifting. Both cars fired up. Bull running for Shire Automotive and Mechanical in the aeroflow lane. Dialed in with a 742, taking on Sean Leifting. Leifting in the rocket lane, of course, for Speedflow products in the T-bucket.
Nice car, mate. Sean Leifting. Now, I think that the other Leifting was Travis, I think.
Yes. So around about a second between these two. The Alta to do the chasing.
Yeah, not much difference between these two in the, the Leifting's car got the Noonan 465, which would be a very late model engine. I'd say it would have been probably produced this year, I'd say. Anthony Bull there in the Ford BA Falcon with that Ford 412. Dialed in with a 742. Sean Leifting 744, so it's 742, 644. Yep. So it's near almost 1 second difference, which Anthony Bull will get the start. Over there in the Aeroflow lane, red lit, automatic win.
Bull's gone red, 098 red. Leifting's going to...
Oh, he buttoned off too.
There was a little bit of a pop at the finish line there. Did you hear that? Does it
Yeah,
sound like it popped the blower as well? Maybe try and watch the turnaround cam and make sure that supercharger where it's supposed to be.
Ooh. Yeah, he stopped too. Huh?
See the City Dragway fire crew just checking out the altered. Of course, we say sometimes, "Oh, he's just popped the blower." I've seen many years ago the was it the Shane Elcote Willies, the Thunder Road Racing Willies up at Willowbank, burst the supercharger at around about 1,000 foot. I think back at the time, Door Slammer running 650, 660s-ish. I felt the percussion sitting at around 300 foot in the grandstand, and it actually blew the, I think, the case into the dash and everything, and it caught the top of his finger. Yeah, so very lucky. You think it's just done the blower. Of course, nowadays the burst panels are probably a little bit bigger, and they have a lot more safety built into them now. They're not just a pressure release. They actually have a wire. Oh, especially with the professional categories, they have a wire over the top, which automatically releases the parachutes in the event of a supercharger backfire.
Yeah, there he goes.
Yeah, I think a lot of people just don't understand the build-up of pressure that's inside that supercharger case. And as Pat's just said, the case is typically a little bit stronger now. You can buy billet ones. I'm assuming back then, we're talking 25 years ago, they would have all been a cast case. All right, our next pair starting up, we have Toby Austin in the Topster Racing and Engineering Kamaru funny car.
Oh, there's a beautiful Chevy. I don't believe I just said that. It is not, but it is a nice car.
Les finally opened his other eye.
Yeah, now I can buy the regular pair of sunglasses with 2 lenses.
Sorry, Les. I couldn't resist.
No, that's fine.
Couldn't resist. Of
No,
course,
couldn't resist.
NASA Matter backing back for A-Civil and Ours Race Glides. Also running for Bespoke Financial Advisory. 37 Chevy Coupe. Dialed in with a 600.
Zero, yeah, so he'll have to chase Toby Austin down. It's been going well, this Chevy, A-Civil and Al's Race Glides and Bespoke Financial Advisory. Tobster Racing and Engineering. And Peter Lay Custom Imports. Yeah.
It's a pretty good sponsor to have when all your parts come out of the US.
Yeah, fantastic. Oh, Greyhound got all his gets all his parts out with Peter Lay for his Chevy.
All right, Tobster, pretty accustomed to this Chevy Camaro. He's done really well in recent times. NASA Matter getting more and more confident in this Chevy Coupe every time he hits the start line. Of course, done a fair bit of testing. Getting quicker and quicker, but always a little bit unpredictable.
Oh, gee, look at that. He's just going to run away with it. Look at that,
wow.
a 610, 225.
Yeah, nice pass there. 101 to the 60 for Nasamata, 105 to the 60 for Toby Austin. Austin went left with a 114 reaction time. Went 661 with an 8 on a 650.
Yeah.
Nasamata to take the win.
Yeah. Oh, that was a really blistering pass. Did everything right.
I've noticed on each of the runs today, Toby Austin hasn't chased the light. He's normally very good with the lights, and for some reason today, just hanging back there. So I'm not quite sure what the reason is behind that.
Oh.
Yeah, you might be right, Pat. He could be testing something new and just happy to stay out of the race, so to speak, and just run his own race.
Yep. Well, I think there's a couple of them today. You see the cars going through the top end, and then they just start.
So Chris Denny hasn't come back either, I noticed. Maybe they hurt something in the previous round. We've got Brittany Olive firing into life down there. The MJ Mobile Mechanics backed A Civil Motorsports. Hemi-powered dragster.
Yeah, that's been about the extent of the burnouts from that car.
It sounded like it was a little bit of a free rev at the end of it though, Liz. See our start line officials eager to get up beside. They've all got mops in hand, so maybe there is a little bit of something leaking from the car, or however, they haven't been asked to shut the car down. So it might be just a little bit of fuel.
Yeah, look at that.
Brittany dialed in with a 665 because it is important that she runs close to her dial-in this particular instance, because if there is a car on equal points, it will go back to a count back.
Yeah. I just thought of that. No, she's already run 210, but she's dialed in 665 and she qualified number 2 with the 673. So it's just not much, but as Steve says, you've got to run pretty close. It's thundering along.
Yeah, 674 with a 9. 210 miles an hour.
Again, yeah. 210.7, and the previous one was 210. Qualifying was 210.9, so very, very consistent.
Yep. Car doing everything it should there.
And
all right, our next round of Go Logistics Super Street about to run in front of us. And we've got Brett Stutchbury and Peter Varillis down there in the water box. Stutchbury dialed in with a 10.40. Running for Shorty's Performance Engines and Shock Works.
Yeah, see, Varillis got the advantage of all four-wheel drive.
He's got the advantage of touch screens and cruise control.
Everything else.
Power, everything.
He's probably sipping on the latte as he goes to.
Maybe not.
It's a quick car, though.
It is.
What does it do, 12? Yeah, 12.99.
13 seconds.
Pretty sharp. A little crossover car.
All he's about to hear is the turbo winding up in the left-hand ear as Brett Stutchbury draws up beside him. A 143 light.
143 against a 228. Well, I think Stutchbury pulls up alongside about now, hits the picks, runs through safely there for a 10.55 on a 10.40, And for Varillis on his $12.99, anybody's guess, I suppose.
All right, our next pair. Corey Stutchbury in the Commodore dining with a 1074, taking on Robert Matasek. Matasek dining with a 1072 in the Chevy Camaro, the big block version. 454.
Yeah, Stutchbury, that's not too bad either, 1074.
Yeah, nitrous fed.
Yeah.
LS in the Commodore. Both cars leaving almost identically. 087 on the tree for Stutchbury. 044 for the Camaro.
But Tessick will get it.
He does. Let's go 1078 with a 2 at 116. Gets there by a tenth of a second to take the win over the Commodore.
Yeah, he's been very, very, very consistent. Oh, well, it's evidenced by how many. This is the, I think this is the semi for, is it the semi for, what's the name, for Super Street?
No, the third of 5 rounds.
Oh, 3 of 5, okay, so that was a quarter. Good. Oh, gee, David Matasevic, an 089 over there in the Aeroflow lane. Oh, it was a hard-charging Dave Morton. No, broke out.
He broke out. Went a 670, a 637 on a 1069, handing the win back to the Club Sport driver.
Yeah, it was a pretty good. He came on gangbusters that
he did. Courtesy of that supercharged LS.
Yeah.
Ooh, the car of Mark Hopkins not sounding that great in the burnout there.
No, it sounded a bit gravelly, didn't it?
It did. It sounded like it had a rev limiter or some sort of ignition cut happening there.
Yeah, Mark Hopkins in that little Holden 312 cubic inch.
Definitely sounds idling okay, but didn't sound particularly great on any throttle position.
Still sounds funny. 077 reaction time. Dialed in with a 1098 and runs a 1095 with a 2. So it even went better, Steve.
What do we know?
Yeah.
Not much, clearly.
What's half of nothing?
Yeah. Half of nothing. I'll share the love. Give me up. Give you up.
Yeah.
All right, that concludes that round of Go Logistics Super Street. Our next category looks to be a Junior Dragster. We can see them rolling under the building here for their third round of 5. Of course, brought to us by the Western Weekender.
Yeah.
Magazine.
Yeah. Yeah, at one stage there, the 2 Stutchburys, it might be a all Stutchbury fight, it got the possibility of being.
It was, but...
It was?
Total of 25 junior dragsters entered here today, which is fantastic considering a number of our races are down south at the Bend, of course, participating in the conference finals.
Yeah, well, there's, gee, I think I think I counted about 10 or 12. There's a bunch out of Top Sportsman. There's 3 out of Super Sedan, Super Street, I should say. Tex Griffiths, what's his name in that little white Toronto, and
Craig Warren.
Craig Warren's down there, yeah, and Tex Griffiths and Carl Chevy Taylor. Okay. Well, that's 3 of them. 3.
And who, Victor? Victor Sattler-Giannis is down there too?
Yeah, Victor's down there.
All right, I can see the first pair of juniors in the fire-up box. And we're going to see Emma Leifting in the Speedflow car.
Yes, and the 000 Tegan Smith in the Rocket Lane.
1260 the dial in for lifting in the aeroflow lane, so she will leave first. Smith will have to chase her down with a 781 dial in.
Oh, look at that, a double A against a little, a little C junior dragster.
That's all right there.
But if, like, what's happened today? There's 3 seed dragsters had got to the other end first before the any of the others they were racing.
Well, I've made this comment many times before, Les. One of the beauties of drag racing in the fact that we have the sportsman categories is it doesn't matter where you sit. As long as you can run your own race, be consistent, cut good lights, and pick a dial in. Easier said than done, of course, but but certainly it's a big equaliser. Not like other forms of motorsport where if you don't have brand new tyres every race meeting and you don't have a fresh engine every race meeting and you don't have this and you don't have that, at least in this category, the sportsman categories of drag racing, you have the opportunity to be just as competitive as the person next to you.
Yeah, well, it's to sum it all up, I think you put everything you said that's just how it is.
Yep.
And
there is obviously a lot of mind games that go on there in your confidence and thought process and being relaxed and being able to think clearly as you approach the start line and do the same thing each time, build that reputation and the repetition of the sequence that you follow each time certainly helps in making that procedure more natural, if I could put it that way. But of course, each time there is something a little bit different that might pop up, and sometimes it's how you deal with that.
Yeah.
Whether it's a skill or whether it's a luck thing.
Yep. Yeah.
And at the end of the day, it's a 50-50. You're either going to win the race or you're not.
Yeah, that's right. You're only battling your opposition next door. But that's what I when I started drag racing, I used to and still do go on the. I timed it, as I said, at blink, so I blink, and that's one light, blink, 2, and then I go to blink, and then I take off, which is at just as the last yellow goes out.
Yep.
And then I get the green. So it's, but I've done that all the time because I used to be all over the place.
Yes.
But this is only when I've only done it sort of really at Christmas party here.
Yes. Well, we need to change that, Liz.
Yes.
To get you out there and have a crack at Street Fighter, I reckon.
Yeah, I'd like to. That'd be
throw you a headset mic and you can be like Dick Johnson and give us some commentary.
Yeah, that's right.
I was watching obviously some of that at from Bathurst. Bathurst doing the throwbacks. And, here's Peter Brock or Dick Johnson going through McPhillamy Park all crossed up in the wet, having a decent conversation with the commentary team. Yeah.
Who was that bloke in the Toyota that started all that, Peter? He had a little Celica way back in the 80s. A little Celica when they bought the Camaros and everything out. He used to say, these useless Yank tanks, they're good in a straight line, but when it comes to the corner, watch this, I'm going to duck it on the inside of this bloke. Peter, not Wilmington, it was started with a W.
Oh, you got me.
He got was sponsored by the Toyota dealer out there at Kajula. No, that's a Peter. Peter. I got a bit sick of him after all. Fancy trashing the Yanks.
I'm no good at hand signals, Lee. Sorry, I can see it. I still can't. You got your phone on you? I'll just ring you. All right, we shouldn't be too far away. In the meantime, we'll just wait until we're given the green light to fire these cars. Of course, as I said, Emma Leifting and Tegan Smith will be the first pair in this round of Junior Drag. So Les and I will be back with you very, very shortly.
as we pointed out earlier, Tegan Smith in the Rocket Lane, dialed in with a 781. We'll have to wait. She can probably do her fingernails while she's waiting. And for Emma Leifting in the C Junior Dragster, because her dial-in's 1260. So she's got to wait nearly 5 seconds. Nearly 5 seconds. Not far off. So it'll be a test of her patience. And Emma will, in a C Junior Dragster, she'll probably just take off like she's always taken off. So if she cuts a good light, who knows? Oh, gee, there's a bit of power in Tegan Smith's machine there. Oh, well, it is a double A and dialed in at a 781. Emma Leifting dialed in at a 1260.
All right, both races going through their final pre-run procedure. The crews are walking away.
We'll see Emma Leifting over here in the Aeroflow lane. She'll get the handicap start, so you'll see her machine move. And then Tegan Smith will, when it's her turn, when she gets the green light, chase her down. Let's see how it goes. Oh, something wrong with the Leifting machine. There we go. So automatic win for Tegan Smith. I guess she did a 0.326. She probably sensed that something was wrong. But
I tell you what, though, she didn't back off much.
No,
784 with a 4 at a 781. That's playing with fire a little bit for my liking on a solo.
Yes, yes. Yeah, that's right, because if it was an elimination round, the lights would, if she broke out, the lights would have been flashing for this lane. Okay. Daniela Axiak, Junior Dragster. Oh, dialed in with a 774. Jacob Longo, a B Junior Dragster, 909. He's been pretty sharp, this young Jacob.
He has. The car's been running dead on each time that he comes out to the start line. All the passes today that I've seen are around this 908, 909, 91 second range.
Oh, if he cuts a good light, he'll be a big chance. But Daniela there, she's no slouch either.
All right, both races into pre-stage. Longo into full. Axiak now into full. Longo to lead first. He's gone red, 059 red. Took a chance on the tree and it didn't work out for him. Went 908 with a 4 at the finish line, so 6,000 too fast, but a 774 with a 1 on a 774 for Axiak. Putting her in good stead moving into the semis.
For sure, gee whiz. These little kids are hard to beat.
Next up, we're going to see Chloe Reiko in the Aeroflow lane, dialed in with a 775. Taking on Robbie Risteski. Risteski dialed in with an 885 in the Rocket lane. Running for CA Motorsports.
Yeah, B Junior Dragster is Risteski. And Chloe Reiko, double A. She's dialed 775. Oh, someone's deep staged. Oh, gee, cut a good light for a deep stage.
Yeah, it can be very tricky to go in deep and still cut a light. 028 for Robbie. And he'll take the win. Goes 9,004 on an 885.
Yeah, Chloe there in the Aeroflow lane, a .419 reaction time. Runs a 776 on a 775, so there's nothing wrong with the dial-in.
Moving into our junior drag bikes for their third round of Chicago Shootout. Anastasia Lucky for 666 Racing Custom. 9:48 the dial in, taking on the tyre burner, Josh Burtonshaw. All I can see, I'm reading the screen, all I can see out of this right-hand side of the screen is this big waft of smoke coming up. 9:40 the dial in for the blue bike in the rocket lane. Running for D&J haulage. Devil Designs of VP Racing Fuels. Burtonshaw with a better reaction time here.
Gee, this is going to be closer than I thought.
I think Burtonshaw rolled out of the throttle there. 63 miles an hour, 9:55 on a 9:40 to take the win. Anastasia a 9:88 with a 4 at 68. Lincoln Delios getting in on the burnout act now. The little 125 Honda. Getting some smoke happening down there too.
I'll say. EPA would be after them. Little kid. He pats him on the
Every
back.
time. Every time gets the pat on the back.
Back, does he? Yeah.
Yep.
Neat. Really neat.
2:04 the reaction time. Lincoln looking for a 12:25 at the finish line. And runs a 12:22 with a 6, slightly too fast.
Yeah, lucky it was a solo.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, that concludes this round of Junior Dragster and Junior Drag Bike. We'll be back with you very, very shortly. Our next category out should be street bike, according to the schedule. So Les and I will be back with you very, very shortly.
Thank you.
Yes, and we do move into Street Fighter. Here we've got Nicholas Varillis in the Aeroflow lane, Glenn Featherstone in the Rocket lane. A 1485 dial in for Varillis versus a 1555 for Featherstone. Featherstone's been pretty accurate on his dial ins today, so let's see what he can do against the 4-litre of Varillis.
Yeah, classic Ford versus Holden here, which we were discussing a couple of meetings ago. There's not enough of it. We reflected on the early days. Featherstone there gets out with a 2:10 reaction time. I don't think Varillis is going to catch him. Oh, he's on the Featherstone's already on the pick, so he takes a win. Runs a 16.05 on a 15.55 at 69 and a 15.85 for his opponent in the Aeroflow lane.
Certainly Megan White back out here in the Aeroflow lane with the big block tracks, and Christopher Varillis this time in the FG Falcon. We've got a 17.80 to a 14.95.
Yeah, so Varillis in that in the Falcon there will have to do the chasing. He's cut a pretty good light.
Yep.
So Megan will be oh gee, hey, this is going to be close, mate. Ooh.
A breakout from Megan White. She stayed into it. But nice pass by Christopher Varillis, actually. Not far off the dial-in, and
he got there
clean
first
light
too.
To start with.
Yep.
Next pairing, Jack Matasevic. Another Holden versus Ford battle out here. 14.45 for Matasevic, and Tallarico in the Rocket lane, a 14.80 with the Holden Ute.
Yeah, that Holden Ute there, 14.80, 14.45. It's pretty close. One light difference, so you'll see him blink, 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 blink.
Yep.
Go down, a staggered light, just like that. Two clean greens, an 064 for Tallarico and an 101 for Matasevic.
Identical 60-foot times between those cars as well.
Check that out. Check that out. Good pickup there.
Oh, breakout from Matasevic. He's handing the win to Tallarico, but he's not far off the dial-in anyway. With a 14.86 on 14.80.
Yep.
But 14.43 will give it away.
Yeah, well.
Matasevic from the Aeroflow lane.
Yeah, Matasevic got there first, but it was too quick.
Yep. Got everyone's favourite AU.
Yeah, that's
Tony
right.
Stadelmeyer. Manually shifted Street Fighter. It's definitely a rare thing. 0.84 reaction time. He's not afraid to sidestep that clutch.
Oh, he's gone through a couple of shifts there.
All right, it's not going to matter.
No.
That's the pass that you want to have the miss shift for sure. He's going to roll through at a 15.179 at 91 mile per hour.
That guy there, that Danny Stadelmeyer, is one of the most dedicated, unlikely looking drag racers I've ever seen. He's here all the time.
Yep.
And different sorts of cars. He just loves drag races.
Certainly does.
Yeah.
All right, next pairing, we've got Greg Horadam on the Minions Racing ZX14 up against Angela Phipps on the family Suzuki Hayabusa.
Yes, at number 3 in Greg Horadam in the qualifying order, and up against number 5, Angela Phipps. So 3 versus 5, 3rd versus 5th. Should be a good tussle here.
Yeah,
although Horadam's bike's got a few more CCs. About 100 more.
She's not been right on the reaction time on that pass, but she's holding the nose in front, I think, at the moment.
I
broken out.
was just going to say she'll probably break out.
Yeah,
10.60 with a 9 to break out, Angela Phipps.
Hard luck for Angie, but well done for Greg Horadam. He's done his job.
Yep.
Next pairing, Jesse Barnes on the Hayabusa and Andrew Riches on the Indian Scout.
Yeah, well, he's Jesse Barnes got to wait almost 3 seconds as well as Andrew Riches. He's been going pretty well. He's got this far.
Yep.
So he must be doing something right.
Andrew's won rounds on that little Indian as well. Yeah,
I think he's got a never say die. 2.62 reaction time. And an 0.47 for Jesse Barnes. Oh, they had the wheel up in the air for a little while. Might be just enough to get Riches home.
He's doing some chasing.
Oh,
he gets it.
Wow.
He gets it at 10.39 with a 9 on a 1.4 to a 13.147 on a 13.10 dial-in. So the reaction time definitely a big part in that one. All right, last competitor in the street bike category for this round is Joe Borg. He's on the Kawasaki's at a 1200. He's got a 10.99 dialed in, qualified with an 11.047. So he should be right on the money.
Yeah, he'd like to get really, really close to that 10.99. 2:08, but that's irrelevant when you're doing a solo. Got the lights flashing there, runs a 10:79. There you go.
Well, there's a 9 in there somewhere.
Yeah.
Not too bad yet again. That is the pass to do it on.
Yep.
So Joe Borg will round out street bike as the sun sets here on quite an interesting day at Sydney Dragway.
Yeah.
We move on to the next round of Super Gas. Roy Romeo in the Aeroflow lane. Joe Catanzariti in the Rocket lane. Familiar foes in this category.
What's the Roy's dad's name? He used to race Super Gas as well. The guy in the silver hair walking down there.
It's a long held tradition for the Romeo family, but I'm greatly sorry, but I don't know the gentleman's name.
I forget his name. Bush. Oh, Bushy's not here. He'll know. Yeah, Joe Catanzariti from Mount Annan, not far away, in that Pontiac Firebird. That's a really quick car, but then again, Roy Romeo, he's a good peddler in that Roadster.
Certainly. 009 for the reaction time. Joe Catanzariti, it might hold it out. Yeah, Romeo breaks out actually with a 986, handing the win to Catanzariti with a 992 with a 2.
Yeah, and a 009 light.
A 009, exactly. So definitely threw down the gauntlet for Romeo there. Vince Panetta. The Tirana getting a little wild there. So nonetheless, he does have the bye run.
Yeah.
It's always a bit of a... You always got to figure out what's the priority when you got a bye run, right? You know, do you take it as a real test, or do you just sort of roll it in and keep the load off the motor, not do a massive burnout, keep the tyres fresh, all that sort of thing? Certainly most of these guys are out here to make laps, so just about everyone I think that's had a solo pass has been making the most of it today. Just as Vince has, he's run the gauntlet, 037 reaction time, but he's got a 986 with a 7 on a 990 dial in, so, or a 990 index I should say.
Yeah, so 986, 990, yeah, not too bad, but I don't know if any. Well, see, if in the national competition, if it was for the final, well, you got another 2 choices again. You can run it out the back door, or just take it, accept the green, and that's it.
That's right. Yeah. Options. All right, we're moving across into modified. Paul Lynette down there in the Aeroflow lane. Craig Davies in the Rocket lane. Looks like, based on points, it's certainly going to the next round. CJ was in number 2 position for the championship, behind George Bukarushliev. Obviously, CJ's got the win over George in the previous round, so he's going to move on. Paul Lynette's been running quite well after a little bit of time away from the track.
Yeah, yes. I haven't seen him for quite a while, actually. I used to like watching him. There's another guy that had a green one. I'll think of his name, but I haven't seen him for yonks, probably 4 or 5 years.
Nonetheless, Paul's got a 794 dial in for this pass. Craig Davies, 835. First, 058. Lynette, a 001 red on the light.
Oh, look at that.
It's going to give that to CJ. He's going to move through. Breakout for Paul as well.
Yeah, I think that other guy's name was Musgrave. He had a green alternative.
Danielle McCaskill here on the solo pass. She's still got a 732 dial in, which is pretty well run right on today. It's been
hard charging.
Very, very well. So we'll just go through the process as always. Danielle just being brought up closer to pre-stage. She'll accept the light. .043 reaction time from McCaskill, taking full advantage of the extra lap down the track.
Yeah, good.
7:34 with a 182 mile per hour on the 7:32 dial-in. Another great pass from Danny today.
Yep, and a 0:43 light, so she's a fairly, she's become a very experienced racer, that's for sure.
Certainly. We'll move across to mod bike. Once again, Gareth Wilcox.
Gee, I scream.
Yeah, the Lucas Nego's 1000cc Suzuki.
Yeah.
It's up against Wilcox on the ZX14R, so certainly a bit of disparity with the capacity of the bikes, but strangely the larger bike's got a 990 slower dial in. Bit of a hop there from Wilcox. He's got some work to do on this one. 073 for the reaction time, but this is very close.
Yeah,
there you go, gets the win. 965 with a 3 on a 60 dial in. Wilcox, bit of a mishap on the launch there. Goes through for a 1011 on the 990 dial in.
Oh, this is the semi for modified bike. So Michael Riches has found his way into the final.
Certainly.
So good for him. He's on that Suzuki 750. I was thinking of the other Riches with the Indian.
Yes, Andrew, it's his father. All right, 178 reaction time for Michael. He will take the win, of course, being on a solo. That's a 1019 with a 2 at 132 mile per hour on the 990 dial-in. And move through to the final against Lucas Nego.
Yes, and modified bike. Now we're into Super Sedan.
Super Sedan, yep. Joe Zammit with the Zammit Paul Grayson VL down there, and Nathan Cowie, the little mighty boy. A little bit more under control in the burnout.
Yeah.
All right, so Zammit in the Aeroflow lane has a 1014 dial-in to Cowie, who's running a 9.10. Has run the 9.1 for, I think, several rounds now, so comfortable with that dial-in, the performance of the car, being able to maintain the performance of the car around that dial-in throughout the day with the changing weather conditions. Borg leaves at 043 and 012 for Cowie. This will be a chase. Had a bit of a wiggle off the line, but Cowie's certainly going to get there first, I would say.
Close there, Pat.
Oh, he's broken out.
And got there first too. So.
And look at a great pass from Zammit. They're 1014 with a 3 on a 1014.
With a no.
Very nice pass, and hard luck to Cowie there. Bit of a breakout.
Yep.
It was very close across the line.
Yeah,
500ths margin of victory to Joe Zammit
there.
Yeah. Okay, and so last but not least, Jim Denaro in the Ford Cortina. Solo pass. He has a 934 dial-in, which I believe he's been running to most of the day as well.
Yeah, he'll get all things being all happenings based on today. He'll run pretty close to that.
012 reaction time for Jim.
012, oh, there you go.
Bit of a wiggle off the line, though, for the Cortina this time, so let's see how close he gets. It's a 933 with a 7, so a slight breakout. 3 thousandths of a second breakout, but again...
Yeah, it is a breakout.
It's the time to do it.
Yep. Oh, well, that's the Super Sedan.
Super Sedan, we're back across the Super Street.
So we'll have Nathan Cowie got eliminated, so it'll be Azemet versus Donaro.
Absolutely. Those two names have been in the final for Super Sedan quite a few times over the years.
Yeah, they sure have. Street Fighter.
Super Street.
Super Street, sorry. Oh, I thought.
Dave Morton in the HSV up against Rob Matisic in the orange Camaro.
Got the 454 in there.
Oh, red light for Dave Morton. He was on it.
Oh, it's a double breakout
It's
too.
a double red.
Double red,
right?
sorry. Yeah.
But so far, Matisic has the win. Oh, yes, and he maintains it as well. That's a bit of an odd result there, isn't it?
Yeah.
Sort of, yeah.
A double red and a breakout, and you still win.
It's very easy to say from up here, so please don't get me wrong. But Dave Morton, if you could have looked across and seen that Rob had run a red light as well, you probably should have stayed in it just to see what the margin was at the other end, right? Because you could have a larger breakout, or vice versa. So, all right, next pairing, Brett Stutchbury in the Commodore Turbo LS Power. We've got Mark Hopkins with the little LX Tirana. Holden aspirated power down there. A little bit of technology thrown in via the Haltech.
Yeah, that's a bit of a giveaway, isn't it?
Yeah. But it's great. Why not?
Yeah. Oh, well, that's my mate. He's got a Hemi 6-cylinder with it. It's got a Haltech in it.
Yep.
And it's just everything else is normal, It's 320 cubes. Oh,
something has not gone right there.
Yeah,
Stutchbury is going to take it with an 0.85 reaction time. He's going to cruise on through for an 11.19.
What happened now? Look, Hopkins, he must have tripped the light or something.
I have a feeling the limiter might have timed out.
Oh, right. Okay.
Possibly, because he was on the rev limiter, but there was obviously a bit of a dial-in difference. So he may have been on it for too long.
Yep.
And then that could have cancelled itself, or done something a bit odd. Didn't want to leave when the light went green. So.
Oh, right.
Bit of a shame for Mark Hopkins, because that Tirana is always a real package.
Steady, isn't it?
Yep.
I'll have to find out what happened to Leo. I used to be able to go just down to the bus station where he used to work down there in Tuggeranong. He's down at Long Beach now, so...
Well, it's worth a... while you're here, mate, it's probably worth a wander. Catch him now. It's a bit closer than Long Beach.
Yeah.
Especially if it is the one in California that we mentioned earlier.
He just come back from America not long ago.
Oh, half his luck.
Yeah.
Absolutely. All right, well, that is the end of Super Street.
I don't know what... Yeah. Well, I thought that... it's pretty rare, but something goes wrong with the lights or something like that. But if it's his fault, well, that's it.
Yep.
I've got nothing in the staging lanes. They must have been all...
I think the juniors are down in the tunnel.
Oh, are they?
Yep. Just
right.
waiting on finish line to get squared away, and safety...
Anything there? Oh, they get, if it's juniors, they'll be getting the hay bales and stuff here.
Yeah, they've got the safety barrier there near the early exit. So we'll get that sorted, and then our first pairing will be up.
Yes, it will be too. All the Chloe Rako and Daniela Axiak, see, mate? A couple of young ladies. Yeah, it's good to see them in the sport.
Very fierce races as well, and
yeah,
they're close in that dial-in.
Yeah, look at the dial-in, yeah.
776 and 773.
Yeah, 300s.
Axiak's been right on the dial-in today as well. Both moving into that double A junior dragster category. So
yeah. Both of them.
Testing the waters for the first time.
Oh, yeah, I was saying we haven't seen Harry Rako because at the last meeting, that was his last
He aged
one.
out, that's
yeah,
right.
Aged out,
He moved on. I believe he's off to join... Oh, I can't remember if it's the Air Force or the Navy.
Oh,
He
good.
had his sights on. So
Oh, great.
Yeah, going to go and...
defend the country?
Defend the country and donate some time.
Yeah. Oh, well,
of his
that's
life,
good.
so.
It's mate of
Very
mine's son, Jeff Devlin's son, he qualified for he's finished now. He qualified as a fighter pilot.
Yeah, wow.
So he's pretty happy.
No easy task, that one.
No.
All right.
It'll probably give Tommy a bit of a break too. I haven't seen his Falcon yet for probably 2 years, I suppose. He's decided to concentrate on both of them. We'll see. Chloe's a AA.
Yes.
I don't know what the difference in age, but can't be
No,
too much.
I'm not sure. You wouldn't think it'd be too far.
Nah.
Yeah. Couple
So
of
we've
years
got
maybe.
Daniela Axiak in the rocket lane. She stole in with 773, and Chloe Rako in the Aeroflow lane with a 776. So 0.03 of a second difference. Yeah, not very much. Probably see a very quick stagger.
Yeah,
if any.
you're going to struggle to see the difference in the lights.
Yeah, I think it'll be. You're right there, Pat. It'll be the computer will do all the adjusting, but thank goodness.
Yeah, I'm glad
I wouldn't like to
on
say
me.
it. If it was that close at the
Drop
other
the
end.
flags.
Yeah, I wouldn't like to say. Oh, I think it was that one.
Yeah, no.
Yeah.
All right, so crew walking away from the cars there. Raiko's in pre-stage first. Axiak joins her. Both in full stage. Here come the lights.
Yeah, look at that.
079 to a 169. Axiak's got a little bit of work cut out for her. Oh, double breakout.
Oh,
and
gets the win.
Daniela Axiak gets the win with a 771 with a 7. Margin of victory just over 100th of a second on that one. So, yes, very hotly contested.
Yeah.
and,
you said that at the beginning, when they lined up.
No doubt about it. So, it looks like it's going to be Daniela Axiak versus Tegan Smith in the final. Tegan is, I think, the only racer to get a 000 light today.
Correct.
So she's on she's on the money.
Yeah, didn't see anybody else, didn't hear of anybody else.
And funnily enough, all the dial-ins for the AAs have been really close together as well. We just had a 776, a 773, and we've got a 778 here for Tegan.
Yeah, well, with those in the mix there, that's a pretty handsome little trio to go racing with.
Smith's into full stage now.
Oh, not a bad light either.
time.
See how she goes for the time.
Ooh, slight breakout. Okay, 775 with a 2 at 83 miles per hour. So again,
we've got a 73, a 76, and a 75.
Yeah, that's right. And did Axiak just run a 75? No, 77.
7, yeah.
Yeah, 77, yeah. So that's going to be some close racing.
That was with the double breakout.
Yes.
Yes. So the next round will be the final for them as well.
It's almost as if we're surprised that Junior Dragsters comes down to a really hotly contested final.
Yeah.
I'm not sure why, because it's almost the same every time.
Every time we're here. Yeah, exactly.
All right.
Well, we've got a couple of...
that would be Street Fighter, I believe, up next.
Oh, yep.
Junior Bike. I don't know if they're shuffling them or they've just finished up on the points, because I think Junior Bike is...
No, we've got those... Well, there's one car there.
Yeah.
He's pointing down there somewhere, so I don't know what Lee's doing there.
So I think junior bike might have finished up junior bike just based off points.
Points, yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, that's right. They had the points, round robin or Chicago shootout.
Yeah, really looking forward to some more competitors in junior bike, because I think it's a really good category. You know, and we need to find some more competitors there, because it has the benefit of being a relatively cheap entry. You know, we were obviously joking about it earlier with the potential that you could spend on a junior dragster.
Yeah.
To get a young person into drag racing, but you know, a 300 or a 250 or even a 125.
Yeah.
Motorcycle is
not much.
1,000, 2,000. You know, I mean,
that's about what, 10,000 for a JD.
I think that's where you'd start. You know? I mean, if you
that's
by the time you buy it, you get it all set up, you get all your gear and whatnot. You'd have to be around the 10 mark for something entry level in C. Junior dragster, surely.
Look at this.
Peter Tellerico. Oh, just misses it out. Christopher Rillis.
Yeah.
Gets the win of 15:02.
There's 1/1000 difference in the reaction time, and they were going like just like that.
Tied together with a string.
Yeah.
Danny Stadelmeyer's got the 13.95 back up on the boards. Glenn Featherstone 15.55. They've both been joining on the spot with their reaction time and dial-in today. These drivers 1.32 for Featherstone, 0.76 for Stadelmeyer.
Oh yeah.
A bit of a short shift, I think, for Danny there, but let's just see how it plays out. Featherstone's still got his nose in front by the looks of things. Stadelmeyer's coming for him.
He
gets the win. 14.004 to a 15.64 with a 1.
Jeez.
So
I don't think I've never had the pleasure of handing Danny Stadelmeyer. I've had his runner-up, but I haven't had a winner for him. I missed a heap.
If I do remember correctly, and I apologise if I don't, but I think we handed him the winner's trophy last round.
Yeah.
Out here, so.
Oh, okay. So
Street bike back up to the line. Jesse Barnes and Joe Borg.
Oh, yeah.
We've got a 10.14 dialed in for Barnes and a 10.85 for Borg.
Yes, about nearly 2 lights difference.
I dare say Jesse will be the racer to beat here. He's been good on the tree all day.
Yeah, Joe's good. You know, the first 60 feet, I think, is probably his when he's trying to get the bike settled.
Yep.
But Jesse Barnes.
See you later.
Yeah, if you watch the difference between the.
Yep, Jesse with the 0.53 reaction time again. He's going to just nose ahead
look at him
there.
Here. There he goes now. Yeah.
He does take the win, a 10.36 with a 4 on a 10.14 to the 11.01 on a 10.85 for Borg.
Ah, right. Okay. Oh,
Greg
this
Horadum.
is the street bike guy,
Yes.
isn't it? I should be like that.
No, Greg Horadum down here in the Minions Racing. Kawasaki. He's going to get that bye run, which will put him into the final next to Jesse Barnes.
Yep. Yeah, well, Jesse's been, both of these two have Horadum, you know, it's been swapping lanes, you know, constantly and stuff like that, and he's got a solo into the final.
He's there, yep.
He's there. Bit slow to get going, you know, he's want to sharpen up a bit there.
Yep, he's going to take it. Still pretty close on the dial-in, though, really. You know, 10.30 to a 10.34, so...
Yeah. Well, we must explain to the people that when the light turns green, the timers don't start. The timers start when the rider or driver actually goes through the start beam. That's what we get. That's how we get the reaction time. It's different times that the clock starts ticking.
Correct.
Oh, Joe Sorbello is he's very anxious there.
No surprise that Joe's ready and
No,
waiting to go
that's-
racing.
Yeah, I mean, really, you could put a set of plates on that thing, and drive around with. He's still got the wing on the back.
Yeah,
I
still
don't
got
know.
the
I
wing
hadn't
on the
had to look at the inside or anything, but I always think, if it was me, what am I going to tell the cop when he pulls me over? He has a look in this, bit of a race car, son. The only no giveaway is it doesn't have big numbers on it. Like you see some guys driving around with big numbers on their cars.
Yep. So I think they could, if they were to give keys to Joe, he'd be here to open the place up.
Yeah.
On a race day, though.
Yeah,
that's for
and
sure.
he'd sort of have 15 runs, and then he'd be sit downstairs with a cup of coffee and some donuts or something. All in a day's work.
Certainly. All right. Yeah. Here he is.
Hang on.
Yeah, that.
Oh, that's a still.
That's locked up. Yeah.
And
the camera we're looking at, the staging lane's locked up. Joe's snuck through there.
Yeah.
Top sportsman. So there's.
Yes. Look, he's still at the start line on that frame.
There's no other top sportsmen around. So it looks like Joe's taking the trophy home tonight.
This is the semi and the final.
Yes, indeed. A 1:05 reaction time. He's going to take the win on a 9:46 with an 8.
I think there might be some other. No, that's it.
We've got a short turnaround. We've got basically the finals to come through, I believe. I don't think there's any other semis to be run.
No.
So that's all right.
We're into the finals now.
Yes, indeed.
Beauty.
While we're waiting for the next round to come up, we might duck off to a couple of words from the track sponsors.
Yep.
We'll be right back with the finals for round 7 of the Speed Addict Clothing New South Wales Track Championship here at Sydney Dragway.
How would it be if we funded a pilot program for you to run that enabled you to bring some vision impaired kids onto the Saints Play program?
Oh wow, that would mean the world. My reward is the smile on the kids' faces.
And since you've given so much to others, we'd also like to do something for you personally. How would it feel if Pepper sent you, your partner, and your daughter Molly to the Gold Coast for a few days?
Yeah, awesome. I don't know what to say. It amazes me. Thank you very much.
Stay informed, up to date and entertained thanks to the Western Weekender. The Western Weekender is Penrith's leading free and local newspaper, delivering the best content from on-the-ground journalists and providing businesses with direct access to potential customers. News, sport, entertainment, puzzles and so much more. The Western Weekender is the heartbeat of Penrith and it's out every Thursday. Get your free copy at selected locations in the area, home delivered, or check out westernweekender.com.au.
Aeroflow Performance provides a wide range of high-quality performance products for racers, street machines and hot rodders.
Speed Addict Clothing Co. Fast clothes for fast people. Shop now at speedaddictco.com.au.
Aeroflow Performance provides a wide range of high-quality performance products for racers, street machines and hot rodders. From fittings, fuel system components, intake solutions and even turbocharger systems, you can see it all at aeroflowperformance.com. Whether you're building a street machine or a race car, Aeroflow Performance has a solution for you. Our ever-increasing range features boosted turbocharger systems, Bosch Motorsport products, X-Pro electrical systems, hoses and fittings, bang shift shifters, differential parts and fabrication components. You can see it all on aeroflowperformance.com.
BikeReview.com.au is Australia's leading website for performance and modified motorcycles. BikeReview.com.au is the only motorcycle-focused website to feature motorcycle drag racing on a regular basis. And in the words of editor Jeff Ware, our involvement with Sydney Dragway is our way of putting back into one of our favourite sports. BikeReview.com.au.
Aeroflow, famous for our massive range of hose, fittings and performance products. Air filters, oil filters, fittings, engine and transmission parts, fuel systems, tanks, silicon hose, exhaust, air conditioning, turbo and nitrous accessories and more. Get your free catalogue and shop online now at aeroflowperformance.com.
Stay informed, up to date and entertained thanks to Para News. Para News is Parramatta and the Cumberland area's leading free and local newspaper, delivering the best content from on-the-ground journalists and providing businesses with direct access to potential customers. News, sport, entertainment, puzzles and so much more. Para News really is the heartbeat of Parramatta and Cumberland, and it's out every Tuesday. Get your free copy at selected locations in the area or check out paranews.com.au.
Not slow.
Not difficult.
Not just ticking boxes.
Not a bank.
Talk to Australia's real-life non-bank for home loans, car loans, personal loans. Pepper Money, the home of loan options.
Bang Shift shifters from Aeroflow Performance are truly the modern shifter for the modern age. Featuring a full bespoke billet case, all shifters are designed for right-hand drive vehicles with an LED lit gear position indicator. Available in either ratchet or gated options, as well as OEM replacement shifters for popular Holden and Ford vehicles. A large range of Bang Shift spares are available for each shifter that includes shifter cables, brackets, lever and gate kits, trans brake buttons and drop boxes for the ideal mounting solution. Shift into gear and check out a full listing at aeroflowperformance.com.
Okay, we can hear the Supergas competitors firing up for the final run of the night. Joe Catanzariti, the Pontiac Firebird, Vince Panetta, Holden LX Tirana, both of course at the 990 index. This is all about knowing your vehicle, being joining on the spot with your reaction time and getting that throttle stop dialed just right.
All right, yeah. That's a wide car. It looks like a Tyrannosaurus Rex has just trod on it.
Flattened it right out, the Pontiac.
Have a look at it compared to the Tirana.
Yep.
It's rather muscular. Wow.
Burnout with some feeling for Catanzariti down there.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, that's a big burnout.
Never one to not mean business,
No.
but yeah, serious burnout there. They have had a bit of time in between rounds,
and it's
with Pro Stock.
Yeah, and
it's getting cooler.
Cooler. Yeah.
Yep. Sun's certainly making its way down here. Sydney Dragway, the daylight savings have given us a few extra hours, which is well, it seems like a few extra hours. I should say it's only one, but.
Yeah, but it's the time that it takes for the sun to go down.
Here we are.
Oh, here we go.
056 to an 025 for Panetta. Catanzariti's got some work to do here. Panetta is out in front.
Oh, here comes that big Firebird. No, it's not.
Oh, double breakout.
Oh,
and
both went under.
Catanzariti gets it with the lesser of the breakout.
Oh,
3.5 thousandths.
Jeez.
Is the margin of victory there. So congratulations to Joe Catanzariti. That's something you probably won't say 10 times fast. Congratulations, Catanzariti. It's great racing from Vince Panetta. He got the reaction time on the line, but just didn't stayed in it a little long. Here's the next very hotly contested final of the modified class. Craig Davies.
It's all right.
Danielle McCaskill. We've got the small block Chevy front engine dragster up against the big block rear engine dragster. So two very well sorted vehicles and two very seasoned competitors. Craig, of course, got quite a few years on Danielle, but there's no shortage of laps under Danielle's belt. Great to see her going to take a trophy tonight.
Yeah, this will be good.
We've got an 8:36 dial in for CJ, 7:33 for McCaskill. Both races have a thumbs up from the crew. Gonna take our time to get in here. This will be a staging battle.
Yeah, 1 second difference. Wow.
Caskill in pre-stage, CJ follows. Caskill is in. Here we go. 041 to an 025. McCaskill's doing the chasing. She's got the reaction time here. Let's see what comes out the other end. Yes. Danielle McCaskill gets the win. 7:34 with a 7. Meets a 8:38 with a 9 for CJ Davies. Really well raced all day from Danielle McCaskill, and we cannot take anything away from CJ Davies. He's been on the money as always.
Yep.
Great racing as we've come to know from the modified class, Les.
Yep. Oh, look, it's a very tightly contested class, always has been. And it's got a great combination of vehicles in them, front and rear engine, dragster, altered, those sorts of aspects that are different. But it's always a good... one of the most consistent classes.
Absolutely.
Around. It's good.
Just as the extreme bikes get ready to race, I should mention that Zach Palmer is one of the guys from the Aeroflow Nitro Funny Car team.
Oh yeah.
Is Danny's boyfriend, I believe. I don't want to speak out of tune, but I'm certain that they are a thing.
Yeah.
Zach's normally here.
Yeah.
But maybe you should go away racing more often.
Yeah.
Because it's worked. It's worked out well for Danny.
Yeah, for sure. Oh no, this is what's
extreme bike. Mike Lawson in the Aeroflow lane. Ryan Franks in the Rocket lane. Ryan Franks has the top mile per hour of the day, I believe, and he's got it out in front. Lawson didn't get a good start. Wow, 7:40 with a 5 at 199 mile per hour for Ryan Franks to take the win.
Yeah, look at Lawson's
149. Yeah, Lawson looks like he moved over to the left side of the Aeroflow lane and just buttoned off.
Yeah, it was wheezy and popping the first, like the first half of the track. Yep. Anyway, now we're going to modified bike, the final.
Yep. Michael Riches.
Yeah.
You'll often see him here. Lucas Nago has been fighting really valiantly today, so...
Oh, and good on him too. He's come up from Victoria to compete here, so
certainly. Big effort.
We'll welcome him and everybody else that's from interstate.
082 to an 013 for Nago. Richards has his hands full on this one.
Yeah.
Lucas Nago.
He might hang on to this.
Oh,
no,
Nago gets the win.
Yeah, look at that.
964 with a 2.
On a 961.
961, that's right.
Mm.
So very, very nice and well raced today for Lucas Nago.
Yeah.
That's a great reward for travelling up from Victoria to take home a trophy.
It's only 300ths of a second between at the finish time, at the finish line. That was terrific.
Great reaction time from Nago there, an 013 on a bike. It's very, very impressive.
Yeah, well, you can see, we get a good view of that up here.
That's it. Super Sedan.
Super Sedan. Oh, yeah. James. Oh, no. It's Jim Denaro. His son's James. His son's James. So I better not call him.
Jim Denaro in the Cortina. The 9:33 dial in. Joe Zammit at 10:12.
2 seasoned campaigners, these two.
Certainly we'll be shaking both of their hands at the trophy presentation later.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay, both in pre-stage. Zammit in first. Denaro joins him. Here go the lights. Zammit away an 029, a 003 for Denaro.
Denaro, look at this.
Well, Jim He's going to edge up next to Joe
yeah,
Zammit, which will be enough just to take the win. Oh, he's broken out. We've given him the curse after that great reaction time. 9:31 with a 6 on a 33 dial-in. A 10.134 for Joe Zammit. Great racing from the Zammit Borg racing crew down there with the VL. Congratulations and commiserations for Denaro, but still well done to get all the way through to the final.
Street Fighter, isn't it?
Street Fighter is up. We've got Danny Stadelmeyer in the AU Falcon, 13.95 on the boards. Christopher Varillas in the FG Falcon, 14.95. His dial-in the Rocket Lane. Both having great runs today. They're in full stage. 2.43 to a 1.13 reaction time. Varillas has his work cut out for him to try and maintain this.
He certainly has. Daniel, if he can just go the way he's going there, he looks like, he's on the picks. That's how much. And Varillas breaks
out for Varillas, And 13.95 with a 1 on a 13.95.
With the 0.
Dial-in, never underestimate the AU Falcon, my friend. Great, another great Street Fighter final there, showing everyone that you don't need to run a single-digit time to have a hotly contested drag race.
Good on him.
All right, Jesse Barnes.
Oh, this will be good.
In Street Bike, Greg Horadam in the Rocket Lane. We've got a 10.15 dial-in versus a 10.30.
Yeah, Barnes with the 10.15 over in the Aeroflow lane, and in the Rocket Lane is Greg Horadam with a 10.15 for Barnes, and a 10.30 for Horadam over in the Rocket Lane. So we'll see the Greg Horadam, he'll get the handicap start, not by much.
Not by much, and reaction time will be key here.
Very.
2.15 to 3.03, which is a little bit out of the pocket for Jesse Barnes there. This will be a close race.
Oh, gee whiz, I didn't realise that.
Towards the big end. And, double breakout, but Greg Horadam has broken out less and will take the win with a 10.28.8 on a 10.30. 10.080 on a 10.15 for Jesse Barnes there. So big congrats to Greg Horadam on the Minions Racing Kawasaki there, and well fought for Jesse Barnes.
Jesse Barnes, yeah. Well, but, he can be consoled because he made the final.
Yes.
If, it's nothing like winning, but...
Absolutely. Late model versus early model. Old school versus new school down here. Brett Stutchbury in the turbocharged LS injected VZ Commodore. We've got Robert Matisek in the 454 powered big block Camaro.
10.69. I mean, that's quick for that car, but Stutchbury's hasn't done too bad either.
No slouch there.
No.
0.47 apiece for the reaction time.
Impossible.
Almost tied together by 100th at the 60 foot. This is a close one for Super Street. It looks like Stutchbury's going to get there first, but he breaks out and hands the win to Matisek, who also broke out, but just a little less. 200ths of a second, the margin of victory to Matisek. So really well done. What a final for Super Street.
That amazing. Was a ripper. 0.47 each.
That's
gee whiz.
Another curveball that Super Street is always throwing. All right, we'll jump across to Blown Outlaws.
Wow. That's a matter of Brittany Olive. No red lights in the finals.
Yeah.
There were plenty of breakouts.
No, that's right.
The doubles. Pardon? On your bet.
Betty's just called out the commentator's curse there. Okay, so again here the supercharged engines firing up down there. We've got Brittany Olive
too.
Brittany Olive in the Oyahara Dragster. It's a 451 cube blown Hemi. And then NASA Mata. just as we've been informed. This isn't exactly a heads-up race. Brittany Olive will take the win here tonight because Sean Leifting was meant to be in the final, but had a breakage with his altered, so he can't make it. Nasser Matter has decided to come out for a bit of fun and perhaps a bit of a testing possibility.
Yeah.
So they're going to be doing their best to not obviously get in the way of anything happening there with Brittany.
Oh,
but she will accept the light and make a pass.
Ah, yes.
The guys from A
good
Civil.
point.
A Civil will be able to get a little bit more data on this car ahead of their future races.
I won't say what I was going to say till after the run's finished.
Yeah. Just hold on to that one.
No, I'm not going to say a thing.
As the respective crews back away from the cars, we've got Matter edging in. He's in full stage. Brittany Olive will take her time and get into full stage also. The lights will drop. Oh, a 005. What were you just mentioning earlier there, Les?
Whoa, look at that.
A 5.99 with a 6. A breakout for Matter, but they're into the 5s. There's,
that's why.
Big congratulations for the A Civil guys down there. So
yeah, fair. Well done, team.
Great pass for them. Not worried about obviously the win on that pass, but
yeah, it's getting into.
Nonetheless, Brittany Olive will take the win in Boost Outlaws today.
Oh, look at that! It's see, history's just been made, and we've been part of it.
Yep.
So I was going to say that'd have to be a PB for NASA.
Yeah, certainly. Certainly. Great pass. Very clean pass, actually,
Very
as well.
good.
There's a little bit of a wiggle, but nothing too crazy. So, yeah, the guys have been getting their heads around that combination all day, which is really, really good. So
it was good that they came out and, it looked rather spectacular.
Yes, exactly right. 236 miles per hour was not hanging around as well.
No,
that combination.
That's
so
right. So
very, very good.
Yeah. Gee whiz. Oh, boy.
We've got that, and we have just the juniors.
Just the juniors
to come through. We've got, we do have the final here for Anastasia Lucky and Josh Burtonshaw in the bikes.
Oh, in the bikes, yeah, that's right.
By the looks of things, we'll just be waiting for safety measures to be put in place down there at the early exit gate.
Wow. Couple of good ones there, yeah. That was a...
Right, can hear the June drag bikes firing up. Josh Burtonshaw, Anastasia Lucky will be our pairing. Anastasia's certainly had some burnout influence from Josh, I think. down here. She's getting a lot more
rubbed
confident.
off.
And, all the RPM from Josh Burtonshaw.
Yeah.
Right.
Ah, dear.
Certainly not afraid of it.
Yeah.
All right, so we have dial in here for the pair of races, a 9.53 for Lucky in the Aeroflow lane, a 9.40 for Burtonshaw in the Rocket lane.
Yeah, first versus second in the qualifying order.
Yep. Got 2 bikes in. 2.12 reaction time, 0.87 for Burtonshaw. Looks like that'll probably just be the decider.
Yes.
Ooh, double breakout, but Burtonshaw just getting through with the skin of his teeth there.
Geez, I'll say, because Anastasia got there first.
Yes, absolutely. So
wow.
Very.
I thought she was staying, you know, like up with him.
Yeah. Yeah, she was there. All right. Here comes the final pass of the night. This will be Tegan Smith, AA Junior Dragster from Albion Park, up against Daniela Axiak, AA Junior Dragster also. Both stepped up into this new category from Tarmore, New South Wales. They've got a 774 dial in for Tegan Smith and a 770 for Daniela Axiak. So pushing a little bit further into that new index. So plenty of runs on the board.
Yeah, well, this is see another final with it's dominated by young ladies.
Absolutely, it's a common theme out here at Sydney Dragway, which we love to see. Girls keeping the boys honest.
Yeah, too right.
All right. Smith has the way from the crew. Axiak also. I'll edge forward, get into pre-stage. Smith pre-stage. Axiak joins her. Smith first into full stage. We're ready to go. Reaction time for Tegan Smith, 0.17 to an 0.63. This will be very close. Axiak's got the lower dial in. A breakout from Tegan Smith by 1,000th of a second. And Axiak safe by 3,000ths of a second. If you want to see closer racing, folks, I don't think you'll find it. Maybe Supergas. It could be closer, but... yeah, great racing as always from the juniors. Congratulations to all of the winners. Congratulations to both teams, and a great job of being out here.
Oh, look at that! Fantastic to see.
Great sportsmanship from all the teams there as
look
well.
at them. Yeah, it's
so good to see. Good to see. Well, Les, that's been a huge day of racing for round 7 of the Speed Addict Clothing Track Championships here at Sydney Dragway. It's been a pleasure as always to join you on the mic.
Likewise.
Thank you for having me. We've had Stephen Bush here as well. Bushy, a big thanks as always. He's given everyone a big thumbs up. And to sum it up for the day, thank you for tuning in. Thank you to the racers and the crew for turning up and making our sport great. We will see you in November for round 8. Of the track championships here at Sydney Dragway. That will be joined with PDRC, the Professional Drag Racing Championship, at the same time, November 15th and 16th. So we'll see you back here at Sydney Dragway for more exciting action at the track championships. Be safe, and we'll see you next time.
Thank you. Thank you, Pat, as well.